I invite the House to take note that today we are using the wooden mace.
This mace is a reminder of the fire that claimed 7 lives and destroyed the original Parliament buildings the night of February 3rd, 1916.
Among the items destroyed in that fire was the old mace. The wooden copy that you see today was subsequently made and used temporarily until the current one was given to us by the United Kingdom in 1917.
The wooden mace is being used today to recall what happened 104 years ago.
Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, ordre amenant du
Government orders, government bills, comments.
of the motion for second reading of Bill C4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United Mexican States.
Be resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has 3 minutes remaining.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thought maybe what I would do is just emphasize just the importance of the legislation that we're actually debating today. When you take a look at the trade agreement between Canada, USA, and Mexico, one of the ways to look at it is a modernization of the free trade agreement. And this is something that's really good for Canadian workers, businesses, and communities across our country, Madam Speaker. We need to recognize that Canada is very much dependent on trade. Through trade, we're able to continue to support and often lift our middle class, and that is something in which, as a government, we have been very much focused on since virtually taking office back in 2015, realizing that building on Canada's middle class and supporting the middle class is good for Canada's economy, and both areas will benefit, Madam Speaker. And we have seen that through different approaches dealing with public policy. One of those policy measures is the idea of expanding the economy by securing markets through free trade agreements. I would suggest to members on all sides of this House that we have had a very progressive government moving forward on the importance of recognizing, and not only recognizing, but taking specific actions on free trade agreements. In fact, Madam Speaker, whether you take a look at the European Union, 28 countries, I believe, Madam Speaker, along with the Trans-Pacific Agreement, along with some of the other smaller agreements, such as the trade agreement with Ukraine, to the World Organization of Trade and legislation brought forward by this government a few years back, that what you will see is a government that has really acknowledged and recognized the importance of trade. That was reinforced over the weekend for me in the city of Winnipeg, where Flyer Industry has recently gotten into an agreement to sell and export a number of electric buses to the United States. I believe it's a total of 100 buses. Now, I could be wrong on that, Madam Speaker, but the point is, in terms of the actual numbers, the point is that many of our companies all over Canada are very much in need of having those export markets. And when you think of the United States, we're talking about billions of dollars. I believe it's around $9 billion every day in terms of commerce between our two countries. We are very much wanting and have a strong desire to ensure where we can that we secure those markets. And the best way of doing that, Madam Speaker, is to have these trade agreements put into place. What's really nice about this particular agreement is that we have Canadians in different stakeholders, organizations, nonprofits, governments, political parties of all stripes that have really been engaged over the last 2.5 years to ultimately the final product of what it is that we're debating here today. And, I listen very closely to the debate and what members across the way and the concerns that they've expressed in regards to it. But I think the overall principle, the overall agreement that we have before us is the best agreement that we could have delivered for Canadians. I recognize that as opposition parties will always want to believe that they could have done better. And I respect that. But at the end of the day, I believe what we're presenting through this legislation is the best agreement that for Canada and that all Canadians in all regions will benefit directly as a result of this particular agreement. And it was really encouraging, Madam Speaker, to see the Conservatives, the Greens, and the New Democrats support this legislation or the Ways and Means for this agreement. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just a question to the member opposite. Is if he's able to name 3 things where Canada win out of this agreement, 3 important things that Canada win out of this agreement, that would be greatly appreciated.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think one of the greatest wins that we received by the signing of this agreement is to be able to have resisted the pressure in regards to supply management. There are many outside groups that would have loved to have seen the demise of supply management here in Canada. And our current Deputy Prime Minister, instructed by the Prime Minister, in fact, our caucus, has really been behind supply management for years. In fact, I would ultimately argue it was a Liberal administration that brought in the system of supply management. Our farmers in all regions of the country are very much supportive of that. And you cannot underestimate the pressure, in particular, that was coming from United States industries and the government for us to abandon that. I am very proud of the fact that this agreement continues to ensure that supply management will always be a part of the Canadian economy. I see that as the strongest benefit through this particular agreement, but that's my personal opinion. Another, Madam Speaker, is the fact that we actually got an agreement. This was not an easy thing to have achieved given the changes that were being asked upon. I believe that we are doing exceptionally well with the agreement.
Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hear what our honourable colleague opposite is saying, and I find it reassuring. It seems that supply management is important to him, but judging by recent history, it's quite the opposite. There have been verbal commitments given by the government. They've promised to protect supply management, but every time a little bit of it is traded away. And with this deal, 18% of the market will no longer be supply managed. So it's getting to be substantial. It's getting to be hard for our farmers. So my question for my honourable colleague is, does he not agree that it's time to ensure that there will never be any more concessions made? What remains should be protected by law. The question is, would he be open to that proposal? Thank you.
Le secrétaire parlementaire.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I've always been a very strong advocate of supply management because I have realized and witnessed firsthand, both as a provincial legislature in Manitoba and also as a member of Parliament, how the industry in itself has benefited, but more specifically, how the consumer, how Canadians have benefited, whether it's quality of product, job creation, to just the fact that we have something that's worth fighting for, and I suspect that you will almost find it universally applied within the Liberal caucus, in particular our members of Parliament from the province of Quebec, who are very much aware of the importance of supply management, and we will continuously be there to protect the industry, and at times there needs to be a form of compensation. I really would encourage the Bloc to take a look, once we get into the second reading vote on this legislation, to give it consideration and trying to show that, in fact, we have an agreement that is, in fact, in the best interest of all of Canada. And even if you take a look, Madam Speaker, at the different premiers across the country, we have great support crossing political lines. I hope that the Bloc will give extra consideration to recognizing the value of this particular agreement.
Une question très rapide, very honourable member for York Centre.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his comments opening up the week for us this morning. And on the last note that he just mentioned about the cooperation across party lines, but not just the political cooperation. Cooperation from Labour, cooperation from business groups, cooperation from Indigenous groups, and of course the political cooperation which came together in the NAFTA Advisory Council. I'm wondering if the honourable member can reflect just a little bit on how that all came together to get this good hard work done on this new NAFTA agreement.
Parliamentary Secretary, 5 seconds.
Madam Speaker, the member is quite right, and to say that this has taken place in a month or two would be a wrong. It has been taken a great deal of time, a great deal of effort by a good number of people of all different stakeholders forms, including political to, say, nonprofits, a great group of people coming together. We have a wonderful agreement in which we should be looking at passing.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak on the new NAFTA trade agreement, the Canada-United States-Mexico agreement. New Democrats recognize that the United States is Canada's most significant trading partner, and that the trade enabled by this agreement we are debating today is critical to Canada's economic success. Since the signing of the original free trade agreement, Canadian exports to the United States have increased from $110 billion in 1993 to $349 billion in 2014. But it is vital that the wealth generated through trade creates good jobs for working people in Canada and not simply the interests of the wealthiest few. When the initial agreement was signed back in November 2018, the NDP raised serious concerns about how the new trade deal addressed workers' rights and environmental regulations. Disappointingly, it was left to the Democrats in the U.S. rather than this Liberal government to stand up to the Trump administration and fight for these important changes. I'd like to take my time today to address 3 broad areas of concern. First, I will highlight 2 industries in my riding of Skeena-Buckley Valley that I believe should have done better by the deal this government signed. Secondly, I'd like to address the failure of this deal to engage Indigenous people and to uphold their rights. And third, I would like to speak to our thoughts on the closed-door process by which our government negotiates deals such as this one. While we have seen some sectors thrive and bring jobs and opportunities to Northern British Columbia, we have also seen some industries struggle. We've heard a fair bit in this House already with regard to how this agreement affects Canada's aluminum industry. Canada's aluminum industry is the 5th largest in the world, with an annual production of 2.9 million tons of primary aluminum. All of this is produced with a lower carbon footprint than other international producers. The only aluminum smelter in Western Canada is located in our riding in Northern British Columbia. Rio Tinto's Kitimat smelter employs more than 1,000 workers in the town of Kitimat and contributes over $500 million annually to British Columbia's economy. As anyone who knows Kitimat will tell you, it's hard to overstate the importance of the smelter to this community. Indeed, it was the primary reason for the founding and construction of the community in the 1950s. For over a year, illegal steel and aluminum tariffs imposed by the U.S. left workers in Kitimat anxious about their community's future. While people in my riding were left wondering whether they would continue to have work, this government went ahead and signed the new NAFTA deal with those tariffs still in place. The cost of this government's inaction on aluminum has been high, and it's been estimated that across the country over 1,000 jobs have been lost. While this government is celebrating the lifting of these tariffs, I'm still hearing concerns from aluminum workers in my riding. The U.S. has made it clear that it would be willing to reinstate tariffs at any time, and all it would take is for President Trump to decide that there's been a surge in aluminum imports for these tariffs to return. Unfortunately, we don't have a definition in this agreement for what constitutes a surge in imports, and this means continued uncertainty for workers in my riding, regardless of whether this agreement is ratified. I've also heard concern with how the amended agreement deals with rules of origin in the automotive sector, a topic we've heard about in this House over the past few days. While the agreement requires that 70% of steel and aluminum used in the manufacture of automobiles be from North America, no one seems to have bothered to ask what percentage the industry currently uses. Without that information, how can Canadians determine if this threshold will stimulate our industry or simply be a backstop? Furthermore, the requirement that 70% of aluminum be North American is undermined again by the lack of a definition for what is meant by North American. For steel, the agreement sets out a specific definition, and I'll read it to you now. For steel to be considered as originating under this article, all steel manufacturing processes must occur in one or more of the parties, except for metallurgical processes involving the refinement of steel additives. Such processes include the initial melting and mixing and continues through the coating stage. Yet for aluminum, no such definition exists, calling into question whether Mexican auto parts manufacturers could import cheap aluminum ingots from China without running afoul of the 70% rule. If this is indeed possible, it begs the question of what the value is of having the 70% provision included in the agreement at all. It appears that weaker aluminum provisions were the cost of getting this agreement signed, a concession that poses a real risk to the economy of the region I represent. Should this deal be ratified, I think workers in my riding deserve to hear more from this government about how it plans to protect aluminum workers and increase the market for Canadian aluminum. A second area of concern I've heard from people in my riding on is softwood lumber. In Skeena-Bulkley Valley, as many as 3,500 people are employed in the forestry sector. But for many communities, falling lumber prices have led to tough times. We've seen layoffs and curtailments and mill closures across northern BC. At such a tough time, what we needed is a government in Ottawa on the side of forestry workers. But that just hasn't been the case. While it was vital and positive that the NAFTA dispute mechanism has remained in the new trade agreement so that Canada can continue to argue for independent arbitration when the U.S. seeks to impose tariffs on Canadian softwood, we see very little in this agreement for the forestry sector. Since the previous softwood agreement expired in October 2015, we've desperately needed a new agreement to give forestry workers certainty that their product will still have access to the U.S. market. Instead, we've seen the Trump administration imposing softwood tariffs. During all those trips to Washington, it would have seemed that getting a fair deal in the softwood lumber dispute was never on the table, but we'll never know because of the opaque process by which this agreement has been negotiated. While we were opening up trade negotiations with the U.S., I would have thought getting a stable resolution on softwood would have been at the top of the agenda. Another real concern with this new agreement is Indigenous rights. In 2017, this government promised it would negotiate an entire chapter in this agreement that promoted Indigenous rights. But again, we are left disappointed with what the government has delivered. It is so disheartening as we seek to work towards reconciliation with Indigenous peoples across North America that this agreement makes no mention of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. We see again that this government has put the interests of big corporations ahead of Indigenous peoples who are seeking justice and respect on their own lands. Finally, I'd like to address the process by which this agreement was negotiated. Throughout the negotiation, we heard from Liberals that this was the best deal possible, but then the Democrats in the United States were able to deliver the important changes Liberals told Canadians just weren't possible. Now we're hearing more concerns from some sectors, and again it's difficult for Canadians to have their voices heard. For people in Northwest British Columbia, it feels like this government just isn't listening. People are rightly concerned that such an important agreement for Canada's economy would be adopted without a thorough examination. Why is it that Canadians know more about the negotiation strategy and objectives of our trade partner than we do of our own government? Going forward, we need to see a real commitment to changing how Canada negotiates international trade agreements. Too often we see deals made behind closed doors with everyday Canadians having little input. We need a commitment to increase transparency and a government that gives voice to working people most affected by trade agreements, not just corporate lobbyists who stand to profit most from the outcome. That's why New Democrats support a thorough study of this deal, along with the creation of a transparent trade process that holds our government more accountable and allows Parliament to play a more meaningful role than that of a simple rubber stamp. We owe it to Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to wish a welcome to our new member, and very much appreciated the comments. Let him know that once Parliament refers after second reading, this legislation will be referred to committee, and certainly at the committee, I expect that we will have, as the chair of the committee, I expect that we will have several hours, or many hours possibly, of hearing from witnesses that want to comment, so that we can ensure that in spite of the process, which was very long, many Canadians had an opportunity to contribute, but we want to ensure that if there's any other comments that need to be put on record, we want to make sure that they have the opportunity to do that. In reference to the aluminum in particular, what kind of protection do the aluminum workers currently have prior to this agreement?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through the Speaker, thank you to the Honourable Member for the warm welcome and for her questions and comments. I don't doubt that there will be a robust debate at committee concerning this bill, and that there will be important discussion. The question is what bearing it will have on the bill itself, and comparing the process here in Canada to that in the United States, where members of Congress have a more meaningful role in making changes to the legislation. I believe that the discussion at debate really comes after the fact, and that our role as Parliament is little more than either a rubber stamp or no deal at all. And I believe that is what New Democrats would like to see changed.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to congratulate my colleague on his very good speech. Of course, at the Bloc Québécois, we are also concerned about having these agreements negotiated behind closed doors. Sometimes there are certain details that we only learn about after the fact. For example, I'd ask my colleague if he knows that the Government of Canada decided to limit exports for baby formula and other dairy products, which is totally unprecedented in history. So I'd like to know if he has any comments on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his comment and question. I believe that what the honourable member has raised is precisely why we need a better process, one that's transparent and engages Canadians in the debate around what the objectives and the strategy for negotiating these trade agreements should be at the front end of the process, not at the back end. And the example that he raised is a good one.
Questions and comments, Honourable Député de...
The Honourable Member for Peace River West Lock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to welcome my colleague as well to this place. My sister and brother actually live in his constituency, so I know his neck of the woods very well. Beautiful part of the country. I'm just wondering, I know that this trade deal, I'm not 100% sure if he's supporting it or not. I get the impression he's not. But in addition to getting more markets around the world, what does he have to say about competitiveness right here in Canada? I know that things like the carbon tax put us offside in terms of competing with the world, particularly on things like aluminum. And I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the comment. And I do indeed know that he has family connections in my riding, and we had a lovely chat earlier about that. His question is about competitiveness, and obviously Canada's competitiveness in the world is important. I believe his question relates more broadly than the debate that we're having today specifically around this trade agreement. But I believe in a world moving towards a low-carbon economy, which we all know is an imperative, having regulations and systems in place that show we are being responsible is indeed going to be a competitive advantage and open Canada to new markets around the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. A very quick question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Two quick comments. One on the competitiveness that was just raised by the opposition on large final emitters. We put a plan in place to cover that, take care of that, and the Conservatives have spoken against it. And on the quotas, the particular new quotas that was just raised, Canada is not producing near those quotas at the moment, so it's not going to adversely affect us.
First, Kina Buckley Valley. Quick and short answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe the quotas that the honourable member raises are the quotas around aluminum, around baby formula. Okay, my apologies. He raises a good point. I don't have the depth of knowledge on that particular aspect, and I'll look forward to learning more. Thank you.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Better every time.
Slowly.
Thank you very much. I rise today not only as the Member of Parliament for Humber River Black Creek, but also as the Chair of the Standing Committee on International Trade to speak in favour of the Canada-US-Mexico Agreement and to encourage my honourable colleagues to support this legislation. I would like to recognize my committee colleagues from all parties for their dedication to their constituents and to their country, and I look forward to working with them as we go through the parliamentary process. Every member has made it clear to me their sincerest intent is to collaborate, cooperate, and to come together as a committee to make sure that we do the job that we were elected to do, and to do it right. For over a year, Canada negotiated hard for a modernized free trade agreement with the United States and Mexico. During this time, the government officials consulted with over 47,000 Canadians and over 1,000 stakeholders from all areas of Canada's economy to ensure that the deal we struck was one that represents the best interests of Canadian workers and businesses from coast to coast to coast. Our foremost concern throughout the negotiations was always Canadian workers and their families. Protecting their jobs, their families, the planet, and ensuring that the deal would grow our economy. In these respects, the deal we have struck is a winner. The new NAFTA safeguards the over $2 billion daily in cross-border trade, ensures tariff-free access to our largest trading partner, and protects Canadian jobs. I have been encouraged by the spirited debate in the House from my honourable colleagues and their commitment and their interest. I know that every member of this House shares the same commitment to protecting Canadian workers and maintaining economic growth. In these especially turbulent times for our global political discourse, I'd like to thank my colleagues for restraining the partnership on all levels, wherever possible, and for maintaining the respect and decency that this chamber commands and that I hope will continue. One must keep in mind negotiating such transformational trade deals, such as the Canada-US-Mexico Agreement, are always tense and difficult. I remind my colleagues that when NAFTA was being negotiated and the attitudes that existed at that time, Canadians were worried about the impact of NAFTA on not only the Canadian economy, but also our national identity. Not only have we found those fears unrealized, and we're very grateful for that, but we now know that NAFTA, as one of the pillars of our relationship with the United States and Mexico, and one of the cruxes of our economic strength. It is my sincere belief, notwithstanding the occasionally adversarial nature of the debate on this agreement, that we shall look back on this deal years from now with the same lens through which we viewed the original NAFTA, a good deal that has contributed a significant amount to Canadian economic prosperity. From coast to coast to coast, from agriculture to aluminum to automobiles, every sector of the Canadian economy will stand to gain from this agreement. On the farm, we have successfully defended our supply management system for our dairy, poultry, and eggs, despite attempts to completely dismantle it. We have gained new market access for refined sugar and margarine, and we have protected billions of dollars in agricultural and agri-food trade. And I'm well aware of that, as the former Minister of Agriculture sits here in the House and has spoken about those issues a lot. In the factory, we have a gold-plated insurance policy against a possible 232 tariffs on cars and car parts. And I would be remiss if I did not remind my honourable colleagues that we are the only G7 country that has been afforded that protection. We have strengthened labour protections that have been praised by our union workers. Jerry Diaz of Unifor has endorsed the deal, noting that it is a better deal than the one that was signed in 1994. We have ensured enforceable labour obligations were included in the new deal to protect workers from discrimination in the workplace, in particular on the basis of gender. The improvements made on labour rights for Mexican workers will help level the playing field for Canadian workers, especially in our automotive industry. In my own riding of Humber River Black Creek, companies such as Etobicoke Iron Works were feeling the pressure of the tariffs imposed on Canadian steel and aluminum. These tariffs were not only affecting their competitiveness abroad, but also domestically. I had the distinct pleasure of touring their facilities last year and saw firsthand the important work that they do and how damaging these tariffs were on their competitiveness and their ability to plan for the future. Now, with this new agreement, with the certainty that their products are protected, Etobicoke Iron Works can continue to innovate, expand their operational capacity, and provide Canada, the United States, and Mexico with high-quality Canadian steel and aluminum. But it is not just in the critical sectors of steel and aluminum where we have ensured the protection of Canadian workers and taxpayers. The Investor-State Dispute Resolution, which was a provision of the original NAFTA, was a dispute resolution system that allowed companies to sue the Canadian government. This system cost Canadian taxpayers over $300 million in penalties and legal fees. It elevated the rights of corporations over those of sovereign governments, is now gone. With the removal of the ISDR, our government's right to regulate in the public interest, especially with respect to the protection of public health and the environment, has been significantly strengthened. Our climate is changing. For too long, we have known this and not taken the requisite action. The election and re-election of this government is no doubt due in part to our commitment to protecting the environment. On that note, perhaps some of the most important wins in the new NAFTA deal can be found in the environmental protections that have been included in this agreement. Replacing the separate side agreement regarding the environment, the new NAFTA has a dedicated chapter on the protection of the environment. We now have a far more robust and enforceable standards for air and marine pollution. So this is a good deal for our auto workers through the lifting of harmful tariffs, for our dairy farmers through the protection of supply management, for our Indigenous people through the protection of their cultural and land, and for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We have heard from all Canadians of all political stripes that echo their support for this deal, from Premier Moe of Saskatchewan to Premier Kenney of Alberta to Premier Legault of Quebec. There is consensus amongst political leaders in the country that this is a good deal. We have also heard from important stakeholders such as the Canadian Labour Congress, Business Council of Canada, Canadian Steel Producers Association, who all speak in favour of rapid ratification of this agreement. Arrival at the agreement wouldn't have been impossible without so many people rowing in the same direction. As many others have rightly said, this was a pan-Canadian effort, And it is this spirit of Canadian cooperation that I am optimistic we will see more of over the course of this Parliament. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to hearing from my colleagues.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Winnipeg.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
And thank you to my honourable colleague across the way for your speech. One of the concerns that's been raised about the new agreement is its failure to, first of all, acknowledge Indigenous rights and actually makes no mention of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. The other area of deep concern, of course, is related to the environment and the fact that this new agreement does not have provisions that are binding and enforceable to ensure that we meet climate targets at a time of climate emergency. I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on that.
The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you. It should be a shorter title, I'm beginning to think. Thank you very much, and welcome to my honourable member. I'm very glad that she has joined us. Certainly on the environment side, the new NAFTA agreement has a new enforceable environmental chapter, something that we did not have before. We had a side agreement that clearly was inadequate. The new agreement will help us to move forward with better protections for the environment. We clearly believe that the commitments to high levels of environment protection are an important part of trade agreements and should be part of all trade agreements, not just the NAFTA agreement. If we need to move forward, as we urgently know, when it comes to the issues of climate change, we see the impacts every single day, and I look forward that all of us in this House are going to be working towards doing the right protections that we possibly can. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Brandon Surrey.
Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate the member from Humber River Black Creek for her speech in the House today. I appreciate that. I think it was much more accurate than the one given by my colleague, her colleague rather, the member from Winnipeg North. I'd just like to ask one question, and got a couple here, but he said there was $9 billion a day between Canada and the U.S. going on in trade. I believe her number of $2 billion is much closer to the facts, Mr. Speaker. He took credit for 28 trade agreements that I believe even his own minister showed a responsive friendship on the middle of the floor here for our member from Abbotsford who negotiated the CETA agreement as well, and PPT as well before the CPTPP. And I just wonder if she could answer as well. He was asked to find three things about, importance or benefits for the trade agreement that was signed, and he could only come up with one, and that was dairy. And I'd like to ask the member, if it was so good, then what did they get for giving up Class 6 and Class 7 in the milk quotas? And of course, there was no softwood lumber agreement at all. So I wonder if she could just expand on some of those areas of to correct her colleague.
The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to my colleague. I'm happy to take his questions. Certainly on the issue of supply management, as you said, supply management was number one. It was an issue that from some of my work that I've done in the House over the last 20 years, the amount of times that supply management has been under attack and under threat. My own personal concern was through this NAFTA agreement negotiations is that we'd lose the entire supply management. And so I'm very happy that our negotiators were able to fight for that and to maintain it. The protecting of the auto industry with the steel agreement is a definite win for Canada and for all of the auto workers. Many of those, of course, are in Ontario, and so I'm well aware of the pressure on the steel side. And being able to protect the aluminum industry for 70%. Right now, they have very little of any protection. So this agreement will certainly help the aluminum industry by protecting it by the 70% numbers. So, is there more to be done? Of course, this is always a beginning, and as things progress, I suspect we will hear at the committee level as well. Other areas that we need to work on. And I look forward to working with my colleagues because I recognize that we all have one basic interest, is to make sure that we protect the interests of Canadian workers and that we advance the opportunities for Canada's economy. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Perth Wellington. Yes. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, yes.
Yes, Madam Speaker, just a very quick point of order, because I wouldn't want to intentionally mislead. On Friday, I had indicated that it's $2 billion a day, and I believe I did say $9 billion. It should have been $2 billion.
Point taken. Honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is an honour to rise in the House today to continue debate on Bill C-4, which implements the new NAFTA trade agreement between Canada, the United States, and Mexico. Since this is my first opportunity to address the House at some length here in this Parliament, I would like to very briefly thank the good people of Perth Wellington for giving me the honour of serving a second term as their representative here in Ottawa. And while I have a great fondness for all 105,000 constituents in Perth Wellington, I do want to say a particular thank you to 4 constituents in particular: my wonderful wife Justine and our 3 kids, Ainsley, Bennett, and Caroline, who have been my biggest supporters and my greatest fans and my rock of support over these past 4 years and into the current Parliament as well. Now, Madam Speaker, the Conservative Party record on trade is clear. In the previous Conservative government, our government negotiated trade deals with over 40 different countries. We recognize the importance of trade on a global scale. And personally, in my great riding of Perth Wellington, we recognize the importance of trade for our local agriculture industry and also those in the manufacturing industry in Perth Wellington. But the concerns of this new trade deal are there as well. And this government appears to not be entirely aware that they are now operating in a minority parliament, that the basis for their support isn't limited to their party only, and that they need and require the support of opposition parties to negotiate and to pass these types of trade deals. So relying on us as the official opposition to blindly rubber stamp any piece of legislation, but in particular a piece of legislation like this, would be foolhardy. And we will not idly vote simply to ratify a deal without certain provisions and certain information being provided to us as the official opposition. That said, we do recognize the stability that is provided by a continental trade deal such as the new NAFTA. In Perth Wellington, we are landlocked. We do not share a border with our friends south of the border. But the industries in Perth Wellington are global in nature, are reliant on trade deals to export their products all over the world. After all, Perth County is #1 for pork producers in Ontario. Wellington County is right behind them at #3. Both Perth and Wellington counties have over 100,000 cattle in Perth and Wellington counties, making them in the top 5 for cattle production. Perth Wellington has literally some of the most fertile farmland in the world. Farm prices for farmland are as high as $25,000 an acre. And if you believe the gossip at the local coffee shop, it's approaching $30,000 per acre due to the great nature of the farmland in Perth Wellington. Chicken production in Perth and Wellington counties accounts for nearly 1/4 of all chicken production in Ontario. Zone 6 and 7 of eggs for the egg farmers of Ontario have over 800,000 and over 1.7 million laying hens in these 2 areas. And of course, the dairy industry in Perth Wellington is massive. There are more dairy farmers in Perth Wellington than in any other electoral district in this country. So when we talk about trade deals, when we talk about agriculture, Perth Wellington is truly at the heart of these discussions on the global scale. But it's not just agriculture. It's auto parts manufacturing as well. We have auto parts facilities in our riding, including many in the city of Stratford, but also those across the riding, including in places like Palmerston, Arthur, Listowel, and St. Mary's, who provide inputs to the auto parts industry. So it's important that we provide the stability of this trade deal. But at the same time, this trade deal saw concessions. And typically in any negotiation, when there are concessions, we receive something in return. But when we saw concession after concession after concession all we got in return was maintaining the status quo. There wasn't any new market access. There wasn't any new opportunities for farmers and farm families and model parks manufacturers in Perth Wellington to expand on the global scale. But what we saw was concessions, 3.6% in the dairy industry, the elimination of Class 6 and 7 of milk classes. What we saw was potential limits on future exports in the dairy industry. And this is all against the backdrop of $619 million worth of dairy imports into Canada already from the United States. We saw an agreement that will see 10 million dozen more eggs coming into Canada. We saw the chicken industry with 57 metric tons more to flow into Canada, which is nearly double that which was negotiated in the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And on the issue of sovereignty, we've seen a trade agreement where we need permission from another country. We need permission from the United States to explore trade deals with non-market countries. This is a concern for the people across Canada and for the people in Perth Wellington. But despite all these concessions, despite all these opportunities where we gave, what did we see in return? We did not see a softwood lumber agreement, which has been called for since the beginning of the previous Parliament to help our forestry sector. We saw that the Buy American provisions have remained. While Mexico was able to negotiate a specific chapter on Buy American, Canada did not. And we've seen concerns raised around the aluminum industry. And my colleague, the honourable member from Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, has been a strong voice on this, not only for his constituents, but for the aluminum industry as a whole. And he has proposed meaningful solutions to help address these concerns. He is truly a champion for the people of Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, but also for the aluminum industry as a whole. Now, Madam Speaker, trade is important, particularly with the Canada-United States relationship. Estimates from places like the Canadian Chamber of Commerce have indicated that two-way trade is as high as $627.8 billion on an annual basis. That's approximately $320 billion of exports from Canada and about $307 billion of exports back into Canada. So this is important. This is important for the industry, but it goes back to our minority parliament context and the information that is important and needed by all parties, but in particular the opposition parties, to implement this trade agreement. On December 12th, members of the official opposition met with staff and members of parliament from the government, and they requested very specific information about the impact, about the economic impact that this trade deal would have on specific sectors. Here we are, February 3rd, that information is still outstanding. And in fact, Madam Speaker, on January 28th, this question was asked in question period. And the minister responsible said that the chief economist from Global Affairs Canada was working on an economic impact, was working on getting that information. But yet here we are, still without that information, still being asked to ratify this trade deal, despite not having all the information that is needed to ratify this trade deal. So, Madam Speaker, we as the official opposition have a duty. We have a duty to analyze any piece of legislation that comes before this House, but in particular, one that has such a lasting and broad impact on our economy here, across every province and every territory, including mine of Perth Wellington. Now, Madam Speaker, for us to do that meaningfully, we need the information that's required. We need the government to provide us with the economic impact assessments that would tell us the impact this will have on the dairy industry, on the supply managed commodities, on the aluminum industry, on the auto parts industry, on each of these industries in our ridings and across the country. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to put our record of negotiations up against any, but we cannot simply idly stand by and ratify an agreement until this information is available to parliamentarians. So I look forward to continued debate on this matter. I look forward to the key sector and stakeholders groups appearing before committee and telling us how they see the economy, how they see our country being impacted by this trade deal, because we are not getting the information, as of yet, from this government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for a very well-reasoned speech today. And we know that almost certainly those economic impact figures are available, but for reasons we can only suspect, they are being withheld from Canadians. I'd like to ask my colleague about the 70% rule, which the Liberals seem so proud of, saying that it didn't exist in the original NAFTA. Well, Madam Speaker, it wasn't necessary in the original NAFTA because in the 1990s, Russia, China, India, and Canada were all basically producing the same volume of aluminum. But in this century, China has grown to be the first largest producer, 33 metric tons in 2018, compared 10 times what Canada produces at barely 2.9 metric tons. And where Mexico, our partner in the new NAFTA, doesn't have any or didn't have any aluminum production at all of a sudden Chinese aluminum being dumped through Mexico is showing up in the United States, it's showing up in India, it's showing up in Vietnam, and this is being considered, this deficient treaty with a very serious potential impact, we won't know until we see the actual figures, is having a very serious impact on the Canadian aluminum industry. So I wonder if my colleague could comment on this backdoor corruption of what was at one time a Canadian dominant partnership in the North American aluminum sector.
Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's an excellent question from my friend and colleague from Thornhill. That is the concern. And that is the concern that's being expressed by my friend and colleague, the Honourable Member from Chicoutimi-Le Fjord. He is such a strong advocate for the aluminum industry, particularly in his riding. And he doesn't want to see, and nowhere does anyone on this side of this House want to see the potential for that industry to become corrupted, to use the word, by dumping of aluminum from China into Mexico. So this 70% rule looks good on its face, but it ignores the realities of what we're going to see on the ground. It ignores the realities of what we're seeing today, where the market cap is already above that 70%, where we're already having a major role here, but we're seeing the impact of that down the road. But how can we tell this? How can we know this for a fact without the economic impact assessments that have been promised to the opposition parties since December 12th of this year? But here we are on day 3 of debate on Bill C-4. And the government still hasn't provided those statements. You know, in fact, in question period, we heard that the government was working on this. Well, Madam Speaker, if they've been working on it since December 12th, are we simply supposed to take their word that, yes, it is as they've said? Madam Speaker, that's not good enough for the people in the aluminum industry. It's not good enough for the people in Perth Wellington. It's not good enough for the Canadian people who are impacted by this trade agreement.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, back in the original trade agreement with Brian Mulroney, then Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, John Crosbie played a very critical role in the whole free trade agreement in itself. He himself, on one of the days, indicated that he had not read the agreement in its entirety. We've had the TPP under Stephen Harper, where we had Thomas Mulcair stand up and say that they oppose the TPP, and there was absolutely no information that was being provided by the government. In the last 2.5 years, there has been a wide spectrum of the debate and discussions. Parties have put their thoughts and ideas on the record, and I'm wondering if the member across the way would do a bit of a comparison in terms of the amount of discussions and dialogue and debate on this agreement to previous agreements where other administrations were there, that I think this agreement would fare quite well.
Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader for his question, because it gives me the opportunity to talk about the Conservative Party record on trade, and in particular the work of the member from Abbotsford and the former Agriculture Minister, Jerry Ritz, who were instrumental in negotiating the Trans-Pacific Partnership. I've spoken with stakeholder groups, and especially the agriculture industry, who've received phone calls at all hours of the night from these two gentlemen based on where the negotiations were being undertaken. Updating them on the negotiations, letting them where Canada was going as a country, and making sure that they were on board and on side with the important discussions that were taking place. They stood up for our country, they stood up for the agriculture industry, and I am proud of the record of people like the member from Abbotsford and Jerry Ritz. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. To the Minister for Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm delighted to speak this morning in support of the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement, Bill C-4. And I want to start by acknowledging that we're gathered here on the traditional lands of the Algonquin peoples. And let me take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to thank our Deputy Prime Minister and her outstanding team for their effort in securing this deal for Canada. There were many moments of angst, but our minister was diligent and focused on getting not just any deal, but the best deal for all Canadians. The new CUSMA is a big win for Canadian businesses, Canadian jobs, and Canada as a whole. This agreement solidifies our government's resolve to expand trade across the world through agreements such as CETA, CPTPP, and a renewed NAFTA. This agreement will help our middle class grow and allow more jobs to be created right here in Canada. And this agreement has wins for all parts of the country and in many, many sectors. Madam Speaker, trade is more important today than at any other time, and access to other markets free of tariffs allow us to compete around the world, and it also gives our businesses certainty and predictability. This agreement allows for over 500 million people in North America to trade freely, to move freely, and to be able to build an area of trade that is unprecedented in the world. As we saw just last Friday, Madam Speaker, in Europe, after 47 years, we saw our good friends, the United Kingdom, exit out of the European Union. We know that many parts of the world are contracting in trade. And this is an opportunity, I think, for Canada and for North America to shine as we solidify and we reaffirm our interconnectedness, the people-to-people ties, and the enormous economic benefits that we have seen over the last 24 years through NAFTA. This builds on NAFTA, and in fact, it advances in many significant ways. And I want to just outline a few key points in this agreement, Madam Speaker. First, there's a lot of conversation on agriculture and the very important issue of supply management. This was central to our negotiations in this agreement, and as you can see, Madam Speaker, supply management is secured in this agreement. It allows our farmers to benefit from existing policies, and of course, it does open up a little bit of market share to others, but fundamentally it does secure for all farmers the supply management system that we have. It's important because Canada-U.S. bilateral agriculture trade was $63 billion in 2017. Canada-Mexico bilateral agricultural trade was $4.6 billion in 2017. So together, it represents close to $70 billion in trade, and this allows us and allows our farmers to be secure in the work that they do. And of course, for those who are affected, we will compensate them. We will have checks going to them as early as this month. The auto sector is something that's very important to our economy. It affects us across the country, but particularly in Ontario and particularly in Scarborough, where we have had a lot of auto workers and a lot of auto-related jobs. But we know in the last 25 years we've lost many jobs. I grew up in a place called the Golden Mile, which is walking distance from my apartment. In the Golden Mile area, we had Ford, we have GM, we had many auto manufacturers and suppliers. And over the years, we saw many of these jobs move. But what's critical is that there still is a very strong auto industry in Canada. And we see the pressures in Europe. We see countries like Germany, countries like France, countries like the United Kingdom who are struggling to maintain a strong auto industry. And I believe this agreement will ensure that the Canadian auto industry remains strong and vibrant and will ensure high-paying jobs for Canadians going forward. As you know, Mr. Speaker, on November 30th, our government signed a side agreement which essentially ensures us against possible 232 tariffs on cars and car parts, and this is critical for protection of auto jobs. Canada is in fact the only G7 country to have such protection, and it really does allow us to advance the auto industry. Permit me to speak very briefly on the cultural exemption that was negotiated in this agreement. As you know, I was previously Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage, and in that role I met with many different stakeholders in the cultural sectors. In fact, there are over 650,000 quality jobs for the middle class that's a result of our cultural industries. There are 75,000 jobs alone just in Quebec, and it's a $53.8 billion industry. Essentially, this is an important part of our economy. It also is an important part of who we are as a people, and the cultural exemption provisions really does allow our cultural industries to continue without its ability to create content being diluted, and it's such an important part of this agreement. One thing that there's a great deal of skepticism when the minister and our government spoke about protection for the environment, for gender equality, and for labor. There was a great deal of criticism from others saying that this is a trade agreement. We should not bring in issues that may appear to be ancillary to trade into these discussions. And I'm very proud to say that we did not give in to that. We knew and we know that we can have good trade and good social policies at the same time, and we can advance many important values that Canada espouses through these trade agreements. This particular agreement is an example of how we were able to do that. On the environment, we have, for the first time, we're ensuring that we're upholding air quality in flights, marine pollution. We believe that commitments to high levels of environmental protection are an important part of not just this trade agreement, but all trade agreements. And they protect our workers, and they protect our planet. On gender equality, we worked hard to achieve a good deal that benefits everyone, but particularly to ensure that provisions that protect women's rights and minority rights, Indigenous rights, and environmental protections are the strongest in any of our agreements that we have currently, which also includes protection for labor and to ensure that there are minimum standards that are across our three countries. And this is why I believe, because of a variety of reasons, we have Canadians from many different backgrounds who are in fact supporting this agreement. For example, Premier Moe of Saskatchewan has said a signed USMCA trade deal is good news for Saskatchewan and for Canada. Hassan Youssef, the president of the Canadian Labour Congress, has said this agreement gets it right on labour provisions, including provisions to protect workers against employment discrimination on the basis of gender. I can speak for much longer, Mr. Speaker, but I do want to conclude by saying that this is a very important step in protecting our economy, creating middle-class jobs, ensuring our businesses are able to compete, ensuring that Canadians have access, secured access to this 500 million market. And this is an important step forward in advancing our economy. And I look forward to all parties coming together to support this agreement. This is not, no agreement is perfect, but there is sufficient benefits here in many, many sectors and across the country that warrant the support of all parties. And I look forward to questions from my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Battle River, Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the member's speech, but I would make a couple of brief comments, and that I find it very interesting that the members in the government are quick to criticize certain premiers across this country, except when they take certain quotes to say further their agenda. I find that very, very concerning. So I would preface my comments by that, but I find it interesting that the members opposite are quick to say that they accomplished so much in this trade deal. However, at the briefing that was on this new NAFTA, or as I like to suggest, maybe NAFTA 0.7, the negotiators that hosted that briefing last week said that they did not get anything, virtually anything accomplished regarding the environment, that they did not get hardly anything that they'd hoped on some of the cultural and social exemptions that they seem to be boasting so much about. So I would certainly like to hear from my honourable colleague across the floor that if he can expand on why the members, the hardworking public servants that provided the briefing last week, on why their perspective is so different than the perspective that we are hearing from the members across the floor.
Agreed to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Services.
Thank you. And I first want to congratulate my friend opposite for his election to the House, and to really say that in this renewed agreement, many things were on the table. We know that, for example, cultural content was on the table to be negotiated, and I believe our minister and our team worked very hard to secure cultural exemption as part of the agreement. It's integral that something that was on the table, we were able to push back and to secure within the agreement to ensure that our content producers are those who are employed in this sector, over 650,000 of them are protected. And that's the type of advances, I believe, that we see in this agreement. That's why I'm asking the member opposite and the party opposite to support this deal. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Peace River West Walk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank my honourable colleague for his speech today. In his speech, he mentioned the fact that the automotive industry is thriving in Canada. I'm not sure if thriving is the word that I would use. I think just yesterday I was reading about FCA is reducing production here in Canada. I noticed that there is a cap on the amount of units that we are able to produce here in Canada, and so I don't think that this is a new NAFTA. This is a half NAFTA. The other thing that I want to point out again is coming from where I come from. Forestry sector is a huge part, at least a third of the economy where I come from. And again, we have no security with the softwood lumber in this agreement. And so I was just wondering what my colleague had to say about the comment that this is half NAFTA, not NAFTA 2.0. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
To my friend opposite, I know we worked very closely on the Indigenous Affairs Committee last time, and I look forward to working with him again in this Parliament. I do disagree with him on a number of issues, and particularly describing this as half NAFTA. In fact, this is a newly improved agreement that's going to protect Canadian jobs, ensure our businesses are able to compete, and to allow and to continue to allow our middle class to grow. And that is really what this agreement is about. There are provisions in the agreement that protect our auto workers. It allows our auto industry to continue its groundbreaking work and to make sure that our workers are protected. And I use that in the context of other areas, other countries where the auto sectors are struggling in relation to the Canadian auto sector. And of course, we've seen some reduction in employment, but what's important is that we have enough protection within this agreement to allow our auto sector to continue to build on what they're doing already.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Drummond. Drummond, excuse. Honorable député de Drummond.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I hear a lot of praise about this deal coming from our colleagues opposite, about gains for Canada, but nothing about aluminum workers in Quebec and supply-managed farmers who've made huge sacrifices just to allow for those gains to be made. So what about those workers? Concessions have been made in those industries. Would my colleague be open to enshrining supply management in law so that it could no longer be used as a bargaining chip in future trade deal negotiations? And we should stop saying that steel and aluminum are being protected. It's parts that are being protected, but not the aluminum that's smelted and cast. I'd like to hear my colleague's response, a very brief response. Madam Speaker, thank you for the question from my colleague for Drummond.
Speaker, is that in terms of aluminum, there are protections here that were not in the original NAFTA, and I believe this is progress, and it does protect workers. And I do want to just make a comment about the cultural exemption, which directly impacts workers in Quebec. In fact, 75,000 workers in Quebec are protected because of the cultural exemption provisions that are contained in this agreement. And I believe it does allow for our sectors and our creative sectors to continue and to thrive within Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for La Prairie. This is a heavy topic and a vast topic. I'm just going to talk about the country of origin rules, the background, and why this deal is a threat to the aluminum industry in Quebec. First of all, modern deals began with the European Union, which came out of the Treaty of Rome. What they did back then was they created a customs union. In those countries, goods can circulate without customs duties. So those countries could conduct business without any impediments to trade. But when they negotiated with other countries, there was one negotiator who spoke on behalf of the entire community when they were dealing with countries outside the customs union. And that was principally had to do with dealing with the Americans and GATT. So if a car, for example, a Japanese car, if somebody wanted to sell a Japanese car within those 6 countries of the European customs duty, it would have to be the same deal for all 6 countries. It couldn't be different from any of those. All 6 countries had equal treatment. That's how it worked back then. And then in '89, when Canada and the U.S. entered into their first free trade deal, it was different. They wanted no obstacles to trade between Canada and the U.S., so you couldn't put customs duties on a product coming from Quebec or Canada and going to the U.S. So let's use the same example. If somebody wanted to sell a Japanese car in the United States and the Americans decided independently, because they could decide for themselves, they could say, we don't want your Japanese car. but the Japanese car could come to Canada and then get through to the United States via Canada. And that was not respectful of the whole purpose of the trade deal. So to protect against that, the Americans and the Canadians said, if you can't use one country to get through the back door to the other country without any customs duty. So we said, if you want to do that, Japanese car makers have to produce their cars in Canada, and then they can sell them in the U.S. So that was the country of origin rule. In order to sell a Japanese car in the United States, it had to first be made within Canada or the U.S. Then when Mexico entered into the deal, that's when we came up with the 62.5% rule. What do we have today? We have 3 countries that have a certain amount of sovereignty. There are 2 of the 3 countries that produce aluminum, Canada and the U.S. Mexico produces no aluminum. We have a foreign producer, which is China. And China, in just 5 years, has increased their production by 48%. They produce 4 times more than the second largest aluminum producer in the world. So we're talking about a big player here. China is a big player. They produce 15 times more aluminum than we do. And so China is practicing dumping. And what does that mean? They're producing goods and they're selling them for lower than cost. And why? Well, there's a number of reasons, but one of the main reasons is that they can kill off their competition and occupy the whole marketplace. That is what dumpers do, Madam Speaker. And so Canada has anti-dumping legislation, and so does the United States. Because we produce aluminum, we need to protect our market. So the solution for China is to go through Mexico. Mexico produces no aluminum, so they don't need anti-dumping legislation to protect a non-existent industry in Mexico. So in just 2 months, between May and July 2019, China increased its exports by 240% of aluminum to Mexico. They have discovered a loophole. The Chinese are selling aluminum to Mexicans, and then the Mexicans process that. They convert the aluminum into aluminum parts, and then that can come across the border into Canada and the U.S. We have anti-dumping legislation, but by converting the aluminum into parts, they get around that legislation.
So by using dumping and then getting into countries that are supposed to be protected against anti-dumping, they get around these laws. So this promotes jobs in China and production in China, even though they produce the dirtiest aluminum in the world. And then we process it into, or rather it is processed into automotive parts made out of that dirty aluminum. So that scheme is working quite well. Between May and July, Madam Speaker, there was an increase of 260% in 2 months of exports from Mexico to the U.S. The scheme is profitable, it's well known, and it exists, and we absolutely need to get rid of it. Now, what does the agreement do to deal with this? Nothing. Now, Quebec and Canada, but particularly Quebec, depend on the aluminum sector. And so the Liberals came out with a lot of different platitudes. They said that, oh, well, you know, we have a new requirement for 70% of component parts that are produced in North America. That's a new requirement. But what I've just explained, Madam Speaker, is backed up by numbers and facts. And we've seen that this scheme will continue even under the new agreement. There's a lot of talk about Donald Trump. They're afraid of Donald Trump. Everyone's afraid of Donald Trump. But fundamentally, this government didn't kowtow to Donald Trump. They kowtowed to Mexico. And they decided to produce component parts with aluminum that was dumped by China into Mexico. And they think, Madam Speaker, that we won't notice. but we noticed. We called out that scheme a number of times. Why? Because aluminum is the second largest export sector for Quebec. It's an extremely important market for us. Just go to Lac Saint-Jean, visit aluminum factories on the North Shore of Quebec or elsewhere, and you'll see how many workers work in that sector, and they have good, well-paid jobs. We're talking about 70,000 direct jobs, plus all of the spin-offs. And that is what the government is trying to offer now. They're trying to offer this poorly created deal, and maybe they're just used to having Quebec make concessions. We know who always has to make concessions. It's Quebec. Well, today we're standing up and we're saying that we need to ensure that this agreement is modified. Now, I know we're not going to reopen everything and renegotiate it, but there are things that we can do. And we are calling upon the government to do its duty here, because jobs in Quebec depend on it, because the second largest export sector in Quebec depends on it. That's why the Bloc Québécois is standing up on this issue, because we are certain that we are defending the interests of Quebec. That's what we were elected for, and that's what we're going to be fighting for throughout this Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Secretary, Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the passion from the member opposite. Obviously, it's a very important issue for all of Canada. In particular, there's been focus from the Bloc with respect to the aluminum industry in the province of Quebec. And I would ask the member to reflect in terms of what's currently in place prior to this particular agreement. And what this agreement does do is provide something that wasn't there prior. I see that as a good thing, and hopefully we'll be able to get maybe some of the more specific questions answered once it gets to committee, but would further note that even the Premier of the province of Quebec is strongly in favour, raises concerns, no doubt, but is also encouraging the passage, and I'm just wondering if he could provide his thoughts in regards to that.
Député de la Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Well, thank you for the question from the member. Well, listen, it's clear that in any trade deal, there are always benefits for the countries involved. We've known that since Adam Smith. Of course, trade is important. But the fundamental problem that we have is that they weren't able to make a really good agreement and to identify this scheme that is leaving Quebecers in a very uncomfortable situation. There's aluminum being dumped from China into Mexico. I gave you the numbers, and this is something that is much more recent and is really an exploding problem. And so we need an agreement that would end this unfair competition from China. But the government didn't do that. And once again, Quebec is paying for that mistake. Of course, agreements are positive. There are benefits to it. We're not saying that's not the case. We're saying there's a loophole in this agreement that is imperiling a very important industry in Quebec. There is the possibility to fix that shortcoming, to fix that loophole, and I encourage us to do that. I think we should work together to ensure that Quebec will not have to pay for these fast-tracked trade agreements.
Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I heard what the member said, and certainly we in the Conservative Party agree with the idea that not enough was done on the aluminum file in this agreement. So, of course, we support the Bloc and we support the province of Quebec and their aluminum sector. But, Madam Speaker, I'd like to know what the member and the Bloc will do to support the oil industry in Alberta. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Madam Speaker, we're not trying to negotiate here. We're not trying to say, well, if you'll help out the aluminum industry, then, we can talk about the other industries too. We're talking about a trade agreement that includes a very insidious loophole that is harming Quebecers, and that's the aluminum loophole. So before we start talking about any other industries that are not affected by this trade deal, before we go any further, I think we should start by ensuring that we work in favor of the interests of Quebec. And those interests are legitimate. All we want, Madam Speaker, is justice. That's it. We just want to be on an equal footing with other aluminum producers in the world. We can do it well. We produce the cleanest aluminum in the world, and we can compete with anyone, but not if there's unfair competition. We don't want to be hit with unfair competition. There's no country on earth that would accept it, and neither will Quebec. Questions and comments?
For Senegal Highlands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague, the member from the Bloc Québécois. I'd like to ask him a question, because as far as I understand it, this version of NAFTA, NAFTA 2.0, offers more protections to the aluminum industry than the current NAFTA, that is, the old NAFTA that's still in force. Of course, I think there are more things that we could hope for, but in my opinion, NAFTA 2.0 is better for the aluminum sector than the original version.
The
Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, first of all, there were protections given to the steel sector, and I talked about that, the history of that. There were free trade zones created and other measures. Why was that done for steel but not aluminum? Why is it that now we have this emergency? Well, two reasons, Madam Speaker. And I have numbers to support this. Currently, there's a vicious cycle underway. We have China dumping aluminum, and that is endangering Quebec aluminum because of those component parts that are made in Mexico with Chinese aluminum. And the agreement completely condones this. If we let this stand, the cleanest aluminum in the world from Quebec may well die out. Resuming debate.
Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I stand among my colleagues today with the duty of holding this government to account over the new NAFTA agreement they have agreed to, and now ask us to ratify, or now ask the House to ratify. I would note that they want us to ratify this as soon as possible, yet they still have not provided the requested documents, including the cost-benefit analysis. I do intend on voting to ratify this agreement because industry, especially the automotive sector, needs certainty so we can keep Canadians working and obtain new investment. Sadly, Madam Speaker, it's too late for Oshawa. Though this trade agreement has its issues, the certainty of a trade deal will keep our exporting companies in Canada and hopefully bring an end to 4 turbulent years. When this Prime Minister originally took office, he had the TPP and the CETA ready to sign, and we had good relations with both China and India. There were talks of potential trade agreements with each of these growing economies. Well, both China and India want nothing to do with this Prime Minister now, and the new TPP is a shell of its original form. It does not include the United States. Madam Speaker, 1 in 4 may be average for a baseball player, but it's an awful record for the Prime Minister. Now, what I'd like to focus on today is how this government has misstepped at every possible turn on the world stage. In fact, Madam Speaker, this all could have been avoided 5 years ago with the signing of the original Trans-Pacific Partnership in 2015 or 2016. The TPP was set to open up Canada to some of the largest markets in the world, over 1.2 billion people. Now, Canada is a signatory to a new version of the agreement, but there's one noticeably absent signatory, the United States. The Trans-Pacific Partnership, in its original form, was the renegotiation of NAFTA, given both Mexico and the United States were involved in the agreement, and it solved key bilateral and, more importantly, multilateral issues. One of the TPP's main purpose was to counter the rapid economic expansionism of China, an issue that is growing larger day by day. Now China is holding their economic power over our heads as the Prime Minister tries to navigate the current situation he's created. I rose in this House during the last month of the previous Parliament to raise a point that the Prime Minister had the opportunity to avoid the turbulent last 4 years of NAFTA renegotiation if he just signed the original TPP. In response, the member from Mississauga Centre completely ignored history and said that claim is that if we had ratified the TPP, it would have solved so many problems, but the U.S. pulled out of the TPP. Madam Speaker, this attitude is still taken by the Liberal government today. They can't seem to remember that this Prime Minister refused to sign the original TPP more than once. By October 6th in 2015, almost 2 weeks before the 2015 election, the ministers from each of the 12 signatories gathered to announce that the negotiations were complete for TPP. All this Prime Minister had to do was put pen to paper. As reported by Bill Curry on November 15, 2015, 14 months before President Trump was even sworn in, the Prime Minister's best friend internationally, Barack Obama, was in the Philippines and referenced Canada when he said, "We are both soon to be signatories of the TPP agreement." But alas, the Prime Minister didn't sign. Fast forward to March 2016, still 9 or 10 months before President Trump took office. This time the Prime Minister said he was confident that the softwood lumber dispute would be resolved in a matter of weeks to a month under the TPP, a sentiment shared by President Obama during the Prime Minister's first official visit to the White House. Again, Madam Speaker, sadly the Prime Minister didn't sign. Even with the most progressive president in recent U.S. history, the Prime Minister's BFF, he refused to sign the agreement because it wasn't progressive enough for him. By virtue signaling aside, the TPP was important because it was set to resolve many of the issues that we still face today. For example, under the agreement, there would not have been issues with Section 232 steel and aluminum tariffs. Signing that agreement would have stopped this years-long debacle in its tracks before it even started, Madam Speaker. President Trump may have been able to renegotiate a trade agreement with 2 other countries, as he did with this NAFTA, but he did that over the past 2 years. Trying to negotiate a trade deal with 11 other signatories would have been next to impossible, and the original TPP was actually a template for that agreement going forward. If the Prime Minister had signed the TPP in the first place, this mess he created would have likely been avoided. Now, the handling of the TPP was the first time the Prime Minister angered other world leaders, but it wouldn't be the last, Madam Speaker. After the Prime Minister kicked the TPP down the road, a new president took the Oval Office, President Trump, who pulled our southern neighbor out of the agreement. The remaining countries proceeded without the U.S. and were ready to sign in 2017. In fact, the leaders of each soon-to-be signatory gathered in a room for a historic event, but the Prime Minister decided to play hooky and refused to sign once again. He was nowhere to be found. He just didn't show up, Madam Speaker. Over and over, the Prime Minister's failed Canada on the international trade file and has angered our global partners. In response to these antics, the leaders of the aspiring TPP signatories were outraged. High-level Australian officials described the Prime Minister's no-show as sabotaging the Trans-Pacific Partnership, according to the National Post. One official even told Australia's ABC News that Canada screwed everybody. How bad does it have to be, Madam Speaker, with Australia getting so upset at you? Now, the Prime Minister did later sign the updated agreement, but not until he angered allied world leaders and waited for the United States to withdraw. But it gets worse. In 2017, when President Trump officially indicated his intention to renegotiate NAFTA, the administration issued a list of specific provisions and issues that they were looking to have renegotiated. At that time, Madam Speaker, they put forward concerns regarding supply management, rules of origin, and other specific areas of interest. In response, however, this Liberal government responded by voicing their outspoken commitment to the so-called progressive agenda and did not even address the list of priorities put forward by the United States administration. They didn't even address it. This began a negotiating process that saw our U.S. counterparts leave the negotiating table and deal only with Mexico until they had worked out all the details without Canadian input. This government's inability to get the job done appropriately led to Canada to an agreement that only maintains certain standards and provisions but doesn't gain anything over the original NAFTA agreement. Madam Speaker, this is basically a Mexican-U.S. agreement, and we're only involved because Mexico felt bad for Canada. The Liberal government's negotiating team was forced to sit at the kids' table while the adults settled the details. Now, Now look, I've never been the Prime Minister of this great country, but it doesn't take a genius to know that if one screws up an opportunity like the Trans-Pacific Partnership, one should at least try to make up for it. But no, this Prime Minister has decided not to bring an end to the Southwood lumber dispute and made our trade relationships with the Indo-Pacific nations like China and India even worse. Rather than finding a solution to the softwood lumber dispute and getting exemptions to buy America, the Prime Minister's logic has been give away our trade sovereignty to the United States. For example, Madam Speaker, if we want to sign a trade agreement with a non-market economy like China, we now have to ask the U.S. for permission. And the last time I checked, Canada was a strong, powerful country that shouldn't need to ask Dad for a treat. I can understand, Madam Speaker, why the Prime Minister might not trust his own decision-making, but to forfeit Canada's sovereignty is not the solution. The Prime Minister needs to understand that people's entire livelihoods are at stake when he repeatedly makes mistakes that could have been easily avoided. We all know this too well. In Oshawa, our assembly plant didn't receive a new product allocation. And while the Prime Minister dithered and dithered, Oshawa lost. Now, Madam Speaker, we're debating this bill in its current form, and yes, issues remain. On December the 12th, members of the Conservative caucus requested the release of the economic impact studies for the new NAFTA agreement. It now has been 54 days since the request, and we have yet to see the report. On this side of the House, we have been asking when the economic impact study will be released, and as usual, the Prime Minister and his government are ducking the questions. It's a simple question that doesn't need to be dodged. The economic impact study will give greater insight on the effects of the agreement. The question remains, what do the Liberals have to hide? The study is important because Canada deserves a trade agreement that is going to benefit all of us. For example, Madam Speaker, what's very important to my community, the agreement requires that 40% of cars produced in Mexico be completed by workers making at least $16 an hour. But because of this, there's an assumption that automotive manufacturing jobs will migrate north. But how many jobs are expected to be created here in Canada? It's impossible to know because the economic impact study has not been released. And what effect will this have on the price of cars? Again, we don't know because the Liberals refused to release the study. With that said, Madam Speaker, I do plan on supporting the deal. Though the agreement has issues as a result of the Prime Minister's bad decisions, premiers, small businesses, farmers, and manufacturers need the certainty so they can resume their day-to-day business. Canadian business can't wait any longer for certainty, and they need to make investments and decisions for their livelihoods. Canadians need a deal, and that's why I plan on supporting the agreement. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Great job. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Mississauga East Cookson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Oshawa for his comments, for his remarks. I had the opportunity to sit with the member on the International Trade Committee, and if the member could recall back to the election, actually, of 2015, we made a commitment to Canadians, the Liberal government, the Liberal Party at that time, to be able to consult widely, to have a trade agreement be transparent and accountable to Canadians. And with the member, we traveled coast to coast to coast, many different communities, heard from agricultural groups, industry, labor, and the people. And I say to the member to have moved forward with the TPP, where we were hearing already in presidential debates that it would be ripped up by the United States. But we wanted to make sure that we got it right here in this government. And that is what we did, Madam Speaker. So I asked the member, is it not right to consult with all stakeholders, and especially with the people of Canada, allow them to speak, rather than a Conservative government that wanted to do things in secret and to push through a TPP that was not in Canada's interest?
The member for Oshawa.
Madam Speaker, the hypocrisy of the Liberals is unbelievable because this member, and I have worked with him, and I have a lot of respect for the member from Mississauga Streetville, but the Liberal government right now, they haven't even given us the economic impact studies. They're saying that they want this passed as soon as possible, and they haven't even, we've requested them in December. They still haven't shown us. So to say on one hand that traveling across Canada, that they had to do their due diligence, and I actually agree, but the member omits that we had already done much of that for the TPP was an agreement that we worked with Mr. Obama for 7 years. It was his legacy. It was something that he wanted to have. And with the Americans on board with the new TPP, it was part of NAFTA. It could have been resolved. All this silliness could have been resolved if they had just signed that. And by the way, Madam Speaker, just a note for my member, they did sign the agreement eventually. We had, and he remembers, we had the bureaucrats in front of committee. It was exactly the same agreement except for 2 sidebars, and of course, the United States wasn't in it. We could have avoided this whole mess if they just did it back 5 years ago, and we could be working on agreements such as the agreement with China and India to move forward, which the Americans are already ahead of us.
Good answer.
Questions and comments, questions and commentaires. L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, I've listened to the 2 main parties talking about whose fault it was during this year, the other year, and whatnot. But what we need to acknowledge is that concessions were made over the years when it comes to supply management, and today when it comes to aluminum. And that is constant. That's something we've seen in this agreement. And Quebec is always called upon to pick up the tab, and that's what they're doing. Now, so here's my question, a question that I have for members of this House, to the government, and to my colleague from the Conservative Party. Will they accept, once and for all, to put an end to concessions being made in the supply managed system? Madam Speaker, we're going to be up to 18%, and now we're giving leeway on our ability to export to countries that aren't even signatories to the agreement. That makes no sense whatsoever. So I would ask the 2 parties, will you support protecting, through legislation, our supply managed system? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I want to thank my colleague from the Bloc for his comments. And negotiations should never be on the backs of hard-working farmers. I do appreciate the fact that he's speaking up for all of Canadian farmers in the supply management field. But again, Madam Speaker, I'll go back to the original TPP agreement in which there was some concessions, but our government was very proactive and very committal in saying that there would be proper compensation for that. Again, we have this agreement with NAFTA, and my colleague brings forward that he's absolutely right. What is actually the plan moving forward? And this is something that we've been asking the Liberals, and I know my friends in the Bloc, they want to see the cost-benefit analysis too, exactly how things are going to be affected, but also the industries that are hurt. The Bloc members have brought up supply management, but also the aluminum sector. Because again, this agreement, now we have these new rules for aluminum that we hadn't had in the past. So I'm in agreement, and I'd like to see in committee, and we're going to bring forward these witnesses, to make sure that the government has a plan so that if there is somebody negatively affected, they will take the proactive approach to making certain compensation available to that, like our government did. And we got to let them know that to dither any further is not appropriate.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise for the first time in 2020 in this House and to speak. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to be here to tell the House about an important cultural gain made by the government under the new NAFTA agreement, the CUSMA agreement. Canada was successful in maintaining the general exception for cultural industries in the agreement, a key provision designed to preserve Canada's cultural sovereignty and an important aspect of the original NAFTA. The general exception for cultural industries preserves Canada's latitude to adopt and maintain programs and policies that support the creation and dissemination of Canadian artistic expression or content, including in the digital environment. From the outset, the government clearly expressed its willingness to maintain the cultural exception, and it did not abandon the objective during the negotiations, with the outcome that we are familiar with today. The cultural exception is a matter of national interest, which enjoys overwhelming support from Canada and Quebec's cultural industries, the provinces and territories, as well as several municipal and local governments. I'm very proud to say that Canada fought hard at the negotiating table and, in the end, achieved our objectives in the cultural sector by preserving the cultural exemption. Now, why is this so important? As countries become increasingly integrated economically, they need strong national cultures and cultural expressions to preserve their sovereignty and sense of identity. Canada is proud of its cultural diversity. We're proud of our heritage, our stories, our people. And as a Quebecer, we have a very rich culture. We export across the globe. And we must be proud of that as a country. And that's why it's so important to protect this sector. And I'll come back to that when it comes to our identity and the fibre, but also from an economic perspective, because there are important spin-offs as well. We understand that culture is important in many ways. Culture helps to build our societies. It strengthens social cohesion and national pride. It supports economic prosperity. It's an integral part of who we are as Canadians. It enriches our lives. Culture has always been treated differently. If we look at Canada's agreements, since the bilateral agreement signed between Canada and the United States in 1988, Canada's approach has been to exclude cultural industries from trade agreement obligations. Through the cultural exception guaranteed by the new agreement, Canada's right to pursue its domestic cultural policy objectives is protected. This result consolidates the benefits conferred by the original Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement and the original NAFTA. The new NAFTA recognizes Canada's right to promote its cultural industries through various incentives, such as subsidies, tax breaks, regulations, and other support measures. And this is where the cultural exemption is so important. It's important to note that the cultural industries exception is technologically neutral. It applies to the physical and digital environments, both. Because of its horizontal scope, it prevails over trade disciplines related to cultural industries in all chapters of the agreement, including the chapter on digital trade. The definition of Canada's cultural industries takes into account the leading role that Canadian and non-Canadian online platforms now play in the distribution of cultural content. That's why we've worked hard to ensure that the cultural exemption fully applies to the online environment. During the negotiations, it was paramount that the capacity for action to adopt measures to promote Canadian cultural expressions in the digital world under the agreement be recognized. The digital environment is evolving rapidly. It's in Canada's interest to keep its policy options open in the future, particularly in the context of the ongoing review of the Broadcasting Act, the Telecommunications Act, and the Radio Communication Act. In this regard, Canada has not only preserved its existing programs and policies, but it's given itself the flexibility it needs to intervene strategically in support of cultural industries in the future. Over the years, Canada's approach to culture in free trade agreements has been instrumental in promoting Canada's domestic cultural industries, contributing to economic growth, job creation, and prosperity. Because music, TV, film, and literature are not only entertainment, but also, as I mentioned earlier, essential to our quality of life. They also represent a major industry, an important part of our economy. Collectively, Canada's cultural industries generate more than 660,000 jobs and contribute $53 billion to our economy. In 2017, cultural industries accounted for approximately 3% of Canada's GDP, and exports were worth nearly $16 billion. Canada's cultural industries have a great deal to offer the world. Think about Drake, The Weeknd, Céline Dion, that have propelled Canada into the top global exporters. We need to acknowledge that. And then there are award-winning filmmakers, such as Xavier Dolan, Denis Villeneuve, among others, who have achieved international renown by telling their stories. And the list goes on. And it's our responsibility, collectively and as a government, to support this industry, which is at the base of our national identity. We also need to create the necessary conditions to enable today's talent and tomorrow's talent to flourish. I'd like to emphasize what Canada is prepared to do and what it has done. In recent years, for example, Canada became Hollywood North, thanks to its world-class production infrastructure and skilled workforce. It's hardly surprising then, in the last 5 years alone, that the volume of foreign-owned production in Canada has increased by 160%. Production activity has grown faster in Canada than in the United States or the UK. Our commitment to protecting culture goes beyond free trade agreements. Canada is a global advocate of the UNESCO Convention on the Protection and Promotion of Diversity and Cultural Expressions of 2005, which recognizes dual economic and social value of cultural goods and services and reaffirms the rights of governments to adopt cultural policies. In addition, the government has made the largest reinvestment in the arts and culture sectors in Canada in 30 years. In addition, these are the largest of any G7 country, precisely put in place to support all aspects of Canada's cultural ecosystem. And I'm very proud of this. It's something that we did. We started working on it in 2015. It was in the budget 2016, so we all can recall that under the previous 10 years of Conservative government, culture had been neglected. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to point out to the social and economic importance of culture, money that's invested there. In terms of GDP, jobs, it represents 3% of GDP, as I mentioned, so it's very important for the government to support our creators, our content creators, and our artists, as well as our cultural industries in this country. I'd like to reaffirm that the outcome of the agreement on culture is a significant victory for the Canadian cultural community and for all Canadians, who will continue to have access to rich and diverse cultural expressions in all media and formats. In the future, Madam Speaker, we will continue to tell our stories and express our culture in all its diversity and on all platforms. And I think that all members of this House should be happy to see that Canada has negotiated this. We worked hard to preserve the cultural exemption in Canada to ensure that it would apply in this digital era. I'm now ready to take questions that any members may have. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? No. The honourable member for Regina. Sorry. Where? Caribou. No, you are giving me the wrong answer. Sorry, Regina Wascana. Battle River Crowfoot. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments that my honourable colleague has made. And he talked at length about the cultural exemptions. However, in the briefing that we do appreciate that the Liberals provided to members of Parliament last week, the hardworking public servants that were a part of the negotiating team that briefed us on matters related to this new NAFTA, of which certainly we all recognize in this House the importance of a North American trade deal. But these negotiators did share with us that although they did make some gains on the cultural side of things, they did not on the government's so-called priorities for the environment and the and gender. So I'm wondering if he could highlight what his feelings are on the areas that the negotiators made very clear that they were not able to make progress on.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wasn't at the event that the member refers to, so I will take this opportunity to underscore the important work done by officials who worked so hard over the past months. They did excellent work under the guidance of the Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister today, who was in charge. It's important to point out and that we had a long way to go to achieve an outcome, to modernize an agreement, and to preserve the cultural exceptions. It was very well received, and when we look at the stakeholders in the industry, they are very happy with the outcome for culture. That news was very well received. It's an agreement that's well received, perhaps with the exception of the Bloc Québécois, when the Premier of Quebec asked them to ratify the agreement. But at any rate, it's a good agreement, and with respect to the cultural exemption, it's a very good deal for Canada.
The Honourable Député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his remarks. Listening to him talk about culture is music to my ears. And talking about ears, I'd like to explain to him, if he doesn't understand, why the Bloc Québécois will be opposing the agreement. And if he doesn't, I'm quite concerned, because we have spent a great deal of time explaining our reasons. Now, there are some good provisions in the agreement. However, there are some other aspects that have not even been applied here in Quebec and Canada. Now, the industry, the cultural industry in Quebec primarily, talk about artists who are having difficulty making ends meet. The funding from the government is a problem, and the previous government made cuts, but I don't think the Liberals did very much to make up for those shortcomings in the 4 years they were in power. So will the government sit down with industry representatives in the province, to listen to their concerns and try to resolve the issues, because it's an urgent one? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite. Music to his ears. I think that it is a good comment to make. And I'm pleased to remind him that the investments that we've made are of the order of $2.3 billion. We doubled the NFB's budget, the Canada Council. We've invested massively. Never over the past 30 years has a federal government invested to such a large degree as we have since we took power in 2015, because there was a decade that went by which was a very dark time for the cultural sector. It wasn't a priority for the Harper government or for the Conservatives, but it is for us. It was and it remains a priority for us. We have invested the most in the G7. So I think that we should all be proud. Just talk to people at Radio-Canada, at the Telefilm Canada, the National Film Board. Most of the stakeholders felt the difference when we came to power. And as a Quebecer, I'm hearing that we need to continue to urge the government to invest more in culture, because it's key to our identity and to our economy. Thank you very much.
Very last quick question and comment. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Buck-Levi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague across the way for his remarks. Taking a little bit different tack, I'm wondering if he could speak a little bit about the process by which this House engages on trade agreements. And something we've heard a little bit about is the comparison between the process that the United States follows and the one that we follow, whereby this House debates the content of the agreement after it has been signed at the ratification stage. And just wondering through to the honourable member whether he would agree that Canada would benefit from a more robust process that provides a formal role for this House in shaping the content of trade agreements.
Honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Very quickly. Well, I think that we need to respect the work done by parliamentarians. His suggestions are useful, but I think we need to understand the context behind the negotiations, and ultimately, in the interest of the Canadian economy at present, we need to ratify the agreement. When it comes to the premiers of the provinces, the Prime Minister, union management, there's agreement behind, support behind this agreement.
Member for Red Deer, Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as this is my first opportunity to address this House in formal debate, let me first thank the amazing citizens from Red Deer Mountain View for their support during the last election. Madam Speaker, none of us make it to this place on our own. And from that perspective, I wish not only to recognize the numerous volunteers that have supported me, but also my devoted family that has stood beside me all along the way. My wife, Judy, our son, Devin, our daughter, Megan, son-in-law, Hanno, and of course, grandchildren, Julian, Serena, and Conrad, all of whom are my inspiration for my service to my community. I've been blessed to have so many wonderful people guide me along my political journey, and over the past 12 years, I've continually felt that same sense of duty and honor each time I enter this chamber. I reflect upon the love and the passion and the desires and the counsel that my parents, my brothers, my family, my colleagues, and my friends have taught me, and I strive to live up to the honor that they have bestowed upon me by allowing me to serve as their representative. Madam Speaker, during the last Parliament, I was honored to serve on the International Trade Committee. as committee members, we had a unique view of the negotiation process and the numerous opportunities to meet with parliamentarians from around the world, including our American neighbors. I was also honored to accompany Prime Minister Harper in London in the final days of the CETA negotiations, where discussions with Canadian producers, manufacturers, and distributors looking to do business with their European counterparts took place. Canada is a trading nation, and as Conservatives, we truly are the party of trade. This was obvious by the respect that Prime Minister Harper commanded as he spoke with global leaders. And it saddens me to hear that this Liberal government continually tries to minimize the great work done by our former government and how it desperately tries to weave its way into the international trade narrative. When it comes to the comprehensive economic and trade agreement between Canada and the European Union, this government was handed CETA on a silver platter. All this Prime Minister had to do was to retrieve the ball that the Harper government had hit over the fence for the walk-off home run and sign it. This government's insistence that it reopen parts of the agreement caused serious confusion with our trading partners and showed inconsistencies and weaknesses to which other signatories were quick to take advantage. This became the opening that encouraged one of those European partners, Italy, to initiate unsubstantiated non-tariff trade barriers against Canadian durum wheat. Wow. Ironically, their ploy was to demonize us for herbicide use. This coming from a region that uses 3 to 6 times the amount of herbicides that our Canadian farmers do. And since this government had no strategy nor ability to help our farmers, the rest of the world saw this administration as weak. Canadian farmers once again took it on the chin when this government chose to tweet in Arabic about internal issues in Saudi Arabia, issues that had always been previously dealt with professionally through proper diplomatic channels. A similarly unexplainable behavior from this Prime Minister created a near disaster with Vietnam at a time when tensions were high after the U.S. pulled out of TPP discussions. Since the TPP was a template for a renewed North American trade agreement, and since it was so close to being a reality in July of 2015, it was with this belief that we saw this Prime Minister once again put our position in jeopardy by creating a scene during these negotiations. Whether it's the entire reason or not, the consequence is that we have another non-tariff trade barrier with Vietnam that once again affects our agricultural exports. Then we had our problems with India. As a member of the Trade Committee, we happened to be in Malaysia on the last leg of an ASEAN trade tour when the Prime Minister's Indian antics hit the global newswire. To say that all of us were embarrassed would have been an understatement. But if it had just been the costume party, that would have been bad enough. But revelations about his guest list and the snubbing of the Indian Prime Minister went beyond the pale. Canada had always had agreements with India regarding our pulse exports, but these agreements needed constant vigilance. The government dropped the ball, and all of a sudden we had an international incident, another non-tariff trade barrier that put our Canadian pulse producers in jeopardy. This multi-billion-dollar market became another casualty of a disjointed government strategy that lacked both knowledge and direction. Sadly, Canadians are no longer surprised with these types of unforced errors from this Prime Minister. This is also what has been the underpinning of this Prime Minister's attitude with our southern neighbors. This was obvious from the Prime Minister's confrontational commentary made once he thought the American president was out of earshot. His irresponsible statements inflamed our relationship with the United States at a time when we should have been addressing solvable irritants with our southern neighbors. There may have been a sense of bravado at the PMO, but the result was that the U.S. administration lost its respect for its traditional ally and stopped listening to us. This heightened the problems associated with the stalled steel and aluminum tariffs, slowed up any action on softwood lumber, and in the new NAFTA, solidified their entrenched position on dairy. The issues that we have with China today are complex, and I wish our diplomatic team success as they deal with these concerns. But on the trade file, The concerns that we have today have been exacerbated by this government's global knee-jerk response to serious trade issues and the serious diplomatic missteps that have been the hallmark of this government. If Canada would not stand up to the non-tariff issues of the countries I previously mentioned, then the Chinese government was pretty confident that we wouldn't stand up to their import restrictions either. Canola, pork, and beef were to become pawns in this debate. With the present developments with the USA-China agreement, we find ourselves on the outside looking in. And quite frankly, neither of these important trading partners have time for us. No longer are we that soft middle power that both our U.S. neighbors and the Chinese government would seek counsel from when issues arose. The egos of the leaders and administration of all three countries now dominate the discussion. And as Canadians, we suffer the most. So where does this leave us with the new NAFTA? We've always had strong relationships with our southern neighbors, and we must continue to value these trusted partners through a strong, well-thought-out free trade agreement. But while doing so, we must always think of our Canadian workers and their combined expertise, our manufacturers and their ability to compete with Canadian raw materials, our farmers and their world-class food production, and our natural resource industry and its respected, environmentally friendly footprint. These are the people and the industries in which they toil that any free trade agreement must consider. Now, in our present national discussion, we hear a lot of talk about the environmental practices of our mining, oil and gas, agriculture, forestry, and other industrial users, and naively think that this matters to the rest of the world. As a Western Canadian, I'd love it if we would use our environmental record as a lever for global acceptance of best practices, and that as a nation we would champion this expertise so that the world would take notice. But sadly, our global competitors that pile on when it comes to natural resource development have found allies with anti-development actors that have infiltrated political parties, honest ecological activists, and inculcated our education system. All this to portray our natural resource industries in a negative light. In Alberta, we didn't look for sweetheart deals from the federal government to allow our heavy emitters to put actual pollutants into the air, or to get permission to pour raw sewage into our rivers. Instead, we set up strong environmental conditions that made sense for our geography, that recognized our natural resource advantages from forestry and agriculture, and our desire to build on all resources for the betterment of the nation. We wanted to do our part. Now, do any of these things seem to matter to the eco-activists that will do all they can to shutter in our resources while ignoring the blatant economic sabotage and environmental disasters that are practiced by our competitors? No, but we in the West still forge ahead despite these attacks because we know that this is how we can help build a nation. So we will stand up for the green aluminum producers from Quebec because we are proud of what they produce, because it's the right thing to do. And we will stand up for our oil and gas industry because by doing so we can help displace poorly regulated and environmental suspect energy from other global suppliers because it's the right thing to do. And we'll stand up for our forestry workers, and we'll stand up for our great farmers and ranchers who produce the best food in the world with the softest environmental footprints because it's the right thing to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, in many ways, I think it's important that we recognize when the member stands in his place and he talks about the reputation of the Prime Minister and what it is that this government has done outside of Canada's borders, I would suggest to the member we only need to look in the area in which we're debating today, and that is in the area of trade. We have an incredible group of individuals, civil servants, some of arguably the best negotiators in the world that have been working with the government of Canada at achieving significant trade agreements. agreements. So when he makes reference to the world looking in, I would suggest to the member that Canada is envied around the world for the amount of trade agreements and the trade that takes place between Canada, a population base of 36 million, compared to other countries around the world. And my question to my colleague across the way, would he not agree on the trade file that Canada is one of the most aggressive countries in completing trade agreements, second really to no other Western world country?
Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, I thank the member for setting me up on that question. Madam Speaker, sadly, this government has done all it can to make things difficult for the Canadian producers and our Canadian trade people. Yes, there are some fantastic folks that are working on behalf of Canada, but unfortunately they take direction from this particular Prime Minister and his trade people in that party. And sadly, it has caused us problems. In the latest statement from the wheat growers estimates that market losses in the last 36 months as a result of non-tariff trade barriers imposed by the 6 countries that I mentioned amounts to $3.7 billion. Wow. That's the type of thing that we are talking about. No, making a show of oneself in an international scene is not something that Canadians are proud of.
Questions and commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. I will say for sure that unfortunately the member and I don't see eye to eye on some of the environmental concerns. But as a member who represents a more rural and remote riding, I understand that using our resources is really important. And in my riding, dairy farmers are very concerned. I have several dairy farms in my riding, and they're very concerned about the changes that are happening and the impacts that it will have on their communities. And I think, you know, when we look at the reality, one of the things I would like to hear the member speak on is when we look at trade agreements, how can we start to do a better job of remembering the rural and remote communities where we have those huge impacts if we're not thoughtful in moving forward? I would love to hear how the member plans to move towards some really meaningful climate activism that we need to do across this country. We have not done well in our emissions in this country, but let's just leave it on the rural and remote and making sure that as trade agreements are negotiated, that lens is put in place. I feel that they're not looked at seriously enough at this point. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. I think one of the things that one should recognize is in the CETA agreement there were discussions between the dairy industry and the government, and they went forward so that they understood what it was that was happening. And they understood as well that there was going to be money put aside to backstop for any damage that might possibly have occurred because of the agreement. The dairy producers has indicated, you know what, we think that if we get this market, we get an opportunity, we may not even have to go into that, or certainly may not have to take all of it. That disappeared when the Liberals took over. And now we are in a situation where they have given away even more concessions to the United States, class 6 and 7 milk, other issues as far as overproduction or production that we might have if we wanted to sell baby formula around the world. So those are the kinds of things that happen on the dairy front, and I think that's significant. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very, very quick question. The Honourable Member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, congratulations to the member for Red Deer Mountain View for an excellent speech. But I do think that he might want to comment a little bit. This morning in the media, the Tech Resources said that the mine that the federal government needs to be approving at the end of this month will be emissions-free by 2050. Now, we have blockers of pipelines in this country who continue to talk about green aluminum. I'd like the member to talk a little bit about the green efforts that are happening in Canada's oil and gas industry.
For Red Deer Mountain View, very, very quick answer.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And not only do we have people blocking pipelines around the country, we have them here in this particular House. You know, I think really what has been lost in the discussion as far as aluminum is concerned is, you know, when it comes to production distribution, Who are the global competitors of Canadian aluminum now, and how confident are we that we can trust those competitors to play by the rules? And since aluminum sourced in Canada is one of the most environmentally and ethically sourced on the planet, how can we effectively leverage this green aluminum at the global conscious level? If we do that, and we are prepared to help the people from Quebec, we then have to have them understand that the strides that have been made in Alberta for all of the energy sources has been just amazing. Why don't they spend a little bit of time, Madam Speaker, paying attention to what is real and look at the people around the world that are destroying this planet?
Après du débat, resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the Liberal Party for sharing this speaking time with me so I can add my voice and perspective to this important debate on the new NAFTA, or as it's called now, CUSMA. I would like to congratulate the Canadian negotiating team for getting this deal done with a U.S. administration that at best can be described as difficult to deal with. This is not a perfect agreement. As parliamentarians, we are being asked to choose between the original version of NAFTA and this updated version. The original NAFTA successfully created an integrated supply chain that benefited businesses and entrepreneurs. Unfortunately, there are many flaws in the agreement that created and accelerated inequality. For more than a decade, the Green Party has called for the renegotiation of NAFTA and the removal of problematic components. In our view, the worst part of the original agreement was the investor-state dispute settlement mechanisms and the proportionality clause, both of which have been removed from CUSMA. The investor-state provisions in NAFTA allowed foreign corporations to seek financial compensation from taxpayers through private arbitration tribunals when laws and regulations got in the way of their profits. Canada is the most sued country under these NAFTA investor-state rules, and taxpayers have paid hundreds of millions of dollars to U.S. companies. But no Canadian company has ever successfully won compensation from the U.S. government. For more than 10 years, I've worked to raise awareness about the serious problems created by investor-state provisions in our trade agreements. These provisions are anti-democratic, and they obstruct good public policy and environmental protections, including action on climate change. I'm happy to see investor-state removed from CUSMA. This is a win. I would like to see investor-state dispute settlement provisions removed from all of the trade agreements and investment treaties that Canada has signed, and they should be excluded from any new agreements. NAFTA's proportionality clause required Canada export the same proportion of energy that it had on average in the previous 3 years, even in an energy crisis. Mexico did not agree to the inclusion of this clause. Canada, the coldest NAFTA country, signed away too much control of its energy sector. Fortunately, the proportionality clause was removed from CUSMA. This is also a win. The continued exemption of bulk water exports is encouraging, and the Canadian cultural exemption remains intact. These are wins as well. Madam Speaker, the Green Party believes in fair and equitable trade that does not exploit lower labor, health, safety, or environmental standards in other countries, or result in the lowering of standards in Canada. Done right, trade can be an effective way to improve conditions for people and the planet, rather than creating a race to the bottom. Free trade agreements have allowed corporations to exploit lower wages and standards in other countries. Under the NAFTA agreement, many jobs in Canada were moved to Mexico for this reason. This hollowed out Canada's manufacturing and textile sectors and led to the loss of hundreds of thousands of good-paying jobs here. When NAFTA was negotiated and signed, Canadians were promised that it would increase prosperity. In reality, NAFTA increased wealth of the rich at the expense of working Canadians, whose wages have stagnated. As an international human rights observer in the 1990s, I accompanied labor activists who were trying to organize workers in Guatemalan sweatshops, which produced low-cost goods for the North American market. The simple act of trying to create a union led to intimidation, violence, disappearances, and murder. This was not how international trade should work. I am pleased that the CUSMA agreement creates stricter enforcement of labor standards in Mexico. It guarantees Mexican workers the rights of freedom of association and collective bargaining, and will help to strengthen the labor movement there.
Yes.
The agreement includes a rapid response mechanism for labor violations. These labor standards were strengthened in the new improved version of the agreement thanks to a push by Democrats in the United States who were not happy with the lack of proper labor standards or enforcement in the first signed version of CUSMA. The U.S. Democrats also managed to roll back the patent extensions on biologic drugs proposed in the first version of the CUSMA agreement. This change will save Canadian consumers money and make it more affordable to create a universal pharmacare program in Canada. Thankfully, the Canadian Parliament did not rush to ratify this first signed version of the agreement, so we can all benefit from these important changes made by the U.S. Democrats. Another area of improvement are the rules of origin. Higher levels of North American content are now required before goods can be certified as made in North America. There is a new 70% North American steel and aluminum requirement for automobiles, but the steel requirement guarantees that steel must be produced in North America. There is not an equal requirement for aluminum. This is something that should have been included in the agreement. Madam Speaker, our supply management system for dairy and poultry farmers will remain intact, but none of the drawbacks to the new, one of the drawbacks to the new agreement is that it will allow imports of dairy products from the U.S. This will undermine the economic viability of Canadian farms and will require compensation to farmers. In addition, many dairy products in the U.S. contain a genetically modified bovine growth hormone called RBGH, which is banned in Canada. We need legislation in place to ensure that U.S. products containing RBGH are either labeled or blocked from entering this country. Madam Speaker, the CUSMA agreement makes some progress on the environmental protections. Countries are committed to meet their obligations on a number of multilateral environmental treaties they have signed. These agreements are all enforceable. What CUSMA is missing is any mention of climate change and any obligation for the 3 CUSMA countries to uphold their commitments under the climate accords. While the climate change targets established in Paris are binding, there are no enforcement mechanisms or penalties for countries that do not live up to their commitments. Increasing trade in goods will accelerate climate change. One of the best ways to combat climate change is to localize our economies as much as possible. This is especially true for agricultural products. Redundant trade, such as importing products that can easily be produced locally, does not make sense. Madam Speaker, there are other concerns with CUSMA. The agreement fails to address the decades-long softwood lumber dispute between Canada and the United States. Getting a proper agreement on softwood is critical to the health of the Canadian forest industry. The Good Regulatory Practices chapter is also concerning. Who decides what good regulatory practices are? Will this process involve only business and government, or will civil society organizations representing labor, consumers, and the environment be involved? The extension of copyright from 50 years after an author's death to 75 years is an unnecessary change. Madam Speaker, it's ironic to hear the Conservatives complaining about not having enough access during the negotiation process and having to study an agreement that is a done deal. This really speaks to the lack of a clear and transparent process for negotiating trade agreements. The process of negotiating CUSMA included briefings for an expanded group of stakeholders, going beyond just the business organizations and corporations that were consulted in the past. That's an improvement, but there is still work to do to make trade agreements negotiations process more transparent. It is unacceptable that Canadians and the parliamentarians who represent them can only get involved in a debate about the merits of a trade agreement once it has been completed and signed. Both the Liberals and Conservatives have complained about the secretive nature of the negotiation process while they were in opposition. The Greens believe that we should be following the European Union model for trade negotiations. We should have an open, transparent discussion and debate about Canada's objectives before negotiations start. That debate should continue during and after negotiations are concluded. There should also be a socio-economic analysis of the potential impacts and benefits of a new trade agreement that is made available to all Canadians. Madam Speaker, for years I've spoken out loudly against the corporate free trade model, so people who know me might wonder why I intend to support the CUSMA agreement. This is not a perfect agreement. The negotiation process is flawed. We can and should do better. But this is a choice between retaining the old, flawed NAFTA or ratifying this new, improved version. A step forward is preferable to the status quo. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do appreciate the position and the comments from the Green Party in recognizing that it is something of value to do a comparison between the new agreement, the modernization of the old agreement. And there are some significant steps that have been taken forward. Some of them are very much social progressive measures that have already been made mention of. What I would ask my colleague to recognize, because there's been a great deal of discussion about the process. And it's fair to say that we have, and I've made reference to this before, an incredible group of people, civil servants that have assisted in negotiations and made these negotiations even possible, or this agreement even possible, with the leadership of the government. But having said that there is no one that would be surprised in the sense that there's been talks and discussions and consulting that have been taking on virtually in the last 2.5 years. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts in regards to the many dialogues that have been taking place well in advance of the agreement itself actually being signed, and would he not assert some value to that?
Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Lady Goldsmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I actually appreciate, and I've said that I appreciate that there has been an expanded consultation on this agreement in particular and with CPTPP. And I think that we need to continue that process and to have more debate in Parliament before we enter into the process of starting a trade negotiation to discuss whether expanded trade, for example, the Conservatives want a trade agreement with China. We are, we have a China committee right now looking at problems with China, and what are the socio-economic impacts of getting into a trade negotiation with China? So I think having those discussions in advance and to have a more open and transparent process, I appreciate the openness that's happened, and I'd like to see more of that in the future.
Questions and commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkanin Nicola.
Madam Speaker, appreciate my fellow British Columbians' contributions to the House today, although he has made a materially wrong contribution by saying that the Conservative Party supports a free trade agreement with China. In fact, our leader has been very clear on this matter. We believe that the Liberals are being very naive on all things related to China. We've seen rejection after rejection, whether it be talking about the issues of an extradition agreement. The government actually, get this, Madam Speaker, tried to do an extradition agreement with the government of China. I would just ask the member to bear those things in mind, and again, just challenge the Green Party on its continued opposition to all trade, particularly, Madam Speaker, when it comes to the issue of investor-state provisions. There are many things to disagree about in terms of process and whatnot, but let me ask this member the question. Do you think that when people are operating, when we're encouraging many of our businesses in British Columbia to do trade abroad, that if they had a choice to do it in a country where the court system and the rule of law is not the same as is in Canada, would they feel comfortable taking their claim if they had expropriation without compensation, Madam Speaker, in that country? They would much rather see the WTO rules apply, I would think.
Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Well, thank you, and my apologies to the Conservatives for you may not be in favor of a trade agreement with China at this point, but you did sign the Canada-China FIPA, and I'm wondering if you have regrets now about the extensive power that has been given to
you have to say not you.
Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if the Conservatives have regrets now about the extensive power that they've given to Chinese state-owned corporations to seek damages through this process of investor state, where they can take us on for environmental protections, for labor standards, for health and safety standards, or for opposing the purchase of retirement homes and providing substandard service to our communities and to our seniors. So, investor state.
Please, can we have one conversation? Questions et commentaires, questions and comments very rapidly. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much to my colleague across the way. I'd like to thank him very much for his speech that he's made. There's a couple of areas that he totally neglected to discuss in his comments. One is in regards to gender. Of course, we know the Liberal government promised an entire chapter to promote gender equality. They failed to do that. They also promised to include an entire chapter to talk about the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. They failed to do that. Considering that that's a huge portion of the member's electorate, I'm wondering why he neglected to mention those two critical areas in his statement.
Brief answer from the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, I was given 10 minutes to speak, and I definitely think that those areas are important, crucial areas. I have 4 First Nations in my riding, and having an Indigenous lens on trade and investment is very important, and having a gender lens on trade and investment is very important as well. And so it wasn't neglect, it was a lack of time to cover all of the issues that I would like to speak about.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to rise and to speak about the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement this afternoon, I suppose. After a long and grueling process, it's great that we've arrived here where we are. Parliamentarians now have a chance to review this new agreement and ensure that the free trade with our continental partners continues to benefit all Canadians. Hundreds of thousands of Canadian jobs rely on this international trade, and the North American Free Trade Agreement has been a critically important component of that trade. In fact, 1 in 5 Canadians who have jobs in Canada have them as a result of this agreement. Now I want to say that I think there's merit to updating agreements like NAFTA occasionally. There's always going to be things changing and new developments, etc., that require reviewing and adjusting existing agreements. But with respect to this latest renegotiation, it seems that the Prime Minister was just a little too eager to open things up when he stated that he was more than happy to renegotiate NAFTA with incoming President Donald Trump. It was something of a shock when the Prime Minister voluntarily submitted Canada to this renegotiation, when it was widely known that the U.S. was primarily concerned with how the government governed the relationship between their country and Mexico. But Canada was suddenly drawn into what would become a long and tumultuous couple years of negotiating. Thankfully, we seem to have arrived near the end of this stage. I know that those on the negotiating team would have put in extensive hours, and for that I want to thank our officials and bureaucrats for the efforts that they've contributed, and I realize that they're handcuffed and restricted to using the tools and the environment in which that they're working in. I'm confident that they worked tirelessly and that they did their best to make as good a deal for Canada as they could. Frustratingly, along the way, there were some serious missteps that made this process even more difficult. For example, let's take the time that the Prime Minister went to New York City, President Trump's hometown, to deliver a commencement speech at the university. Naturally, he took some time for a photo op, which was featured on the cover of Rolling Stones during this visit. Madam Speaker, I don't ever expect to be on the cover of Rolling Stones, but I'm sure that's quite an accomplishment. You know, and then to further exasperate the situation, the article in the Rolling Stones magazine portrayed the Prime Minister as an opponent of the President, making the whole trip seem like it was nothing more than an opportunity to poke the President of the United States in the eye. Why would the Prime Minister risk insulting the president right in the middle of tough negotiations with his country when Canadian jobs are on the line. Madam Speaker, I've had the opportunity to negotiate many deals in business over the years, and I've learned over the years that the best way to make a good deal is to make a connection with the person you're dealing with, to develop a relationship, one where there's mutual trust and respect, and not to try and provoke and intimidate the person and think that you're going to end up walking away with a fair and equitable deal. So understandably, the missteps and challenges of this renegotiation have left the agreement with certain shortfalls. I'm talking about the Liberals selling out our supply management farmers and aluminum producers. And then there were the missed opportunities, failing to address things like softwood lumber disputes, failing to respond to the Buy America clause, failing to move to update the list of professionals eligible for temporary business entry to reflect the 21st century economy, just to name a few of the examples. When President Trump signed the agreement at the White House last week, he called the CUSMA the largest, fairest, most balanced and modern trade agreement ever achieved. In Canada, the Liberals have not used that same terminology. And I don't think they appear nearly as confident that we've got as fair and balanced and modern agreement as they would have liked to have seen. And I think that recognition shows itself in the way they comment on this particular agreement. Despite these realities, with Canada's economy slowing and vulnerable, a lack of access to U.S. markets would further weaken business investments and exports. Free trade with our southern neighbour represents opportunities for all Canadians, and we need to embrace those opportunities even as we work to resolve the problems the Liberals have created with this agreement. Here, on this side of the House, the Conservative Party is proud to be the party of trade. It was, of course, a Conservative government that developed the first free trade agreement with the United States in the first place, generating increased economic activity and jobs for the last few decades. The United States is our largest trading partner, with roughly $2 billion in bilateral trade per day crossing our international borders. This represents 75% of all Canadian exports. And in fact, from the time that NAFTA has been introduced, more than 5 million jobs have been created. The total trilateral trade, when we include Mexico, has increased fourfold to $1.2 trillion annually. So we recognize that there is a lot of potential for continued growth, continued investment, and continued prosperity with the strong agreement in place. Like all Canadians, I want the best. I want the best deal for our families, the best deal for our workers, the best deal for our businesses. Having a free trade agreement in place is important, but it has to do right by Canadians. After the Liberal mismanagement, the reality is that the CUSMA will cost taxpayers money because we need to now ensure that those sectors, those industries, and areas of our economy and businesses which have been left behind by this agreement have a soft landing. Supply management, for example. Allow me to speak about that for a moment. The dairies, the chicken, eggs, egg products, turkey, broiler hatching eggs. My riding in Manitoba is home to the largest concentration of supply management farmers in the province. And it goes without saying that these folks really aren't just farmers. They're pillars in southeast Manitoba communities. They're heavily involved in our communities. They're employers. They're what make my constituency of Provencher the most generous constituency in all of Canada when you look at Statistics Canada's numbers for charitable donations. Second only by Abbotsford. And so we're really proud that part of that success of being noted as being a very charitable riding comes from the fact that our supply management sector contributes heavily to that. But these folks, unfortunately, have been left behind by this Liberal government. The Liberals agreed to open up 3.6% of the Canadian market to increase dairy imports in this new agreement. That's more than what even was agreed to under the TPP. And we need to remember that under the TPP, the United States access was part of that, of that access into our markets when it comes to supply management. We've left, and instead of backing that out when the Americans withdrew from the TPP agreement and we eventually signed the CPTPP, we left that market access in there for those Asian countries, and now in addition to that, the Americans have tacked on an additional 3.6% market access, really taking that market away from our Canadian producers. So when we have updated this new and improved NAFTA agreement, I'm sure our supply management folks don't view it quite like that. Under the CUMSCA, Canada would adopt tariff rate quotas, providing the U.S. dairy farmers with access to Canadians' dairy market. That includes milk and concentrated milk, milk powders, cream, cream powders, buttermilk, and even ice cream. The CUMSCA also dictates specific thresholds for Canadian milk proteins, concentrates, skim milks, and also infant formula. With these exports, thresholds for these are, when these export thresholds are exceeded, Canada will be obligated to add duties to the exports that are in excess, making them even more expensive. So, our dairy farmers have anticipated annual losses of $190 million, an additional $50 million on export caps, and on top of that, our dairy processors have estimated that their losses will be $300 to $350 million annually. Madam Speaker, that's significant. That's a lot of money that needs to be made up. Our chicken farmers, too, are going to experience these challenges. Under the new agreement, Canada is going to allow 47,000 metric tons of chicken to enter the country duty-free from the United States. That begins in the very first year once the deal's been ratified, and it's going to increase to almost 63,000 metric tons annually of chicken coming in from the United States. So, Madam Speaker, to wrap it up here just a little bit, I'm going to just say that we as Conservatives are nonetheless a party of free trade, and we need to find a path forward. A majority of major industry associations want this House to ratify the deal. No one was really looking for these changes, but we're faced with them regardless. I'm certain that very clear-eyed, looking forward at the contents of a new CUSMA, but the importance of the free trade to so many industries, so many jobs in the country, means that we simply cannot walk away. Conservatives will be there to hold the Liberals accountable and ensure that those negatively impacted by this agreement will have the tools they need to succeed in the aftermath. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you. I listened with interest to my colleague talk about his concerns that the Prime Minister signaled after the President clearly said that renegotiating NAFTA was his #1 priority, that he was going to do it come hell or high water. When the Prime Minister said that he was willing to negotiate and willing to meet with the President on this terms, is there a way the Conservatives could have avoided Trump renegotiating? There seemed to be a suggestion in his presentation that we should have refused to talk to Trump, we should have refused to renegotiate, we should have refused to meet the President on his terms, when quite clearly this was the President's #1 priority heading into office, and now appears to be the #1 claim the President makes to his legacy. How were the Conservatives going to avoid dealing with Trump if Trump insisted on ripping up the old agreement?
For Provencher.
Speaker, I was actually at home in my riding this past weekend. My grandson told me that he had been invited to the principal's office. When I asked him why, he says one of my friends was getting beat up, and so I decided to go help him out. The principal had promptly advised him, unless the things are really lopsided and your friend was in severe danger, maybe you should next time just leave him alone. President Trump, when he got elected, made it very clear that he was unhappy with Mexico's position in the existing NAFTA agreement, where many of their very lucrative manufacturing jobs and businesses were moving and migrating to the south into Mexico, where there were poor working conditions, where the worker was not looked after, where wages were low, and of course put them at a very cost and competitiveness disadvantage to the United States. And that was his primary target in wanting to renegotiate the NAFTA agreement. Canada was not on the radar initially. It was the Mexico that was particularly troublesome to Trump. And when the Prime Minister heard of the interaction between President Trump and the Mexican president, he raised his hand and he says, "Hey, count me in. I'm very happy to renegotiate." Madam Speaker, it should have never happened.
L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's interesting to hear my colleagues' remarks from the Conservative Party. They talk about concerns over Canadian sovereignty, which is being threatened by U.S. protectionists, and the complex natures of trouble with negotiating. And we hear their common concerns from east to west with respect to supply, management, aluminum. But at the end of the day, both parties that have been in power say we'll simply ratify the agreement. whereas the Bloc has brought forth constructive solutions to resolve those irritants. And as I can see from the speech made by my colleague, they have given rise to irritants in his riding. Now, over the past few years, the interests of Quebec have been put on the table as bargaining chips. Is he aware of the fact that that each time concessions are made at Quebec's expense, Quebecers understand that it's important to negotiate their own deals freely, that that's the only solution for Quebecers? We hope that our colleagues will recognize that refusing to take action is to push us towards sovereignty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from the Bloc for his question. Well, you know, I think if he was listening very carefully to the speech I made, he would have recognized that our position is in response to looking at the whole picture, to looking at all of Canada. And when we look at all the different industry associations, farm associations that have come to us and have petitioned us and said, listen, sign the agreement. It's not a great agreement. It's not as good an agreement as what we had, but we need the agreement signed. I clearly stated during my speech that our bilateral trade between Canada and the United States is over $2 billion on a daily basis. That's significant. We can't just say we're not going to sign the agreement and jeopardize billions and billions and billions of dollars of international trade. That would do us and Quebec and their business people and their agriculture sector such incredible harm that would be a foolish position to take. And we have to look at the whole picture and say that yes, it's not as good an agreement as what we had, but we need this agreement. We can live with it if we know what the certainty of the agreement is. Our industry, our farmers can adapt.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, at this time, I'm going to take this opportunity to speak because it's the first time I'm speaking before the 43rd Parliament. And please allow me to thank the residents, the families of Mississauga East Cooksville. Through you, Madam Speaker, to them, I thank them for their support, their trust, their belief in a better tomorrow, and by electing me for a second term. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank my greatest supporters, my wife Christina and my twin boys Sebastian and Alexander.
You're here.
So, Madam Speaker, I think about, you know, when you get an opportunity to visit schools and the young girl who loves science, who wants to be our next scientist to come up with the discovery, the cure for cancer, or a little boy that loves to plant things in the yard and is going to be our next farmer that is going to grow the food that we eat, is safe and healthy food. Madam Speaker, this is the work that we do. We do it for them, for the seniors that have toiled and worked so hard to build up our country, and we want to support them with a life of dignity and respect. And some of our newest Canadians have the opportunity to contribute. We want to make sure they have the opportunity to contribute fully and fulfill their Canadian dreams. Speaker, I know that I'm not alone with these desires. They are some of the ones, the desires that I've heard from members from all sides of this House, all members of Parliament. In my riding of Mississauga East Cooksville, there's an intersection. The streets are Hurontario and Dundas. And in Mississauga, it's called the Four Corners. Why is it called the Four Corners, Madam Speaker? Because at any day, any time, you will find people from the four corners of the world at Hurontario and Dundas. They've come to Canada to share and contribute to our goals and values, those of peace and democracy and freedom, fairness of the rule of law, safety, security, opportunity, teamwork, friendship, trust, all the things that we value as Canadians. It is these same values that brought all of us to Canada and our forefathers, Madam Speaker. And it is these values that I share. I can remember, Madam Speaker, if I could take everybody back to the U.S. election debates of 2016, and the threat of ripping up NAFTA came to light. That existential threat soon became real. Our country was seized with this new reality, and we rose to the challenge. We became a unified force, Team Canada. The Canadian people industry, labor, all levels of government, Indigenous, all sectors of the economy, agriculture, manufacturing, environment, working together to protect and enhance this agreement. There was belief in the plan by Canadians. There was belief in the process by Canadians. And there was the ultimate belief of the goal. The goal to have a win-win-win agreement. We as Canadians believed that was possible, and we made it possible. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, for their work in bringing us all together, for all members of this House across the aisle and on this side, Madam Speaker, because we came together. We understood how big this was, how important this was. I appreciate the opportunity I had to be on the International Trade Committee and to be able to crisscross this country and listen to Canadians and stakeholders. And we received 47,000 submissions were made on the new NAFTA, on making sure that this agreement was good for Canada, for Canadians, that we could all prosper through free and fair trade, Madam Speaker. But not only here, stateside, we went to the United States through our committee, through ministers' offices, many members here, the opportunity to speak to senators, representatives, to be able to share with our friends, the Americans, how important this agreement was, not only to us, but to them, to Mexico, to create this trading bloc that has brought so much prosperity to all of us, Madam Speaker. I want to thank Steve Verheuvel and our amazing negotiators that we have here in Canada, that were able to be at the table and to not give an inch, Madam Speaker, when it stuck to our values, but understand that we were open to change, open to making things better, to modernizing this agreement, and that is what we did. But we did that, Madam Speaker, through the voices of this House, through stakeholders, through much consultation, to listening to people. That is the difference in this agreement, and that is why this agreement is it is an agreement that has put Canada in an enviable place to be the only G7 country to have agreements with the Pacific Rim, with Europe, with North America, 1.5 billion people, Madam Speaker, just within this agreement. You know, we have in this economic region, we're talking about $23 trillion, $2 billion going between our two countries, the United States and Canada, every single day. This agreement touches everyone, and in a good way, Madam Speaker. It is a progressive agreement. It took into account our Indigenous, our cultural sector, environment, labor, many things that others thought would never be able to be touched, Madam Speaker, but we did. We took that progressive approach to this agreement. And through that plan and that process and the belief in that process that this was the right way to do things, we were able to achieve this good agreement for all Canadians from coast to coast to coast, Madam Speaker. And that is why I am so proud of the work that all of us have done. And I say that on both sides of the aisles, because the input that came from the opposition and from many of those that were skeptical, Madam Speaker, that was important, because that helped shape this agreement to what it is today. And much of that input has been brought into to the agreement. That is why I find in my riding of Mississauga East Cooksville, having met with stakeholders, small business, with some of our bigger businesses and enterprises, and looking at their supply chains and the many workers that they employ, all I have heard, Madam Speaker, is a positive reaction. A positive reaction saying, you know what, you got it done. It was difficult. At many times, we didn't know if this would happen, but we have reached this agreement. We're at a stage right now, Madam Speaker, where we must all come together again in this Parliament. We come together, Madam Speaker, because it is an opportunity for us to debate, yes, through this agreement, talk about the many wins and the benefits that will come to Canadians in all differing sectors, Madam Speaker, but also to think about and discuss, you know what, yeah, we've got a very good agreement here for Canadians, and you know I've heard some of the debate going on and some of the questions that have been answered from members, and you know, and I look at the glass as always half full, because what I've heard is here's things that we could do in the future that may be better, and I agree. Listen, we can always do better. Better is always possible, Madam Speaker, as we know that. And that is why I think the opportunity to debate at this time and to hear from members about how we can make it better in the future, that is terrific. But at this time, we also need to all come together and understand that there has been a significant amount of listening and working and toiling by all of us, and we have to get this agreement past the finish line so that we can get on for the prosperity of all Canadians and our businesses and bring that stability that they have been looking for a very long time, Madam Speaker. This modernized agreement is good for Canadians. It's going to provide the predictability and stability that businesses and workers need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, it's always good to stand in this House and to stand up for my riding, Caribou Prince George. But Madam Speaker, it won't surprise the honourable colleague across the way. I'm going to stand up for all the forestry workers and the hard-working forestry families for the province of British Columbia. Over 140,000 jobs, either directly or indirectly, are tied to forestry. 140 communities are forestry dependent. In the last year, we've lost 10,000 jobs, yet not one mention of forestry in the speech from the throne. And forestry couldn't have been thrown in, or a new softwood lumber agreement couldn't have been thrown in the CUSMA agreement. My simple question, through you, Madam Speaker, to my honourable colleague, why?
The honourable member for Mississauga.
Madam Speaker, I say to the member, and you know, I feel for those forestry workers, for their families. They have been unjustly and unfairly hurt by what is happening with this dispute when it comes to softwood lumber. It has gone before the courts many a time, Madam Speaker. 5 times. Canada has won every single time. We will win again. I hear 7 times, Madam Speaker, but of course, Canada has won every single time. We will win again. We are with our forestry workers, Madam Speaker, and we will support them through this.
Hear, hear.
There will be 3 minutes and 35 seconds for questions and comments on your speech after the question period. We are now going for statements by members. Il est maintenant temps pour la déclaration des députés. L'honorable député de Marbec.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize and celebrate the life of Ruth Brewer of Cavendish, who passed away peacefully in December at age 96. Ruth's love for and dedication to her community was an inspiration to everyone who knew her. For many years, Ruth was a councillor at Cavendish Resort Municipality and was a driving force in the growth and success of one of PEI's most famous destinations. Well known for her work with children, she was a specialist in early childhood education, particularly with preschool children and those with special needs. Ruth, a trailblazer and champion for nurse practitioners and rural health clinics on PEI, was responsible for the establishment of the North Rustico Clinic. Ruth actually lived in the North Rustico Lighthouse in the 60s and 70s, where she researched and wrote a book on the history of the harbour. We salute you, Ruth. Your community, indeed all of Canada, are a better place thanks to your life's work. Rest in peace.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Madam Speaker, I rise to speak for the first time in the 43rd Parliament and as the member for the wonderful riding of South Surrey White Rock. I thank my husband Brent, my 4 children, so many amazing volunteers, and the citizens, of course, of my riding who have placed their trust in me to represent them here in Ottawa. Ours is a vibrant coastal community in southwest BC, home to Semiahmoo First Nation, but it's also the home to the Equitas Society that supports injured Canadian soldiers suffering lifelong disabilities, seeking equity and fairness from the Canadian government and a path forward back to civilian life after service. The Society sponsors the Canadian Walk for Veterans to be held nationwide this year on September 26th to engage, inspire, and thank our veteran community. I'll be joining in, and I urge all Canadians to also register and show their gratitude. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Madam Speaker, the week of February, designated by the UN General Assembly as the World Interfaith Harmony Week, WIHW, is celebrating its 10th year. The City of Toronto has proclaimed the week of February 1st to 7th as WIHW Week. The theme for 2020 is Harmony in Diversity. This is a very appropriate topic in today's world where through misunderstanding there is anger and hatred against the other. I would like to thank the chair of the Toronto WIHW, John Vorpostle, for his leadership in gathering people of all faiths through dialogue, music, culture, and art to show the world that peace and harmony can exist, irrespective of faith, culture, or creed. I was fortunate to attend the St. Patrick Lutheran Church this Sunday and present a certificate to Mr. Chandrakana for his contribution to interfaith dialogue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Salam and peace to all.
Well done. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Madam Speaker, like every February, we are celebrating Black History Month. Throughout this month, we will speak in the House to showcase famous Black Quebecers. The theme is here and now. The words we want to highlight should showcase our Black fellow countrymen. We want fair and equitable treatment in all areas of life and society. We are also calling for better representation of Black communities in the media and politics. As spokesperson for Living Together in the Bloc Québécois, I would particularly like to salute my colleagues from these communities. They are models for the youth of their communities and to have inspiration for better representation here in our democratic institution. Dorval. The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, on January 6th, on behalf of the Minister of Transport, I had the privilege of attending the presentation of the gold-headed cane to Captain Xin Zhaofei, master of the Exaborg, the first ocean-going vessel to reach the Port of Montreal without a stopover in 2020. The Port of Montreal is the second largest port in Canada and a substantial economic driver for my riding, Montreal, the province of Quebec, and the rest of Canada. That's why our government has invested in a number of projects at the Port of Montreal, which will boost its productivity. For the first time in its history, the Port of Montreal has surpassed the 40 million ton mark for cargo handled. I'd also like to thank the CEO of the Port of Montreal, Sylvie Vachon, as well as her team and the Corporation of Mid-St. Lawrence Pilots for their hard work guiding ships safely to port. Thank you very much.
For Abbotsford.
Canadians are generous people. Recently, for the 16th year in a row, Abbotsford Mission was named the most charitable region of Canada. The average annual donation to charity in my community was an astonishing $840 per person. Abbotsford is home to numerous charities and faith communities, including the Cyrus Centre, Life Recovery, Food for the Hungry, and MCC, all of which support the poorest and most vulnerable among us. Recently, an Abbotsford man took generosity to a whole new level by offering to give the gift of life. Local hot dog vendor Andrew Scully White heard that one of his customers was very sick and desperately needed a new kidney. Scully bravely stepped forward and is in the process of donating one of his own kidneys to save the customer's life. A big thank you to all Canadians who sacrificially give of themselves and their resources to make our world a better place.
The honourable member for Kitchener South, Hespeler.
This week marks the 30th anniversary of International Development Week under the theme Go for the Goals, referring to the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I recently visited Tanzania, a Canadian-funded project with Results Canada, where I saw aid investments improve children's health and well-being. Thanks to the investments made by the Government of Canada through Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, one municipality in Dar es Salaam was able to immunize 91% of children with life-saving vaccines against devastating disease like polio. Canada has been a leader in polio eradication through its support to the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, and we've never been closer to finishing the job. Projects focusing on strengthening the health and well-being of countries like Tanzania through routine immunizations, adequate water and sanitation, and proper nutrition are essential. This year, I encourage all members in the House to go for the goals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Laurent Duvernay-Tardif has pulled off a new feat by winning the Super Bowl. He won the Vincent Lombardi Trophy for the first time in 50 years, and he has become the first Quebecer in the National Football League to play and win a Super Bowl. But that's not all, Mr. Speaker. He's from Mont-Saint-Hilaire in Quebec, and he was a med student at McGill. He played for the Redmen. He's the first active doctor to have played in and won a Super Bowl. Mr. Speaker, I speak on behalf of all members of this House and all Canadians and Quebecers when I say that we're proud of Dr. Duvernay-Tardif, and we offer all our congratulations to him and his family.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, children need love and stability to thrive and become productive citizens. Tens of thousands of Canadian children are currently living in foster care, and our foster agencies across the country are overwhelmed by the sheer volume of kids in care. Some 30,000 children are currently eligible for adoption and desperately awaiting the love and stability of a forever family. Sadly, for too many Canadian children, this dream never becomes reality. Older children, those with disability, and Indigenous children are less likely to be adopted, many of them aging out of the system without ever realizing the dream, the love, the stability of a forever family. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the thousands of Canadian families who open their hearts, their homes, and share their love as foster and adoptive parents. And I would ask my colleagues of all parties, let's work together to raise awareness of this important issue, find real solutions, and help Canadian kids find their forever home.
The honourable member for Miramichi-Grand Lake.
I rise today to honour Sergeant John Forbes, a Second World War veteran who passed away last December. John joined the Army at age 16 and was sent to England in 1940. He landed in Normandy shortly after D-Day and was wounded by a landmine during the advance from Holland to Germany in 1945. Following 5 months in hospital, he was released and returned to civilian life. John continued his service by becoming a reserve soldier by helping other veterans in need. He was a strong advocate in schools and the community, and at the age of 96, John was still helping others and promoting commemorations. He has been recognized many times for his dedicated and long-term service, including the French Legion Honor, and John will receive the Ministers of Veterans Affairs commemoration posthumously. Let's never forget the freedom we are enjoying today in Canada is because of the sacrifice by people like John Forbes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, this Quebecer is now was on the starting lineup of the team that went on to win football's greatest prize, Super Bowl 54. Laurent Duvernay-Tardif pulled off an extraordinary feat. He's an inspiration to our young people. His determination, perseverance, self-discipline, and passion put him among football's elite. I'd suggest the Prime Minister might want to remember his name, Laurent Duvernay-Tardif. It's important to discover and acknowledge these Quebecers such as him. His parents were with him every step of the way throughout his studies. Young Canadians, both boys and girls, can be inspired by this athlete, believe in their own potential, and make their own dreams come true. In addition to being an outstanding athlete, this fluently bilingual Francophone doctor is a wonderful showcase of Canadian talent. Congratulations, Laurent. You are a true champion. Before we continue, I'd like to remind the House that there are people making speeches, so if people could be a bit quieter, that would help.
West. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government likes to pat themselves on their back for openness and transparency, but when you look a bit closer at the man behind the curtain, you'll see just how clearly their Orwellian plans are. Now, rather than fix the problems with the CRTC, in typical Liberal fashion, this government is planning on piling on more rules and taxes on the backs of the private sector, the creative industry as a whole, and of course the taxpayer. And then there is the issue of press freedom. Andrew Coyne says it best. If the government goes through with their plan, there won't be a syllable that is breathed or printed anywhere in the country that does not come under the Commission's supervision. The Heritage Minister says that media licensing will likely be proportionate, but as the case with everything with this government, it will likely be a massive failure. I want to remind the Minister of Heritage that Big Brother is just a TV show and not a blueprint for this government.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
I am honored to rise on behalf of my caucus colleagues in the NDP in celebration of the Black excellence and contribution to Canada of the African diaspora and her descendants. To those who blazed the trails from which we followed, I would like to personally thank the likes of the Honourable Lincoln Alexander, the Honourable Jean Augustine, Howard McCurdy, Rosemary Brown, and Selena Caesar Chavanez. Let it be recorded that Canadians of African descent are in fact all living histories, each an example of the resilience and perseverance of our ancestors and the present-day embodiment of freedom seekers. Let the record also show our deepest gratitude to those from all backgrounds who continue the proud abolitionist history in Canada to end racism of all of its pernicious forms. From The Skin We Are In by Desmond Cole, to Policing Black Lives by Robin Maynard, and Until We Are Free by Black Lives Matter Toronto, our histories continue to be written. But, Mr. Speaker, the question remains, is Canada ready for it to be read?
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, this is the 30th Annual National Suicide Prevention Week. This year's theme, Talking About Suicide Saves Lives. The goal of this week is to mobilize the public to change the culture around suicide and to raise awareness among the public and politicians of the help that's out there. I'd like to salute the work of all mental health workers. Thanks to them, the suicide rate in Quebec is going down. But still, 12 out of 100,000 people still do the undoable, 75% of whom are men. 20 years ago, suicide was seen as a fact of life you couldn't do anything about. We now know it can be prevented. Each and every suicide is a failure of society. The first thing each of us should do is speak openly about it, without taboos, and above all, listen.
Member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
Black History Month is a time to celebrate
recognize and remember the significant contributions made by Black Canadians to build our great country. From Hogan's Alley in Vancouver to Africville, north of Halifax, Black Canadians have a rich culture and generations-long history and have preserved and persevered through adversity and discrimination to thrive in Canada. Our party is home to many trailblazers who have served our country with distinction, like Lincoln Alexander, Canada's first Black Member of Parliament, Cabinet Minister, and Lieutenant Governor of Ontario. Closer to home, the 2019 Manitoba provincial elections saw 3 MLAs of Black heritage elected to the legislature for the very first time, including my friend and former colleague, Audrey Gordon, MLA for Southdale. Their elections are points of pride for Manitoba's strong Black Canadian communities. A special acknowledgement to my constituent, Devon Clunas, who rose through the ranks of the Winnipeg Police Service over his 29-year career to become Canada's first police chief of Black heritage. My colleagues and I look forward to celebrating Black History Month across this country. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, February is Black History Month. It's also an occasion for all Canadians to discover and explore the many lasting contributions of Blacks to our great country. The more we dig into our history, the more we discover. History is fluid, and that is fully dependent upon what we choose to see. For example, did you know that in 1800, Philemon Wright, the so-called founder of our national capital region, was accompanied by Oxford London, a free Black man. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, Black Canadians have made well-recognized contributions to our country, and their examples abound. And I would invite all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, all parliamentarians, to explore the richness of our diversity and celebrate Black History Month. Happy Black History Month.
Question orale. Oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Heritage has proposed new rules for the media and online broadcasters. He went so far as to say that the government would define which sources of information are trustworthy, and they would license media companies. Now facing a public backlash, the minister is only creating more confusion. But can the Prime Minister confirm that these proposals will not see the light of day under his mandate? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we will always support a free and independent press. The report that we received proposed exempting news media from licensing. I want to be clear. We will not impose licensing on press agencies. We will not regulate their content either. Our goal is to ensure that Canadians have access to credible, high-quality news, and we are currently studying the report's recommendations.
Opposition. Mr. Speaker, George Orwell's 1984 was supposed to be a cautionary tale about the evils of big government, not an instruction manual for this Prime Minister. But it's no wonder that Canadians are suspicious about this. This is the same Prime Minister who has admiration for China's basic dictatorship. Yep. The same Prime Minister who heaped praise on Fidel Castro, a man who was responsible for the deaths of millions. And of course, he put Jerry Diaz on a panel to decide which news organizations will get cash. Now, in today's press conference, the minister actually said that media organizations...
Your Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we believe in a strong, free, and independent press. The third-party report we received proposes to exempt news media from licensing requirements. I want to be unequivocal. We will not impose licensing requirements on news organizations, nor will we regulate news content. Our focus is on ensuring
I just want to remind the honourable members it's one question at a time, so while somebody's giving an answer, we can't throw questions across and expect answers. Let's try to keep this as orderly as possible. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
As always, Mr. Speaker, our focus is on ensuring Canadians have access to diverse, high-quality and credible news. We are currently studying the recommendations of this report.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's understandable why they would want to control the news, because the news is getting increasingly bleak for this government's economic performances. Forecasts are consistently being downgraded, and this Prime Minister keeps moving the yardsticks on how to measure his own mismanagement. First, the promise was to have small temporary deficits, and when that didn't work out, then it was going to be that the debt to GDP ratio never changed. Now, his new justification is that his credit rating, the country's credit rating, is still okay. That's like saying that the credit card company keeps increasing the limit. When will the Prime Minister realize that this is a recipe for disaster?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The member opposite wants to talk about measurements. How about over 1 million new jobs created? How about close to 1 million Canadians lifted out of poverty? How about 300,000 plus kids lifted out of poverty? As opposed to the stubborn years of low growth under the Harper Conservatives, we have invested in our communities, grown our economy, created opportunities, and a real and fair chance for Canadians to succeed. That's what this government has done.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The facts are exactly the opposite. Under our government, we saw growth in the private sector. Under this government, we see growth in wasteful government spending. And we look at our partners around the world. Growth is higher than over half the G7 countries than it is here at home in Canada. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed that the billions that he booked in infrastructure spending didn't have a single bit of impact on the GDP. So when will this Prime Minister realize that a high-tax, wasteful spending agenda will hurt Canada's economy?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives consistently try to twist the truth, but the reality is we lowered taxes for the middle class as the very first thing we did and raised taxes on the wealthiest 1%. We also moved forward, as promised, as our first thing in this new mandate with lowering taxes even further for the middle class. The average Canadian family is $2,000 better off today than they were under Stephen Harper, and it's because we choose to invest in Canadians and invest in our future.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, real wage growth was up under the previous Conservative government. Wages are barely keeping pace with inflation. GDP growth is barely keeping pace with population growth. Foreign investment is down, bankruptcies and insolvency is up. But it is good news if you are a well-connected Liberal insider, because we've now learned that MasterCard's senior lobbyist is a former Liberal advisor who made numerous contributions to the Liberal Party. Can the Prime Minister confirm that MasterCard's lobbyists and her connection and its connections with the Liberal Party helped them get the $50 million grant from Canadian taxpayers?
Honourable Prime Minister.
This investment is an investment in Canadians' welfare and Canadian jobs. It supports a new world-class cybersecurity center in Vancouver that will create hundreds of good jobs and protect Canadians from cyber threats in an increasingly digital world. Now, just in September, someone said it is vital that the government adopt new policies and keep up technology to make sure that Canadians, their money, and their personal information is protected. Who said that, Mr. Speaker? The Leader of the Opposition.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the government has less than a month to either approve or reject the mega-polluting mega-project known as Tech Frontier. It's 260,000 barrels of oil a day, 4 million tons of greenhouse gases per year for 40 years. That's what's on the table, Mr. Speaker. The government had better get started on that tree planting because their greenhouse gas reductions targets won't last long at this rate. The government has two choices, Mr. Speaker. The question is simple. What will it choose? Tech Frontier or fighting climate change? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians elected us to protect the environment, and to grow the economy, as well as to advance reconciliation and create good jobs. They also expect fair and comprehensive environmental assessments. The decision on this project will be made soon by under the 2012 Environmental Assessment Act. We'll be looking at a range of factors. We'll be looking at the factor of having net zero emissions by 2050, as well as middle-class jobs and economic growth, as well as protecting the environment. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister isn't just posing as an environmentalist, he should stop the rhetoric and start taking real action. He needs to show the courage of his convictions, Mr. Speaker. Rejecting Tech Frontier would be a good start, but approving it would be disastrous. Over its life cycle, Tech Frontier would produce at least 160 megatons of greenhouse gases in 40 years. That's more than twice what Quebec produces in a year. Will the government say no to this project that harms Quebec, harms Canada, and harms the entire world? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I find it a bit ironic when the Bloc Québécois talks about action instead of rhetoric. On this side of the House, we are taking action. We're banning single-use plastics. We are putting a price on pollution across the country. We are protecting record terrestrial and marine areas to promote a better future. We're on target to reach our Paris targets, and we will continue to protect the environment while creating jobs. Those are the actions that we are taking on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. This government brags about our role on the international stage, but they won't condemn Trump's new policies in the Middle East. Policies that will legitimize the illegal occupation of Palestinian territories. It will also create more tension and complicate a peaceful solution. Rather than calling out his plan, the Liberals say they want to study it. But there's nothing to study. This plan will not bring the two parties together, and it will not end the injustice that Palestinians are enduring. When will the government call out Donald Trump's policy? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Canada's policy on the Middle East is long-standing and very clear. We favor a two-state solution that is negotiated directly by the two parties involved. We need a safe and democratic Israel working together with a safe and democratic Palestinian state. We have always moved toward that objective with our partners around the world.
Windsor West.
Time and time again, we learn more about this Liberal government's will to bend over backwards for large corporations instead of working for Canadians. The U.S. has leveled Volkswagen $20 billion in fines for breaking the law, whereas in Canada, this government is bragging about a $2.5 million fine. This is after Export Development Canada loaned Volkswagen $525 million to build vehicles in other countries while carrying out their environmental crimes. What an embarrassment. Why do lobbyists and insiders always win with this Prime Minister's government?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this investigation and all related prosecution matters and the judge's approval of the penalty are made independently of ministers' offices. The company paid an unprecedented fine in Canada as a result of the investigation. Indeed, it was 23 times greater than the highest federal environmental fine ever imposed. The Public Prosecution Service determines what charges can be sustained, and it has sole jurisdiction to pursue a prosecution. Funds from the fine will go towards projects that protect our environment.
Absolutely.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, the World Health Organization has called the coronavirus a global health emergency. Other countries are taking proactive measures by declaring a public health emergency. Other countries are cancelling all flights in and out of China. The United States said they're implementing these measures to increase their abilities to detect and contain the coronavirus. Why hasn't Canada done the same?
Health Minister.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and the situation around coronavirus has indeed been declared a World Public Health emergency.
Here in Canada, we have very different processes in place than in the United States. For example, we don't need to call a public health emergency here because we already have the structures, the systems, and the authorities to spend appropriate dollars necessary to respond, treat, and maintain our public health systems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, there are now 4 confirmed cases of coronavirus in Canada. We've learned that the Canadians in China who will be repatriated to Canada will be quarantined. But we had also asked repeatedly what had happened with passengers on flight CZ311, the flight on which the first 2 cases were detected. Unfortunately, we didn't get an answer to that question. Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister tell us whether all the passengers who were on board flight CZ311 have been contacted, whether we know where they are, and what has been done to ensure that they are not carrying the coronavirus? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Speaker, and I'd like to take the opportunity to correct the record. In fact, I've said in this House that all 27 passengers that were undergoing contact tracing have in fact been found and do not have the virus. There are no other confirmed cases in Canada at this time. We continue to work very closely with our local and provincial and territorial partners to make sure that we continue the process of screening, detection, isolation in the cases of a case, and further reporting mechanisms. Thank you.
Honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are watching this government with anticipation and disappointment as the flight that they were told that would bring Canadians home from China has yet to take off. The UK, the US, EU countries, Japan, and South Korea have all been successful in evacuating their citizens affected by the coronavirus from China. What is the holdup? Is the delay in evacuation due to the disastrous state of Canada-China relations? When will this government be able to set a date for the flight to get Canadian citizens from China home?
Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, to answer the question of my colleague, the answer is not at all, Mr. Speaker. Once you have an emergency, the first thing you need to do is to assess the needs. This is what we did. The second thing we did, Mr. Speaker, was to charter a plane. This is what we did. And what we're working on, Mr. Speaker, now is with respect to authorization and organizing the ground logistics, Mr. Speaker. We will be there for Canadians and who want to be repatriated, and I will inform Canadians at every step of the way of what this government is doing for them.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Heritage is trying to put the toothpaste back in the toothpaste tube, but of course that doesn't work. After 4 years of inaction, now the Liberals want to start policing journalists. First, they tried to tempt them with a $600 million subsidy. That didn't work. Now the Minister is talking about licensing newsrooms. It's a move worthy of Big Brother, Mr. Speaker. When will the Minister put an end to these undemocratic maneuvers and start taking care of the cultural sector? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government will always support a strong, free and independent press. My colleague, the member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis, said last week that the report was interesting and that he welcomed it. Unlike the Conservatives, we will be working not to define our policies in Hollywood, but here in Canada for Canadians and Quebecers. Thank you.
For Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have seen a jaw-dropping erosion of rights under this Liberal government. For example, Bill C-76, which rigged election rolls in the Liberals' favour, and the $600 million selected bailout of selected struggling newspapers. Now, Mr. Speaker, these Liberals have embraced a shocking recommendation to license media companies. An Orwellian tool used by ruthless authoritarian governments. Mr. Speaker, are the Liberals so desperate to cling to power they would emulate dystopian societies in Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran?
The Honourable Minister for Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, the report done by an independent body that we received last week specifically said that news media should be exempted for license requirements. Let me be clear on our intentions. Our government will not plan to impose licensing requirements on news organizations. We will nor
I'm having a hard time hearing the Honourable Minister. I just want everyone to maybe just take a deep breath. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nor will we regulate news content. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Both the Minister and the Prime Minister have said that certain news media outlets will be exempt from their licenses, which means that there are licenses to be exempt from.
Exactly.
There should be no restrictions on freedom of speech or freedom of the press. And on this side of the House, we will protect Canadians' hard-won freedoms. Why won't this super woke government do the same?
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government will always support a strong, free, and independent press. I've said it before, but I'll repeat. The report from the independent panel that we received says that news media would be exempted from licensing. I want to be clear as to our intentions. Our government will not impose licensing requirements on press agencies, nor will we determine their content. The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis, Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the oil sands project Tech Frontier will produce a minimum of 4 million tons of greenhouse gases every year for 40 years. That's equivalent to putting 1 million new cars on our roads, or 4 million road trips between Montreal and Vancouver. And yet, during the election, the Prime Minister promised that Canada would be carbon neutral by 2050. Given that Tech Frontier will continue polluting until at least 2067, will the government show some consistency and say no to Tech Frontier? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Monsieur le Président. Le gouvernement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government will be factoring in a number of considerations when it makes a decision on this project. Notably, we will be factoring in our goal of being carbon neutral by 2050, advancing reconciliation, creating good jobs, and promoting economic growth. This is a major project, and our government is studying it with great attention. And we will make a decision under the Environmental Assessment Act before the end of February. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Tech Frontier is potentially disastrous, and the government claims it can offset those oil sands emissions by planting 2 billion trees. Well, Mr. Speaker, let's do some math. If 2 million trees reduce greenhouse gases by 30 megatons over 10 years, Tech Frontier alone would increase greenhouse gas emissions by 40 megatons in the same period. And that doesn't include the rest of the oil industry. It also doesn't include Trans Mountain. So will the government stop taking us for fools and reject Tech Frontier? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, there is a process. We are currently working very hard to issue a decision before the end of February. But of course, the environmental effects are very important in our consideration. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Well, since I'm not getting a different answer, I'll try the Minister of Heritage. I very much agree with what he said on the talk show Tout le monde en parle 2 weeks ago. He said that all ministers are responsible for climate change. And I totally agree. His cabinet is preparing to rule on the Tech Frontier project. It represents over 160 megatons of greenhouse gas emissions for its life cycle. Will the minister ask his colleagues to reject Tech Frontier? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague said, all ministers and all departments are responsible of factoring in climate change. That's something that's very important for Canadians, and particularly young Canadians. This is something that we need to work on, and we need to think about when we're making decisions for any project, including this one.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, the project being proposed by Tech Resources would create 9,500 jobs for Canadians and generate tens of billions of dollars for our economy. While the Liberals are eager to meet with foreign-funded environmental activists, they haven't yet had meaningful consultations with stakeholders in the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo. Will the Prime Minister agree to meet with the municipality of Wood Buffalo and their key stakeholders regarding the pending decision on the Frontier project?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This government was elected on a platform to ensure that we had appropriate processes in place, that we followed those processes. This is an environmental assessment process. We're following the process to make a decision before the end of February. During that process, extensive consultations were undertaken by the Impact Assessment Agency under the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act. The Cabinet will now need to weigh all of the various considerations and look at all of the environmental impacts in order to make a decision.
The Honourable Member for Lakelands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in July, after 8 years of an evidence-based review, experts did recommend approval of the Teck Frontier mine. It checks every box: world-class environmental practices, every local Indigenous community and every local municipality support it. Each Alberta oil sands job creates 3.2 jobs in the rest of Canada, but the Liberals are holding hostage 10,000 much-needed jobs in Alberta after 200,000 losses there already under them. No wonder Alberta says this decision is a national unity issue.
That's right.
So when will the Liberals approve Teck Frontier?
That's right.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker. This is a project like any other project that goes through a process. It is governed under the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act. Right. We are mandated to review the environmental impacts of all of those projects. The process is proceeding as it is intended to do so. Correct. The honourable member should actually read the law. This is entirely within the process, and we will be making a decision by the end of February.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Teck Frontier is a good project for all Canadians, from coast to coast to coast. It represents nearly 10,000 jobs and $20 billion in investments in the Canadian economy. And everything has been done properly. All of the procedures and rules are followed. The 14 First Nations who are directly affected by the project approve it. Provincial and federal oversight bodies all gave their approval. So everything is set. All we're waiting for is the federal government's approval. Why is the Liberal government once again hindering proper resource development in Canada? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, the government will be factoring in a number of considerations before it makes a decision on this project. Notably, we will be looking at our target of being carbon neutral by 2050. Our goal to advance reconciliation and to create good jobs. This is a major project, and our government is studying it with great attention. We will make a decision under the Environmental Assessment Act before the end of February.
Member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, this House unanimously passed an NDP motion to help veterans by automatically carrying forward unspent funds to the following year. This didn't happen. Last year alone, this government shortchanged veterans by $381 million. While the department is facing staggering backlogs of disability claims and failing on more than half of their service standards, veterans are struggling to get their basic needs met. Why is this government breaking promises to our veterans?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question, and I know she cares. The fact is, our program, our benefits are demand-driven. This means that the money is always there for veterans. When we're not leaving any money unspent, we're making sure that the money is always available. In Veterans Affairs, our job is to improve our benefits and care for our veterans. I can assure my honourable colleague that's what we're doing, and that's what we will continue to do.
The member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, over $100 million this year alone was left on the table. And when we know veterans are struggling every day to get some of their key supports met, we know that we have to see this government do better. So I want to repeat again, there was a unanimous motion where we all agreed across every party in this House to make sure that veterans that we know are on wait lists, waiting for their immediate services that they need now, we know that the service standards are not even close to meeting their targets, and we know that workers are getting burnt out every single day. Why is this money continuing to be left on the table?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, my honourable my colleague truly cares, but in fact we have hired quite a number of caseworkers. In fact, the previous government had fired most of them. We have now over 500 caseworkers. But as I indicated, Mr. Speaker, our programs are demand-driven, and the money...
I'm having a hard time hearing the answer, and I'm about 20 feet away from the honourable member. I'm sure the folks down at the other end are having a hard time. So I'm just going to ask the honourable members to maybe keep it down and whisper to each other. I'm sure as we get older we have a hard time hearing, and they're shouting so that the person next to them can hear. Believe me, it's not that bad. The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, we had a lot of work to do when we formed government, and along with that, we invested $10 billion in veterans' benefits. As I said before, we have and will continue to make sure that our veterans in this country are cared for.
The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, plastic pollution is a growing problem in our communities. Plastic waste ends up in our landfills, litters our parks and beaches, and pollutes our rivers, lakes, and oceans. Canadians across the country, including the residents of Mississauga Lakeshore, have made it clear that they want action. Could the Minister of Environment and Climate Change please update this House on what our government's doing to tackle plastic pollution?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Mississauga Lakeshore for his question and his advocacy on this issue. Last week, our government released a robust science assessment of plastic pollution, which confirms that plastic pollution is harming our environment. In the coming weeks, we will announce next steps under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. This will include steps towards a ban on harmful single-use plastics in 2021 and broader strategies to manage the life cycle of plastics. By tackling plastic pollution, we can seize on the economic opportunity of the circular economy and protect our environment. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, farmers are trying to recover from last year's devastating harvest, but the carbon tax is only making it harder. Today, the Agricultural Producers Association of Saskatchewan released some stunning numbers. They predict that our farmers will lose on average 12% of their total net income because of the carbon tax. For an average Saskatchewan grain farm, that means losing up to $15,000 in revenue. The Liberals' farm-killing carbon tax threatens the livelihood of Canadian farm families. Why are the Liberals so intent on bankrupting farmers with their carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the agricultural producers of Saskatchewan for providing me with additional information. We recognize that 2019 has been a very difficult year for them, for all the farmers all across Canada. It's been challenging because of trade disruption, because of climate as well, and I'm always open to listen to more information. I'm working hard with my provincial colleagues as well as with the industry to find optimal solution, very practical solution to support our farmers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
It has been trying because the Liberal policies are crushing Canadian agriculture. The previous Liberal Agriculture Minister said farmers were fully supportive of the carbon tax. The current Liberal Agriculture Minister doesn't seem to really care. She's admitted she's not even collecting data on the carbon tax and how it impacts Canadian farmers. The Liberal carbon tax is costing Canadian farmers tens of thousands of dollars. The APAS President Todd Lewis says it's comparable to having 12% of your paycheck just disappear. Why is the Liberal Agriculture Minister just standing idly by while the carbon tax bankrupts Canadian farm families?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I want to thank the agricultural producers of Saskatchewan for sharing this information with me, which I received today. Mr. Speaker, we stand by our farmers. We know that 2019 has been a difficult year. We have made important work on improving our business risk management tools, and we are working as well with our provincial colleagues and with the industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, Marilyn Levesque was murdered by a man who was known for his violence against women. Not only was he convicted for murdering his wife, but he also had been banned from visiting Ms. Levesque's place of work due to his history of violence. What's truly shocking is that the Parole Board of Canada endorsed a society reinsertion strategy that allowed him to meet women in order to address his sexual needs. Will the minister fire the parole officer who put this man's sexual needs over the safety of women in his community?
Minister for Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we have said, the tragic murder of Ms. Levesque should never have occurred.
And that's exactly why we've ordered a thorough investigation with external advisors to take place and to determine all of the circumstances that gave rise to this tragedy. The investigation will be transparent, the findings will be shared with the public, and our first priority will always be to keep Canadians safe. We will work tirelessly to prevent similar tragedies from ever occurring again.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, we don't need to investigate long to see that it says in black and white that parole board members gave this person the right to seek out the services of an escort. I asked the Prime Minister to show the board member the officer at the door. What's he waiting for?
Thank you very much. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, last September, the Parole Board of Canada explicitly opposed letting this particular accused visit massage parlors while on day parole, and that's why it's necessary to conduct a thorough investigation to examine whether Corrections Services Canada and Parole Board of Canada followed the proper protocols and what changes may be appropriate to prevent this from occurring again. Mr. Speaker, we'll get the facts, and then we will hold individuals and organizations to account.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois has spoken a great deal about our concerns on the abandoning of Quebec aluminum under CUSMA. Now, we've clearly talked about jobs and economic spin-offs, but we're also concerned because Quebec aluminum is an opportunity for the world to seize when it comes to climate change. Quebec aluminum is the greenest in the world. It runs a risk of being replaced on the North American market by the dirtiest aluminum in the world. How can the government accept jeopardizing our aluminum for the benefit of China?
L'honorable député Premier Ministre.
Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we didn't accept that, and I must underscore once again that the new NAFTA agreement is a good agreement for Canada and for Quebec and for our aluminum sector. Today, we have no guarantees for aluminum when it comes to cars being manufactured in North America. Under the new NAFTA agreement, 70% of aluminum used will come from North America. 70% is better than zero. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, abandoning Quebec aluminum under CUSMA will stop 6 investment projects in Quebec at a time when we're on the cusp of producing the first carbon-neutral aluminum in the world, a real breakthrough, Mr. Speaker. And for the benefit of China, which produces 90% of its aluminum using coal and emits 8 times as much greenhouse gas as Quebec does. They're penalizing the top of the class to reward the worst. Why is the government depriving Quebec of a golden business opportunity in the light of climate change? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as regards Quebec and the new NAFTA agreement, allow me to quote the Premier of Quebec, Mr. Legault. He said, I think the Bloc Québécois must defend the interests of Quebecers. It's in the interest of Quebecers for this agreement to be applied and adopted. I think that it's the duty of all Quebec members of Parliament to defend the interests of Quebec, and to do so, they must ratify the new NAFTA agreement, which is in the interest of Quebec and the rest of Canada as well.
Brent. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, the Liberals left $105 million meant for veterans unspent. This, despite the Prime Minister promising he wouldn't do so if elected, and after telling Canadian veterans they were asking more than the government could give. How much of this $105 million would have been given to veterans if they weren't trapped in the benefits backlog boondoggle of this government's making?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question, but I wish the member for Brentford Brant had that feeling when he was in power, when his government was in power. In fact, when they're in power, they fired 1,000 employees and really cut and hurt the Department of Veterans Affairs, Mr. Speaker. Our government invested $10 billion in the Department of Veterans Affairs, and also on demand, on benefits that are demand-driven. And we always make sure, Mr. Speaker, that the funding is there that every veteran that qualifies receives their benefit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Canadian lobster and snow crab fishermen are being blindsided by regulations forced upon by the U.S. If we had a full-time U.S. ambassador, they might be able to intervene in the U.S., but one has not been appointed. Is the fisheries minister going to continue the practice of regulating lobster and snow crab fisheries under duress from the U.S., or will she work with stakeholders and the U.S. to come up with regulations that will work for all?
The Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we recognize the importance of seafood exports across this country. That's why we're working with our harvesters, with communities, with our partners in the U.S. to address these issues. We will continue to do that as we go forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Violence is escalating and mayors are pleading for help. Mayor John Tory said recently sentences must fit the extreme gravity of gun crimes, and right now they often don't. Even Toronto Police Chief Mark Saunders said his community is deflated and frontline officers are frustrated with repeat gun offenders being granted bail. The mayors have also called for decisive action on guns coming across the Canada-U.S. border. Why can't the Liberals see that their soft-on-crime approach is doing the opposite of what leaders are calling for and work on solving the real causes of gun violence in Canada?
Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear that across the country we have heard a strong consensus to strengthen gun control laws and to make investments in policing and in our communities to reduce gun violence. Based on the member opposite's question, Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward to his support for the initiatives that we will bring forward to give the police new tools, new authorities, and new resources to deal with the issue of guns coming across our borders, being diverted from legitimate owners, and being stolen. Mr. Speaker, we'll take the steps necessary to keep our community safe.
Honourable Member for Vimy.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, our aluminum producers' know-how, talent, and expertise are the envy of the world. They play a critical role in our economy in Quebec and across the country. Can the minister update Canadians on our government's work to ensure a cleaner and more sustainable future for the aluminum sector in Canada and to guarantee good jobs for the middle class in this important sector? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Vimy for her question. Our government has always been there for Quebec aluminum workers. Since 2018, we have invested in our smelters, supporting some 2,500 good jobs in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, Deschambault, and Sept-Îles. This will help to secure good long-term jobs in an innovative and more sustainable industry.
For Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, the government revealed that 38 departments and agencies mishandled sensitive information more than 5,000 times last year. Yikes. Clearly, this isn't a one-off. This is a pattern across this Liberal government. Mismanaged and misplaced. It's clear these Liberals don't care about the privacy of Canadians. When will this Prime Minister hold his ministers to account and demand that they protect the privacy of Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to safeguarding sensitive government information and maintaining the highest standards of document security as prescribed in our policies. Each employee receives proper training on this, and minimum safeguards for protected and classified documents are outlined in the Directive on Security Management. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to monitor and ensure that the privacy of Canadians are protected.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Mr. Speaker, last year this government had over 5,000 security breaches related to classified documents. That's 20 for every day worked. no one fired, no one security clearance revoked, and if that wasn't bad enough, Mr. Speaker, one ministry felt it was above the will of Canadians. In a front to Parliament, Speaker, Global Affairs didn't even bother to disclose their breaches. So much for open and accountable Parliament. Will the Prime Minister protect democracy now and demand that Global Affairs release their breaches?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Monsieur le Président, comme je...
Mr. Speaker, as I just said, privacy of Canadian data is very important for our government. Our government is determined to protect private information and government information as well. All employees receive training on security measures, Mr. Speaker, and clearly we will continue to do work in this area.
Harry McKenzie.
Mr. Speaker, last week trade officials confirmed at committee that this government has a policy of promoting the active involvement of Canadian companies in China's Belt and Road Initiative. This expansionist foreign policy initiative is infamous for ensnaring developing countries into a debt trap, leaving them forever indebted to Beijing. Can the minister confirm that if, in fact, it is the Liberals' policy to promote the active participation of Canadian businesses in China's Belt and Road Initiative?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada has a deep and long-standing relationship with China based on mutual economic prosperity, strengthened by our people-to-people ties. These ties are rooted in tradition, history, and mutual respect. Since the arrests of Michael Korvig and Michael Spavor, our government has made it our absolute priority to secure their immediate release, and we remain focused on that goal. Our trade policy will always be motivated by what is in the interests of Canadians.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa.
Mr. Speaker, Saturday was the first day of Black Historic Month 2020, and I look forward to participate in events that celebrate and honor the legacy of Black Canadians in Canada.
The theme for this year, Canadians of African descent going forward guided by the past. It's important to learn about the role of Black Canadians.
On efforts our government has taken to invest in Black communities.
The Honourable Minister of Diversity.
I would like to thank my colleague for Bourassa for his leadership and for this opportunity to talk about what the government has done on behalf of Black Canadians.
An International Decade for People of African Descent invested $9 million to enhance support for Black Canadian youth, $10 million for culturally focused mental health programs, $25 million to build capacity in Black Canadian communities, $45 million for the anti-racism strategy and the anti-racism secretariat. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all Canadians to take part in Black History Month and to learn the rich history of Black Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this government's record on the treatment of First Nations children is getting worse by the day. We learned that this government has actually spent not $5, but over $9 million on legal fees to fight First Nations children in courts. This is shameful for a government that was found guilty for willfully and recklessly discriminating against First Nations children on reserve. Mr. Speaker, what price is this Prime Minister willing to spend on lawyers to continue violating the human rights of First Nations children?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for this question because it underscores a very important point. The historic tragedy that has faced First Nations kids in this country and the discrimination that they've endured. That is discrimination that we are committed to correct. With respect to the legal cost issues she has raised, we are working very closely with the legal officials involved and lawyers on both sides. There are certain matters that are covered by solicitor-client privilege that cannot be disclosed, but we are working carefully with the lawyers to ensure that their legal fees are paid and that justice is rendered for these children. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is the Honourable Prime Minister. The BC salmon season of 2019 was a complete disaster. It constitutes an emergency situation for many Indigenous peoples for whom salmon is staple food of deep cultural and spiritual significance. For the fishermen, the tendermen, the shore workers, it's an economic disaster. These groups wrote and asked the government before the election for emergency salmon relief. The United Fishermen and Allied Workers Union, the Native Brotherhood of British Columbia still have had no answer. When will salmon relief come for these communities?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands. We are committed to protecting wild Pacific salmon stocks. Many runs are in steep decline, and we sympathize with First Nations workers and their families who indeed have a difficult year. The ministers are working with Indigenous communities and stakeholders to ensure that salmon stocks are protected. We've invested over $142 million to fund projects supporting research, conservation, and innovation for the fishing industry on the West Coast.
And that's all for today. C'est tout pour aujourd'hui. We have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Rising out of question period, I'd like to comment on the Minister of Veterans Affairs' comments about cuts in the previous government. With the House's permission, I'd like to table a report from Library Parliament showing that the Liberal government actually slashed 14% of full-time equivalents and Veterans Affairs since coming to power, and according to the department plans for the next 3 years, are cutting another 10%. Wow.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? I don't believe we have unanimous consent. Nothing else going on? Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honor to table in both official languages the 2018 annual report on the RCMP's use of law enforcement justification provisions. Mr. Speaker, this report addresses the RCMP's use of specified provisions within the law enforcement justification regime, which is set out in Section 25.1 to 25.4 of the Criminal Code. This report also documents the nature of the investigations in which these provisions were used.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
Dépôt de.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order related to motions, I would ask to inform the Speaker that there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find consent to adopt the following motion: that the membership of the Standing Committee of Procedures and House Affairs be amended as follows: member from Whitby for the member from Bonavista Burin Trinity, and the member from Mississauga Centre for the member from Winnipeg North.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Carried. Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
It's an honour to stand and rise and to table a petition on behalf of constituents from Courtenay, Hornby Island, Denman Island, and Oceanside. Mr. Speaker, they're calling on the government to suspend the Pacific herring fishery in the Salish Sea for 2020. They highlight, Mr. Speaker, that DFO's own practices and guidelines around the fishery led to them overfishing in 2019. Also, Mr. Speaker, they're citing that the Association of Vancouver Island Coastal Communities and Island Trust nearly unanimously call on the government to suspend this fishery, which would be in light of the government saying that they support local knowledge and local decision-making. Also, the Qualicum Nation has asked for this fishery to be suspended, and the Comox Nation has asked for it to be curtailed. Mr. Mr. Speaker, herring is critical for the food web, for salmon, for humpback killer whales, for southern resident killer whales, and also for shorebirds, and important to the whole ecosystem on the West Coast. Mr. Speaker, we're also citing that DFO has cited that the overall risk to the fishery poses to the stock has changed to high. So we don't understand why the minister would allow this fishery to be open next month, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
It's an honor to rise here in the House to present 3 petitions. One is from Canadian residents who point out that animal testing is unnecessary to prove the safety of cosmetic products, and whereas a ban on cosmetic animal testing would not impact current cosmetic products for sale in Canada, and that the European Union already bans the testing of animals for cosmetic products, and we have a trade agreement with the European Union. It only makes sense to make things similar to promote trade, and therefore the petitioners call upon the House of Commons to ban the sale and manufacture of animal-tested cosmetics and their ingredients in Canada. And secondly, I have 2 petitions that are the same from residents that draw the attention of the government to the fact that costs of prescription medications and necessary medical supplies are excessive, that many Canadians can't afford the cost of these prescription medicines, and therefore the petitioners request the Government of Canada to develop a comprehensive pan-Canadian single-payer and universal program that ensures that all Canadians are able to access prescription medicines regardless of their ability to pay.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to present my first petition here to the House on behalf of 691 not only residents of my riding of Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, but across the country. And it was regarding the CN rail strike and constituents and farmers in rural communities wanting to ensure we have an end to that. And I acknowledge now, while that strike has ended, it certainly raises the awareness and work that I know many members in the House will be interested in for rural Canadians of making sure we have natural gas access to communities, to farms, to dryers, every part of this country, to make sure that this issue does not happen again. So I'm pleased to present this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Marine protected areas are really important to my riding, and part of this 25-25-25 agenda with this Liberal government. And I have a petition here from constituents that request that the Federal Minister of Fisheries and Oceans work with all relevant governments branches to simplify multilateral communication and responsibilities on the subject of marine protected areas. We want to get some of these areas protected as soon as we can. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 petitions to table today from constituents in my riding. The first petition is signed by 27 of my constituents. They're reminding the government that the Alberta government repealed the carbon tax. They're also reminding the government that the environmental tax known as the carbon tax is not an environmental plan. It's a tax plan that will raise the cost of everything from gasoline to groceries. They're saying that the carbon tax will be very destructive to Alberta families and will fail to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. They are calling on the Government of Canada to scrap the punishing federal carbon tax. That is the first petition. The second petition is from my constituents. 26 constituents signed a petition calling on the federal government to repeal Bill C-48 and Bill C-69. They're again drawing attention of the House of Commons and of the Government of Canada that the amount of pipelines built in the previous government is substantially lower than previous ones, and we have lost over 7,000 kilometers of proposed pipelines. Well over 125,000 jobs have been lost, and $100 billion have fled the energy investment has fled the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
And a petition from petitioners throughout my riding of Saanich Gulf Islands who are concerned about the global crisis and the threat to pollinators. We are losing bees, and the evidence, particularly from the European Union, where they have taken action, is that this is largely due to the pesticides based in neonicotinoids. The petitioners ask that the Government of Canada apply the precautionary principle, follow Europe's lead, and take action to ban the neonics.
Petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This petition is around reproductive justice, ensuring that the Government of New Brunswick repeals paragraph A1 in Schedule 2 of the Regulation 8420 under the Medical Services Payment Act, creating a billing code that adequately reflects the provision of services by the provider and facility, thereby meeting the Canadian Health Act requirements of accessibility for residents of New Brunswick to publicly funded abortion services in medically and regionally appropriate settings. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
They're allowed to stand? Good. Very good. I'm ready to make a statement regarding the question of privilege raised on January 29, 2020 by the member for Chilliwack Hope concerning the statement that the member for Vimy made about her vote on the motion for the address in reply to the speech from the throne held on January 27, 2020. What troubled the member for Chilliwack Hope was that the member for Vimy repeated on 2 occasions on January 27th and January 29th that she was present in the chamber during the reading of the motion. While that was clearly not the case, he felt that the member for Vimy was in contempt of the House because she had deliberately misled it, both during the initial statement, after the vote was held, and during her second intervention 2 days later, which sought to clarify the situation and to ask that her vote be withdrawn. While the question of the validity of her vote was settled after the second intervention, the intervention by the member for Chilliwack Hope stressed that the substance of her words was still in doubt. Dans une troisième intervention,
in a third intervention on January 30th, the member for Vimy explained the circumstances surrounding the events decried by the member for Chilliwack Hope. She then indicated that she had not fully understood the nature of the objections raised and apologized for the confusion that her initial remarks had created. In fact, in her final intervention, she recognized having made a mistake due to her misunderstanding of the rules and procedures that govern our work. Her apologies reveal that she had realized the gravity of the situation, although she said she had not acted deliberately. Thanks to that third intervention, as a result of the vigilance of the member for Chilliwack Hope and the leader of the official opposition in the House, we were able to shed some light on this matter and arrive at a common understanding of the facts.
This incident demonstrates the extent to which the incumbent on all members, this demonstrates the extent to which it is incumbent on all members, new or not, to respect the practices and procedures that govern our deliberations. There is a panoply of resources to assist members in that regard. The more experienced colleagues, the table officers, the procedural authorities, and I could go on. It is also imperative that members always weigh their words so as not to inadvertently raise doubts about their sincerity or their integrity. As for the recorded division in question, the rules should now be known to all. A member must be present in the chamber from the time a question is being put on the motion. The division bells are rung expressly to allow members to return to the chamber before the question is put by the chair.
When a member is not present in the chamber in time to hear the start of a question being read, it is expected that they will admit it. Assistant Deputy Speaker Devlin said well in a ruling on June 5, 2014 at page 6257 of Debates, quote, "There is an onus on the members not only to be on time, but, if they are not here on time, to own up to that, and to either not participate in the vote or, if it is pointed out, to subsequently say that their vote ought not to be counted." Unquote.
Members must be in their seats when voting begins and remain seated until the results are announced, if their votes are to be recorded. Since the member for Vimy acknowledged that she was not in the chamber when the motion was read and that she took her seat during the vote, her vote was withdrawn and will no longer appear in the journals of January 27th. However, our procedure and practices were respected in this regard due to the intervention of vigilant members and not owing to this explanation provided. It was upon her third intervention on the matter that the member understood which rules were at issue. After realizing that her misunderstanding had led her to inadvertently mislead the House, she expressed her deep and sincere regret. The final intervention was complete and contrite. In light of the member for Vimy's apology and the fact that the incident seems to have arisen from a misunderstanding of parliamentary terminology rather than a deliberate act, I consider that this matter is now closed. As a final comment, let's consider this event as an opportunity to remind the House that once again, its honor depends on the integrity of each and every member. I thank the members for their attention. Orders of the day.
Government Orders, Government Bills, Commons. Resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C-4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United Mexican States.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville has 3 minutes and 25 seconds remaining for questions. Oh.
So we're going to go on to the next.
Sure. We'll go on to the honourable member for West Nova.
It's my pleasure to stand for a number of moments to talk about the new NAFTA and speak on behalf of the good residents of West Nova and by extension generally on Nova Scotia's concerns. You know, Mr. Speaker, maybe it's my maritime sense of humor, but we keep calling it CUSMA, or the Canadian-U.S. Mexico agreement, when quite honestly, you know what NAFTA meant, you know, that the North American population was benefiting from this. We know now from the things that we have been seeing, the things that we've been hearing, that Canada is not necessarily benefiting from many of these concessions. So maybe we should change it to the organization or the country that's actually making the most out of this, which is the USMCA, which it seems like the Americans, of course, ran the gamut here and, of course, won all the concessions that it did need. So let's just call it the new NAFTA, because let's hope that North Americans are benefiting from this new liberal trade agreement. So, of course, this debate has been going on for a long time, and as an agreement such as this is very complicated, our partners have their own outcomes, making, of course, negotiations challenging.
If I can just interrupt the honourable member for a moment, I just want to remind the honourable members that eating in the chamber is not permitted, and I can see a few people chewing and eating something. So I just want to point that out and make sure that I want to make sure that we're all aware of that. The honourable member for West Nova, I'll let him continue, and I'm sure the member who's eating will move out of the chamber or stop.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for that intervention. These are all learning experiences for us, especially those of us who have just got to this Parliament on this term. You know, Mr. Speaker, again, like I said, it makes our outcomes in negotiating challenging. We understand that, and we find ourselves the last 2 weeks towards final ratification of this agreement. I mean, here is Canada, you know, Mexico, they did all their work ahead of time. The U.S. has spent a number of weeks ratifying their side of the agreement, and here we are where are we? February 2nd, and we're finding ourselves trying to ratify the Liberals' agreement as they've brought it forward. So it's only through this process that the Liberal government has realized that we are in a minority government, Mr. Speaker, and that they need opposition to support and pass this bill. I was asked several questions about the new NAFTA during the election, as I know many of us were, mostly revolving around the dairy industry or supply managed commodities, and I'll get to this in a few moments. But first, I might like to underline some stats about Nova Scotia and its exports to the United States. Some of the numbers I have are from 2015 and 2017, 2018. So in 2015, the United States was the destination of 69.39% of Nova Scotia international goods exports. The U.S. by far is Nova Scotia's #1 trading partner, where Europe is about 10% and other countries about 20%, receiving the balance of Nova Scotia exports in 2015. 4 U.S. regions receive about 85% of Nova Scotia U.S. trade goods in 2015. About 37% were sent to New England, as you would suspect on the eastern side of the country that they would go to New England. 24 go to the Southeast region, 15 to the Great Lakes, and about 8% to the Mideast region. The remaining 14.77 was distributed among other regions in the U.S. In 2015, rubber or tires from Michelin and fish products added to about 55% of the total exports to Nova Scotia. They were the main domestic exports to the United States. Another 17% of exports to the U.S. were paper, mineral fuels, and plastics. The remaining 28% consisted of other miscellaneous goods. In 2018, Mr. Speaker, fish products accounted for 24% of total exports from Nova Scotia, or $883.5 million of exports to the U.S., where crustaceans, lobsters, crabs, and others represent about 69%, or $605 million of this product group. Nova Scotia exports continue to diversify by destination, but declining exports this year to the U.S., down about 0.6% compared to February 18, with about January, February 17, and rising exports to other destinations, up about 31%. This is also the case for many other provinces in Canada. Exports from New Brunswick, Quebec, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, where U.S. export growth outpaced growth in other destinations, grew more concentrated in the U.S. Nova Scotia exports to the U.S. were down by about $3.4 million as declining values for energy, forestry, electronics, motor vehicle and parts, aircraft and other transportation equipment, and consumer goods more than offset the gains in farm, fishing, intermediate metal ores, mineral products, chemicals, plastics, rubber, and machinery equipment. As an aside, in this discussion is now being affected by the coronavirus that is creating tremendous challenges for our exporters, where China is Nova Scotia's second largest export destination. So comparing January, February 2018 with the same months of 2017, Nova Scotia's exports grew by about $36 million, mostly on gains on forest products and consumer goods. Now, Mr. Speaker, to say that the U.S. trade is important to us is truly an understatement. U.S. trade and the trade deal that supports it is paramount. Now, Mr. Speaker, I do spend a lot of time talking about the fishing industry in our riding of West Nova, which you can see by the exports. It exports all of its products outside the country. So I thought I'd spend the remaining time talking about the agricultural industry that may not export quite as much, but was affected quite substantially by the changes in protections pertaining to supply-managed commodities. It seems that every time Canada negotiates a free trade agreement, those commodities take a hit. I remember a few years ago, back in 2005, when I was a provincial minister of agriculture, attending the WTO negotiations in Hong Kong. And I can tell you that there was a protracted discussion at that time on Canada's continued support of supply-managed commodities, pressure for the European Union and the U.S. The Liberal government of the day was ready to allow access to other countries at that time. It wasn't until the provincial ministers Liberal, Conservative, and NDP got together, supported the National Commodity Associations, that the negotiating team finally took it off the table. And since that time, before that time, I've been a supporter of our commodities, and now I represent the largest agricultural area in Nova Scotia, and that support, of course, Mr. Speaker, has become even stronger. Nova Scotia's agricultural community is small compared to other provinces, but the backbone is dairy and poultry. And without those, the other commodities would have trouble existing. That's why any loss of market affects Nova Scotia more than others. A 3.6% loss of the dairy market truly affects the small farmers that we have in Nova Scotia, which is why the adjustment payments are important to allow better cash flow to these markets due to these changes. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm a big believer in grassroots government. We must listen to those in our community, and I therefore want to underline what we've heard, of course, from others. You know, the Canadian Agri-Food Trade Alliance, or CAFTA, they welcome the announcement that negotiations have concluded on updating CUSMA. We look forward to receiving confirmation that the changes don't negatively impact our members. Since the initial negotiations concluded over a year ago, the prolonged discussions require to secure support in the U.S. Congress has undermined business certainty, so of course they're waiting for answers on what the final decision is going to be. Dairy Farmers of Canada, in a parliamentary system, all bills, including those aimed at ratifying international agreements, are subject to a legislative process designed to improve them. And it's important not only for the dairy sector, but also for aluminum workers, and that is agreement to be put through that process. That, of course, came from Pierre Lamprand, President of GFC Dairy Farmers of Canada, which, of course, Mr. Speaker, I hope that everybody has the opportunity to talk to dairy farmers who will be coming to Parliament Hill over the next number of days. But, Mr. Speaker, you know, the North American Free Trade Agreement is extremely important to producers in my riding, but not any old deal will do. We need one that benefits our industries, and that does not take one area of the country for granted, as we're looking at in the aluminum issue. Prove us, better yet, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, prove to Canadians that this government is getting it right. That, Madam Speaker, is in the court of the government today. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires? L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I know that the dairy farmers are, in fact, in Ottawa this week. I'm hoping to be able to meet with some tomorrow morning, actually, as I'm sure many of my colleagues on all sides of the House will, in fact, be engaged with our farming, and particularly our dairy farmers, in the coming days. Having said that, you know, one of the issues, whether it's this trade agreement or previous trade agreements, has always been the issue of supply management. And our negotiators on the Canadian side, along with politicians, I believe in good part on all sides of the House, maybe some a little bit more so than others, but there's always been a very strong sense of compassion and emotions in regards to ensuring that we maintain supply management. And the dairy sector is probably one of the best examples as to why it is so important that we do just that. And I guess I look to my colleague and would ask him just to reinforce from not only his personal perspective, but maybe possibly even from his caucus perspective, because I know within the Liberal caucus there is a very strong support, always has been, for supply management.
The Honourable Member for West Nova.
Thank you very much. And of course, I think we've heard it on a number of occasions when the different members have gotten up to speak about this new NAFTA, their continued support for supply managed commodities. You know, we talk a lot about dairy because that seems to be the one that got hit the most, but we also heard about poultry and chickens coming across our border. You know, we'll continue to be supporters of free trade, but at the same time, understanding the challenges that we have in our supply managed commodities. Like I said, in Nova Scotia, without dairy, without the monies that come in because of that protection, if you want to call it that, they're the ones that actually have the money for tractors and new equipment that actually falls into the support for the rest of that industry.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Close. Cowichan. Thanks to my honourable colleague for his speech. I wanted to draw his attention to one particular section in the agreement that places threshold limits on dairy exports, notably milk protein powders and infant formula. And this agreement now establishes export thresholds whereby if Canada goes beyond them, we have agreed to slap on punitive tariffs, basically pricing ourselves out of the market. So, first of all, I'd like to know, what did the United States get in return for us agreeing to this? And does my honourable colleague know of any other example around the world where a country has so ceded its sovereignty over its ability to determine where it wants to sell its exports? And just what kind of economic damage this might mean for our important dairy producers across the country going into the future?
Honourable Member for West Nova.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Now, in the speech, which I had to cut short a little bit, I was going to say that this is a question that we had. I was going to ask, what is the government offering in exchange for the concessions that we made in terms of those dairy issues, the baby formula, and so on. So we really want to know what the government provided, what the government got in exchange for this sacrifice, and how it's going to deal with this issue. So I think we share the same concerns as the member just raised.
Commentaires, questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to ask the member, give this chance to ask the member, he's spoken about what's happened with the supply management system with this accord to some degree. And we know that there's been some compromises made by the government in order to get this on the table. The issue was not just the fact that this is there, but in the shadow of the agreement that preceded it, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, where some room was ceded by the supply managed industries to foreign powers, and no expectations seemed to arise when this government met with the other parties to the NAFTA that this would also have to be offered to our strongest trading partners. Would the member like to comment on that as far as the lack of preparation or the lack of reality that this government entered into these negotiations with, as opposed to what was previously our previous trade agreements when we actually walked in from positions of strengths, so we were able to negotiate, give and take with our trading partners? I look forward to that answer. Thank you.
For West Nova.
Well,
very quickly, very briefly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will try to keep this one very short. I mean, it seemed like all through the process, even though we have not been a part of it until this point, that we as an opposition are actually part of this discussion. But, as you watch it, we were dragged into this discussion. Mexico was seen to be able to do more than we did in negotiation. We were actually seen to be put aside during part of this discussion, which created a tremendous challenge for us. Madam Speaker, this would have been better if we would have been at the table the whole time.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak as part of the debate on this bill. I'd like to take a couple of minutes, if you'll allow me, to thank the people from Montérégie West who allowed me to really live my dream and to have the winning conditions to be able to do that I'm doing now at the House of Commons. So I want to thank all of the managers there who were able to help me get into politics. They're, female managers helping to get a female into politics, and I think that's great. So I'm very pleased that I'll be speaking today on this issue. And honestly, what really interests me in this debate is the whole issue of dairy farmers. It's been said a number of times that in trade deals, there are always winners and losers. And it's important to know what the losers are losing. It's important to listen to them, to understand them, and then to debate their concerns as parliamentarians. And that's why, at the Bloc Québécois, we want to debate this as long as possible and to really debate this in committee as well, so that all witnesses, all stakeholders, all companies, anyone who wants to give their opinion on this deal has the opportunity to do so. Now, very often when trade agreements are implemented, Quebecers lose out. In this case, there's the aluminum sector, which is a real key sector for Quebec. And then there are also the supply-managed sectors like dairy, eggs, turkey, and so on. And the farmers of those products have also been sacrificed in this trade deal. There's been an opening of over 3% of the market to U.S. dairy farmers. And we're not just talking about losses 1 year. We're talking about a market share loss on an ongoing basis for our dairy farmers in Quebec. Now, I come from a riding where over half of dairy farms in Montérégie West are actually in my riding of Salaberry-sur-Roi. It's 237 farms in the whole area of my riding. 237 of those farms are dairy farms, and they're worth a certain amount of money. I think it's important to say this because our farmers are business owners. They are business people who are passionate about agriculture, but they're also generating economic benefits in our communities.
In 2006, and I did some research, I found a speech on protecting supply management that dates back to 2006. And I was saying just how important it was to stop thinking that farmers are not business people. They are. They are drivers behind revitalizing our communities. It's thanks to them that mechanics, garages, and grocery stores survive. A lot of the business, in fact, in our rural communities depend on agricultural activity. So that's why it's important to reiterate that farms are businesses that generate economic spin-offs. Now, I've got a farm in my riding. We all know that milk from Quebec, Canadian milk, is the best quality around. We have very high standards in Quebec when it comes to animal well-being, the environment, important standards with respect to traceability. We've got a traceability system that is very good in the province. So our milk, Madam Speaker, is very good quality milk, and it will be replaced by milk with different standards. So that will mean a lower quality product on the market. Now, after 2011, there were fewer bloc members in the House, and what we've seen is that the trade agreements adopted and ratified by members were detrimental to Quebec. Let's look at the CETA agreement with Europe. Quebec cheese producers were sacrificed under that agreement. Now, as you may know, we have excellent cheese in Quebec, some 300 different varieties of good quality cheese. And when I look at the member for Beauport, who is in a wonderful riding that has some of the best cheese in the province, I know that she also realizes that cheese producers were sacrificed. Quebec produces the vast majority of fine cheese in the country. So these agreements will adversely affect cheese producers as well, because we'll see a flooding of foreign cheeses coming in from Europe. In the Saguenay, they were affected by the Trans-Pacific Partnership because a breach was opened in supply management. A concession was made on the dairy. Why is supply management so important? Why do we keep talking about it? Well, because it's at the basis of our Quebec model for agriculture, one that we're so proud of. And as you know, Madam Speaker, I hope for something great for the province of Quebec. We hope to be seated around the table of nations We need a strong Quebec with economically strong companies in our communities, and as a result, it's important to maintain our agricultural production in the province and our presence. There was compensation for dairy producers for the year, but dairy producers are very concerned because they don't know what's going to happen in the years to come. There's a loss of market share, not just for the year to come, but forever. And it's important for them to understand and to know what will happen next year, for example. But the government appears to be somewhat hesitant. They seem to be thinking about perhaps putting in place a program that producers could qualify for, something like the Conservatives did in the Canada-Europe trade agreement. We are here to tell the government and to tell the House that in the budget we want compensation for dairy producers, directly compensated for the duration of the compensation period. So not some kind of a program where producers will have to qualify, a program that will involve a great deal of red tape and whatnot. We want direct compensation for our farmers and agriculture producers. Now, if I've got a bit of time left, it would be important for me to address the issue of milk proteins. Now, our viewers at home and people listening to the debate at home may not understand that the issue of milk protein is something that is threatening our dairy sector as well. In Canada and the United States, milk consumption has decreased and cheese, butter products have increased. And so there are attempts to make those products at a lower cost and to use components, milk components. Under the most recent agreement, our market was flooded with milk protein products, diet-filtered milk from the United States, and thanks to pressure brought by the Bloc Québécois and others, the government put in place a new milk category, Class 7, which offered protection for our producers or processors to obtain milk protein products from our own dairy product producers and to ignore U.S. ones. Now, clearly, that was not something the U.S. government was happy with, and so as part of these negotiations, the U.S. demanded that Canada abandon Class 7 in order to allow milk proteins to once again flood our markets and to basically once again threaten our dairy producers. So under this agreement, Madam Speaker, there are two serious concessions made where the government opposite simply abandoned supply management. First of all, they opened up a breach, and secondly, eliminated Class 7, which enabled our producers to sell off their product. So dairy producers know, Madam Speaker, that they can count on the Bloc Québécois to defend them staunchly, to defend their interests, because a country without agricultural producers is not a country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Kingston Yonge.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know that when the Ways and Means motion was introduced, the Bloc voted against the opportunity basically to introduce NAFTA or the USMCA or whatever we're calling it right now. So I can only assume that they're opposed to the legislation. But the member did talk about how important it is for Quebec to have an economy that is strong and that has, the opportunities that it needs in order to, continue to be prosperous. But yet what we know historically is that good trading relationships and good trading partnerships can create exactly that. I'm curious, if the Bloc Québécois and this member is perhaps going to start to fall in line with what the Premier of Quebec is saying and get behind this piece of legislation and get behind the need for this strong free trade agreement with the United States.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. It gives me an opportunity to reiterate the openness and cooperation that the member for Chambly, the leader of the Bloc, mentioned and has spoken about. As he said, we are prepared to listen and to work together because we have proposals to mitigate the negative impacts and effects on the Quebec economy of this agreement. We are in a democratic parliament where it's good to get the bottom of issues, to allow members to put forth proposals, amendments, and ideas to improve an agreement or to try to do what is possible. That's why the Bloc Québécois decided to vote no initially, but we are looking forward to having a say at committee, to having an opportunity for all sectors to appear before committee to speak to this bill. The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government colleague reiterated what the Premier of Quebec said, and I'd like to remind him what the Prime Minister of Canada said in October 2018. He acknowledged that trade agreements had impacts on dairy producers. He acknowledged that himself. So, in fact, we're still seeing our supply managed system being under attack, and I wonder if my Bloc colleague could talk about the progress we want to make, but the problems that are being caused by the Liberal government, the obstacles the government is creating. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. That's why the Bloc Québécois will table a private member's bill that will require the government to make no future concessions under supply management. We're tabling a bill. We will debate it, and we hope to see support for the bill from all members in this House, because that way we will see no future concessions made on supply management. And it will be important to have the support for all colleagues in the House for that bill.
Comments? The honourable member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to my honourable colleague for her remarks. I followed them with some interest. She mentioned briefly the debate she hopes will occur at committee over this bill, and I'm wondering if I could ask her, given the point we are at in the process, what bearing she feels that debate will have on the outcome of the final vote, and whether her party supports an improved process that would engage this House earlier in the process so that members can have more of an effective voice in shaping our negotiating strategy in international trade agreements.
The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Bloc Québécois has made some proposals, as the member for Belleuil-Chambly has mentioned in question period, that can't yet be discussed in the chamber but that have been put forth to the government, suggestions that can mitigate the impact of this agreement on the Quebec economy at committee. I think that it is healthy and democratic to enable the many witnesses who agree or disagree with the agreement to have an opportunity to speak. Because at present, Madam Speaker, we aren't hearing all of the voices, people in favor, people opposed. So in the Bloc Québécois, we are in favor of hearing from witnesses who will be affected and who are not making the headlines. So we hope that
Reprise des débats.
Resuming debate.
Debate, the honourable member for Niagara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honored to rise in the House today to talk about the new NAFTA deal, which Canadians throughout this great nation have worked so hard on. For over a year, we have negotiated hard for a good, modernized free trade agreement with both our partners, the United States and, of course, Mexico. With that, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank all Canadians from every part of this country, from all walks of life, and from all political points of view for helping and supporting our government over the course of these negotiations. We have heard from over 47,000 Canadians, Madam Speaker, to ensure their views were in fact considered at the negotiating table and spoke to over 1,300 stakeholders, including businesses, unions, Indigenous groups, women entrepreneurs, academics, youth, and political leaders from all parties, Madam Speaker. A special thank you to our Prime Minister, our Deputy Prime Minister, the NAFTA Council, premiers, our municipal partners for joining on this effort to protect, support, and create Canadian jobs and sustain and enhance our business communities throughout this great nation. Our focus, Madam Speaker, in bringing the new NAFTA to Parliament is to preserve and to foster opportunity for our workers, for our businesses, for Canadians, and for our communities from coast to coast to coast to thrive, Madam Speaker, ensuring that their business interests, once again, well into the future, are sustained as well as enhanced. Businesses and industries across our country rely on free trade agreements like the new NAFTA to grow their customer base, ensuring that their products and services are available at competitive pricing in Canada and the United States, as well as Mexico, once again, our partnership, strengthening our diversification options to contribute to strengthening our overall global performance. By reaching more consumers and building more profits, Canadian businesses are then able to create jobs, build stronger communities, and grow our economy. The new NAFTA is certainly, Madam Speaker, excellent for Canada's growing economy, as it will support well-paying middle-class jobs. Madam Speaker, with this new agreement, we are being proactive and constructive for our national steel industry, especially for local industries in Niagara, such as Welland's ASW Steel. We are supporting innovation as well as diversification in steel and the steel-related industry, sustaining the industry and the skilled trades that support it. Madam Speaker, in Niagara Centre, small and medium-sized businesses will in fact benefit from this new chapter, including IFRD Machine Works in the city of Thorold, a custom machine family-owned business in that community. Reliable trade agreements, Madam Speaker, will not only increase trade investment opportunities, specifically for small and medium-sized enterprises, but also allow such businesses to continue growing and have the potential to expand abroad. Madam Speaker, despite remarkable improvements in the area of the skilled trades since 2015, our government is aware that we need to do much more. Our government is committed to continuing our work in order to provide necessary tools and support for Canadians to be at their very best and to ensure that the skills that they need to find, improve, and contribute to this great nation create stable jobs, as well as, once again, sustain our economy. This being made available to them as individuals to once again contribute. Several regions, Madam Speaker, across our great country are finding it hard, extremely hard, to find qualified workers to fill many positions. Niagara Centre, Madam Speaker, is no exception. And we are as well experiencing a skilled trade shortage throughout our region. We need welders, pipe fitters, boiler makers, seafarers, tile setters, plumbers, technicians, cooks, chefs, and other hands-on, hard-working, skilled tradespeople. For example, we have introduced the Canada Training Benefit in 2019, Madam Speaker, a personalized and portable training benefit to help Canadians plan and get the training they need for a successful career. Our government, Madam Speaker, was able to boost federal support to provinces and territories by $2.7 billion over 6 years. This investment aims to help unemployed and underemployed Canadians access the training and employment supports they need to find and keep good-paying jobs. Our government has also invested $225 million over 4 years to identify and fill gaps in the economy in order to help Canadians be best prepared. Additional investments and collaboration with our different partners will, in fact, Madam Speaker, allow us to work collectively in our fight against skilled trade shortages. The new NAFTA will bring more job opportunities for Canadians, Madam Speaker, enabling them to pursue stable and successful careers in construction, transportation, manufacturing, and service-related industries. Madam Speaker, the reason why I bring this up and to the attention of members of the House is the fact that many programs that have been introduced by our government align with the new NAFTA, sustaining and growing this great nation's economy. This will certainly have a positive impact, Madam Speaker, on the standard of living of all Canadians and our economic growth. Madam Speaker, as many members in the House know, transportation and infrastructure is something that I'm extremely passionate about, and that is also a key to my riding in Niagara. The Welland Canal, the Queen Elizabeth Way, Highway 406, and the Niagara-Hamilton Trade Corridor all positions Niagara-Hamilton as a perfect example of how strategic, interconnected locations with different modes of transport coming together benefit from trade agreements. As a binational region connecting the U.S. to our great nation, Niagara-Hamilton are a vital economic gateway for trade between Canada and our American trade partners. Madam Speaker, as advantageous as it is for Niagara-Hamilton, our strategic location benefits our nation, ensuring fluidity of goods movement. With the new NAFTA, we're able to safeguard more than $2 billion a day in cross-border trade and tariff-free access to our largest trading partner, the United States. Which is why, Madam Speaker, I am honored to have been a member of the Standing Committee of Transport, Infrastructure and Communities throughout the last Parliament that led the establishment of a national transportation strategy, trade corridor strategy, and ports modernization review that once again align with the new NAFTA, sustaining and growing Canada's economy. There is much progress that has already been made, Madam Speaker, to improve rail, air, road, and marine transportation, integrating distribution and logistics, particularly in strategic areas of the country, such as the Niagara-Hamilton area, and in turn, working on the productivity and quality of life in Canadian communities. Madam Speaker, with the new NAFTA comes great new opportunities for all Canadians and for the people living in my riding of Niagara Centre. With this in mind, and moving forward in this, the 43rd Parliament, I look forward to working with all members in this House to further economic, environmental, and social strategies that will contribute, Madam Speaker, to all 338 ridings. Madam Speaker, all Canadians. With that, I thank you for your time, for your ear, and we look forward to questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, and I listened very closely to my honourable colleague's remarks, and he should know that we in the official opposition agree that Canadian business and industry, the provinces need predictability, they need certainty with our support of this new NAFTA. But I hope the member understands why we want some answers regarding the deficiencies in this new accord, particularly with regards to the Liberals boasting about the new benefit of the 70% rule with regards to our very important aluminum sector. And the question they raise is, this is something new. It wasn't in the original NAFTA. Well, of course it wasn't in the original NAFTA because China wasn't mega producing millions and millions of tons of aluminum, and with the slowdown in the Chinese economy, now dumping them into various countries around the world, including, as we have seen through the back door of this agreement, into Mexico and into our economy, threatening producers of our very clean hydroelectrically produced aluminum here in Canada, the west coast at Kitimat, and of course in the Côte Nord and the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean area. So I hope my honourable member understands why we are asking for the impact assessments that we know have been carried out, undoubtedly should have been carried out by this government, with regards to the negative impact of this new agreement on this vital aluminum sector.
For Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his questions. Actually, statement. I didn't get a question out of that, but I'll assume or I'll speculate on the question he was asking with respect to the aluminum industry. And I want to say to the member that those discussions, well, I'll just say that the aluminum sector is not discounted under this new agreement. As was mentioned by the minister on many occasions, those discussions are going to continue. It is a time factor in comparison to steel, the 7 versus 10. They get that, we get that. Those discussions will continue. But I want to make it very clear. It doesn't discount. It's just simply a matter of time. And of course, what the aluminum sector would like to see in that matter of time will in fact be recognized in short order. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Oops, the honourable member for Regina Wascana? Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
No, Madam Speaker, that's totally okay. And you know what? As some of my colleagues here and I were discussing, this is not even necessarily a new NAFTA, but rather a HAFTA. You know, a NAFTA 0.5. You know, I think that we all acknowledge, including conservatives on this side of the House, that free trade is important, and we are proud to be the party of free trade. But I would be curious as to what my honourable colleague across the way would have to say about the op-ed piece that CNBC just published by Jared Kushner, and as I'm sure the member opposite knows, a senior advisor to President Trump, where he says about the agreement expiring after 16 years, known as the Sunset Clause. It was an imperative that the United States retain leverage in all their trading relationships. That government started out by saying it was a non-starter. Well, there it is. So I'd be curious as if the member has any comments as to a non-starter suddenly being a central key in the new HAFTA deal.
For Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. I do have to say it's quite rich that the member stands and talks about HAFTA when, quite frankly, back when it was originally drawn up and of course authored by the Conservative government, you gave away the farm. When we look at what's happened to some of our industry throughout the country, especially that industry that's moved away into other countries, I think the member, Madam Speaker, best do his homework before standing up and throwing and slinging mud. This agreement, in fact, protects Canadian workers. This agreement, in fact, sustains industries and niche markets that we've had and been able to grow in the past many, many decades. Not giving away the farm, but doing the opposite, gaining the farm back. So my expectation within short order, Madam Speaker, is that this agreement, which, by the way, is good for Canada, Canadian economy, Canadian families, will, in fact, take us to the next level of where we should be when it comes to economy and overall create a healthier market and better performance on the global markets. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today for the first time in this new session, and as such, I would like to thank the constituents of Lethbridge for once again giving me the privilege of being in this place and representing them. I am here Thank you. I am here to speak on the new NAFTA deal. the USMCA. Now, the Conservative Party is the party of free trade. It's something that has always been a part of our value system and the things that we believe are essential to this country moving forward. NAFTA is in fact a legacy of the conservative movement. Since its ratification in 1994, it has served as a vehicle of long-term economic growth. It has facilitated freedom, it has spurred innovation, and it has generated prosperity for this country and those who call it home. Together, Canada, the United States, and Mexico account for nearly 1/3 of the world's GDP, which is significant since these countries together only compose 7% of the world's population. Now, the United States, of course, is Canada's largest and most important trade partner, which makes the new NAFTA deal particularly important for the health of our economy and the well-being of Canadians. That said, it should be noted that the new NAFTA is not what it could have been or should have been. The fact is we have a deal, but we have to ask the question, did we get a good deal? A good deal would be one where Canada left the table with a little more than what it first had in the original agreement. An acceptable deal would be if Canada left the negotiating table with about the same. A bad deal is if Canada left the table with less than what it had in the original NAFTA agreement. Madam Speaker, it is unfortunate to have to report to the House that ultimately the USMCA must be judged on how Canada benefits, and Canada does not. We left the table with less than what we had in the original deal. Throughout the entirety of the negotiation and ratification process of the USMCA, we offered to work with the opposite side of the House. We offered to assist as a collaborative motion. And instead, we were left in the dark. And so when Conservatives were in government, though, when we negotiated trade deals, like the Trans-Pacific Partnership, for example, we made the effort to ensure that opposition members were included and kept informed in that process and that they had a part of it.
That's right.
We involved stakeholders.
You will all have the opportunity to speak, please. The honourable member with Lethbridge has the floor.
We involved stakeholders and we worked with many interested partners in order to make sure that as many valuable voices were added to the discussion as possible. Now, these deals require effort, they require collaboration and serious discussion, and that's something that as Conservatives we are very committed to, and we wish that that had been the same case in this scenario. Now, President Trump said that the deal was negotiated entirely on his terms, and sadly, I have to agree with him. The United States had extensive conversations with Mexico, they worked out a deal, and then they invited Canada to the table. Basically, they said, sign or don't sign, it's your choice. So Canada signed, but we weren't included in the negotiations due to poor negotiating tactics on the part of this government. Now, the Liberal government, who had an obligation to negotiate in the best interest of Canadians, I would argue dropped the ball in this case. They made concession after concession and eventually capitulated to the United States and Mexico. And what we have then is a deal that will leave us with more barriers, more red tape, and more obstacles for Canadian businesses to overcome. It will end up costing taxpayers more because we'll actually need to assist sectors that got left out of the deal in order to make up for the failures of the government's negotiating. We understand that most industry associations and chambers in Canada want this deal to be ratified. We do. And we understand that the premiers have put forward a letter asking that it be ratified. And while we understand the importance of a free trade agreement with the United States and Mexico, we also know that in this place it is our responsibility as legislators to put it through due process.
That's right.
So the fact is this: Canada backed down on far too many things. The government backed down on automotives, giving Donald Trump exactly what he wanted: limits on how many cars Canada can export to the United States. The government backed down on dairy, again giving Trump exactly what he wanted: more market share for the American exporters and less business for Canadians. In fact, one of the biggest losers, arguably, from the USMCA is dairy. 3.6% of the Canadian market is now open to imports. The deal also specifies thresholds for exports anywhere in the world for certain dairy products. If the industry grows or if there's a surplus of these products, Canada must add duties to the exports, making them more expensive and less competitive. The government also backed down on pharmaceuticals, giving Trump, again, exactly what he wanted. Now, that means higher prices and bigger profits for American drug companies and less for Canadians. Another sector that was not successfully advocated for, of course, is aluminum. So the same rules of origin for steel were not agreed to when it came to aluminum, which leaves the industry wondering why not. Furthermore, when it comes to temporary entry for business people, the list of professionals in Chapter 16 failed to be updated to bring it into the 21st century. Why? Why would you not take advantage of the opportunity to do that? That just seems obvious. And for all these concessions, Canada was unable to win anything significant in return. Buy American provisions still remain in place, thus shutting Canadian companies out from bidding on American government contracts. Unfair and illegal tariffs still remain on softwood lumber. Forestry workers are going through a tough time, and it's because this government, quite frankly, failed to negotiate this deal well. And if those capitulations aren't bad enough, Canada also signed a clause that prevents us from entering into trade negotiations with non-market economies such as China, Vietnam, or Brazil without first gaining Big Brother's approval. So the United States, ultimately, Donald Trump, has veto power in terms of how we move forward in our trade agreements. Furthermore, with regards to the Sunset Clause, 16 years out. Now, when we first entered into this deal as a country, the Prime Minister made it really clear that a Sunset Clause wasn't even going to be an option, and yet he signed off. So after 16 years, this will come under, it'll be done away with if a new negotiation isn't done. Now, what that does is it creates great uncertainty in our economy. Now, of course, the current government would push back and they would say, no, 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 that's not the case. But we have an article that just was published quoting Jared Kushner, who is the president's son-in-law and an advisor, and he said that it is imperative that the United States retain leverage in any of our trading relationships, and thus the Sunset Clause was put in. This is about the United States and their betterment, not about Canadians and our well-being. Considering the magnitude of this trade deal, it is important that people don't get left behind. The United States does remain our largest trading partner. $2 billion of trade passes across our border each and every day. This represents about 75% of all Canadian exports, and NAFTA certainly has created more than 5 million jobs, which is amazing. These things are worth celebrating, and of course, free trade must continue. We just wish that the deal that Canada got would have been a little better. Despite the fact that those in this House are being asked to vote for this legislation, it should be noted that there is still a fair bit of uncertainty. The government still hasn't released the economic impact statement, and many industries are unclear as to how NAFTA will impact them. These are important considerations that should be brought before this House, that should be brought before the committee. They are considerations that industry stakeholders should be allowed to take under advisement. So yes, we have a deal, but could it have been better? Ultimately, yes, much better. So, with that said, I believe that this bill should move forward to a committee where it can be studied further, where industry stakeholders can be invited to have a voice at the table, and my hope would be that the government would release the economic impact statement so that that could be thoroughly studied and that they could be held accountable so that Canada can ultimately move forward in a way that is beneficial to all Canadians.
Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
I know what it's like being in opposition. You have to find problems with everything the government does, and the member made a valiant effort. But she said that nothing was gained under the USMCA, but under dispute, we salvaged the dispute dispute settlement mechanism, at a time when the United States has very little patience for dispute settlement. And in fact, they're trying to get out of dispute settlement. They haven't appointed members to the WTO dispute resolution panel. That's called panel blocking, and we got rid of panel blocking in the USMCA, which means that they can't use that mechanism to shut down dispute settlement panels, Madam Speaker. Secondly, we got rid of Chapter 11, which means multinational corporations have less of an ability to impose their economic interests on our Canadian sovereignty. So I think we've gained quite a bit.
For Lethbridge.
There is no question.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree. I think that there's been some huge wins on this, and getting rid of investor state is a huge win. I mean, having corporations, foreign corporations, dictate to us to challenge in private tribunals our laws and policies that protect the health and welfare of Canadians, that protect our environment, that is an affront to democracy. And I'm glad to see it gone. I want to see it gone in every one of our trade and investment agreements. What I would ask the member opposite, I'm hearing this debate between the Liberals and Conservatives about each of them. When they're in opposition, they don't feel like they're being heard or negotiated with or part of the dialogue on these trade agreements. Do you not think that it's time that we started to look at another process for trade agreements? Look at the European model, where they have an open dialogue and debate, where they talk about what the socio-economic impacts of this agreement are going to be before they start negotiating it. And as the negotiation goes through, there is debate. And we should have that ongoing debate in Parliament. I think having an open, transparent process would be helpful to all concerned. Thank you.
Lethbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would have to draw attention to the fact that this agreement actually it actually attacks Canada's sovereignty in the sense that, again, if we want to enter into other trade agreements with non-market economies, we have to get the U.S. to sign off. That's not okay. That is not okay. As a sovereign nation, as a country, we should be able to move forward and enter into trade agreements with China, with Brazil, without needing the United States to sign off on that. We are a country governed by our own system. We should be able to make our own decisions with regards to our trade, imports and exports. And so, Madam Speaker, I have to disagree with the member when he says that this document somehow enforces our sovereignty.
Well said. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Lethbridge for her very well delivered remarks on this agreement. Now, one of the members opposite did talk about sovereignty, and so I know that the member for Lethbridge did comment on what we lose in terms of sovereignty when we have the U.S. making decisions about who we can and who we can't have free trade agreements with. Madam Speaker, so my question is about sovereignty. And so when we have this sunset clause that was a driving factor behind the U.S.'s negotiating position, really we've put them in the driver's seat again. So we've forfeited our leading position. So I'm wondering if the member from Lethbridge, in spite of the interruptions, can give us some comment on that.
Very quick answer from please. A very quick answer from the member from Lethbridge.
Again, I would draw attention to the fact that when we started these negotiations, the Prime Minister and his crew over there, they said that a sunset clause was a non-starter, that it wouldn't even be allowed. But at the end of the day, they did sign off on a sunset clause, which what that does then, Madam Speaker, is it creates incredible uncertainty for those within our own country who would invest capital in order to further their business.
Yes, the honourable member for Gatineau. Yeah, for Hull-Elmer.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is the second time in 3 days that I've heard opposition members refer to other members in the House with words that I'm not really sure are parliamentary. So I'm wondering if the honourable member, whom I know and who's a very honourable woman, I'm wondering if she could perhaps choose her words more carefully when she's referring to her honourable colleagues in the House.
The honourable member for Lethbridge has anything to say?
I think the member is referring to the fact that I said the Prime Minister and his crew, and I certainly didn't mean any disrespect by that. I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are resuming debate. Reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start today by acknowledging that we're meeting on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people.
Order, yes. The Honourable for Leeds, Grantsville, All right. Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker. And just while we're on the subject, the member for Spadina Fort York used some language that would also fall under the same category addressed by his colleague. And I'm just wondering if you'd like to give him the same opportunity to address the type of language that he used as well, since we're on the subject.
Member for Spadina Fort York.
I admit it, I stooped to their level and I apologize.
Please, it has to be genuine, and you know it. You know it has to be a genuine apology, please.
I referred to the side opposite after they called it the crew over there. I did call them the gang over there, and I apologize for using that word, and I withdraw.
Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary resuming debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I again want to start by acknowledging we're on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. I'm pleased to speak today on Bill C-4. In the fall of 2018, leaders from Canada, the United States, and Mexico announced a new trilateral trade agreement to replace the 24-year-old North American Free Trade Agreement. This was a pivotal moment for our country, for North America, and for fair trade around the world. This agreement will ensure free and fair trade in North America, a trading zone that accounts for more than a quarter of the world's economy, with just 7% of its population. During the negotiations, we saw unprecedented support from across our country. We came together to ensure that we got the best possible deal for Canada and for Canadians. We had cooperation from all political parties. In May 2017, I visited Washington, D.C. with the Public Safety Committee. Conservative, NDP, and Liberal MPs came together to meet with U.S. elected officials. Talk inevitably turned to trade, and we successfully shared stories together about why NAFTA was so important to the trading relationship between our countries. Brian Mulrooney and Ronna Ambrose have both worked with our government and have spoken out in favor of the agreement. The new NAFTA has the support of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, the Assembly of First Nations, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and the Auto Parts Manufacturing Association, to name just a few. Business, industry, individuals, and local governments are in favor of this deal because of the certainty, security, and prosperity that will come from a modern free trade agreement. Perry Bellegarde, AFN National Chief, said, and I quote, "The new NAFTA is the most progressive and inclusive trade agreement to date. It's good for First Nations and Canada. Involving Indigenous peoples and respecting our rights leads to better outcomes and greater economic certainty," end quote. As the Deputy Prime Minister said at the signing of the new NAFTA, it preserves free trade across the North American continent and market access in a $25 trillion open market of 470 million people, a market that has tripled in size since the creation of NAFTA in 1993. It does this while providing insurance against the specter of auto tariffs that were threatening our economy and thousands of good, well-paying jobs on both sides of the border. It maintains tariff-free access to the majority of Canadian exports to U.S. markets. Since the Auto Pact, Canada has been an integral and essential part of a North American auto industry with its highly integrated supply chains. We fought for that, and we have preserved it and created opportunities for growth. It is good for hundreds of thousands of Canadian workers. Not only does it preserve essential cross-border supply chains, but it significantly improves wages and rights for Mexican workers. This will concretely level the playing field for auto workers in cities like Windsor and Oshawa and Oakville, I would add. It helps guarantee their future. It preserves the Canadian cultural exception that was demanded by Canada, especially in the digital world, that protects our cultural industries and more than 650,000 jobs across Canada. It preserves our unique bilingual identity as Canadians. And the agreement fully upholds the impartial dispute resolution of Chapter 19 of the original NAFTA. When there's a disagreement over trade, it goes to an independent binational panel, and that panel gets to decide. This legislation is the final step in safeguarding more than $2 billion a day in cross-border trade, tariff-free access to our largest trading partner, and supporting hundreds of thousands of Canadian jobs now and in the future. In December 2019, Canada joined the U.S. and Mexico in signing an agreement that reflected additional changes that has given us an agreement that strengthens the state-to-state dispute settlement mechanism, labor protection, environmental protection, intellectual property, the automotive rules of origin, and will help make the most advanced medicines affordable for Canadians. These changes were met with widespread praise. I was particularly happy to see Jerry Diaz, president of Unifor Canada, say, and I quote, "The new deal, while far from perfect, provides a roadmap to implement necessary changes in trade policy to benefit workers," end quote. Throughout the negotiations for the new NAFTA, we fought for a total lift of the U.S. tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum, and we succeeded. Canada is now the only major producer of aluminum in the world that is not subject to U.S. tariffs. It is the result of our firm and measured response, including $2 billion in support for Canadian workers and companies and hundreds of interactions with U.S. officials. I was pleased to welcome the Prime Minister to Oakville, North Burlington in 2018, shortly after the negotiation had finished on this new agreement. We visited Metrocan, which has facilities in Canada, the United States, and Mexico, and is a significant, innovative player in the global automotive industry and leading supplier of tooling and stamped metal components. The Prime Minister told Metrocan employees, "Canadians told us they wanted us to stand firm to protect good middle-class jobs like those here at Metrocan. The automotive and auto parts manufacturing industry remains a key driver of Canada's economy. Thank you for showing me the important work that you do here at Metrocan to ensure it remains so," end quote. I'm proud to have a company like Metrocan in my riding, and I know the impact the visit had on the owners and the employees of the company. Ford of Canada's head office is located in Oakville, and from the time of my election, ensuring their access to U.S. and Mexico has been a top priority. I've been pleased to work with both management and Unifor 707 to ensure their concerns were heard and shared with the government. I remember a meeting held with the presidents of the big three automakers and the president of Unifor Canada, where we all agreed that a Team Canada approach to trade with regard to the auto industry was critical for success. I'm proud to work with the fine men and women from Ford of Canada, and I know they want to see this agreement passed by the House. These are just two examples of businesses in my community that are counting on us to ratify this agreement. The new NAFTA is an important achievement for the middle class and Canadians working hard to join it. This new agreement will be good for Canadian workers, businesses, and families. It will strengthen the middle class and create good, well-paying jobs and new opportunities for the nearly 500 million people who call North America home. This agreement is good for Canada's economy. It will modernize and stabilize the economy for the 21st century, guaranteeing a higher standard of living for Canadians for the long term. The agreement will also protect jobs and preserve cultural industries in Canada. It is now time to ratify the agreement so that we can move ahead with confidence that the Canadian economy is secure, even as we expand our trade to markets around the world. Canada has always had strong economic ties with the United States and Mexico. By strengthening the rules and procedures governing trade and investment, the agreement will provide a solid foundation for building Canada's prosperity and demonstrates the benefits of open trade for the rest of the world. I'm proud of our government for standing firm and getting not just any deal, but the best deal for Canada. I would in particular like to single out our Deputy Prime Minister for her leadership, professionalism, and determination to ensure that the interests and values of Canadians were always defended. She did yeoman's work to see this agreement negotiated and here in the House today to be ratified. I thank her on behalf of all residents of Oakville, North Burlington, and all Canadians. As honourable members know, the Deputy Prime Minister has asked that we work together as colleagues to put Canada and Canadians first and get this important work done without undue delay. We have seen industry, business, union leadership, diplomats, Indigenous leadership, and government officials all buy into a Team Canada approach. The United States and Mexico have already ratified this agreement. Now it's our turn. Let's show the world that we all play for the same team. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Pitt-Streeter West Loch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for letting me get back to my chair before recognizing me. I really appreciate that. The member referred to often this new NAFTA. I'd much rather refer to it as half a NAFTA or HAFTA. I was just wondering if she's concerned at all about the fact that this NAFTA deal was unable to secure a softwood lumber deal along with it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question, and we'll disagree on the name here. There seem to be an awful lot of acronyms that are bouncing around with regards to this trade agreement. I hope that we can all agree that it's important to ratify this agreement. Certainly the softwood lumber industry is extremely important for the Canadian economy, and our government continues to work towards ensuring that softwood lumber, that the dispute is settled, and we'll go from there. But I do hope we can count on his support and that of his party when we vote on this deal.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Winnipeg.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, I'd like to, Madam Speaker, thank my honourable colleague across the way. Just a couple of questions. I know that one of the items that she discussed in terms of an achievement was working with Indigenous peoples. This government, the Liberal government, promised an entire chapter to promote Indigenous rights in 2017. This was not delivered in CUSMA. The other area I have a question about is in regards to gender and women. I'm wondering if she can describe how women are highlighted, the rights of women are highlighted in this deal, considering that the Liberals, again, promised an entire chapter to promote gender equality in trade in 2007, and again, this was not delivered in CUSMA.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her questions and for her advocacy on two issues that are extremely important. On the first, as she likely knows, the government held extensive consultations with nearly 50 different Indigenous groups on this agreement. Self-governing nations, tribal organizations, national organizations, development corporations, business and lending organizations, legal advisors, and policy experts. So they were certainly included in the negotiation. In terms of gender, there are enforceable provisions in the new agreement that protect women's rights and minority rights, Indigenous rights, and environmental protections, all of which we have never had before in a trade agreement, and I'm very proud of what we were able to negotiate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Absolutely. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the honourable member for Nanaimo Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've heard a lot of criticism from the opposite side, from the Conservatives, about the fact that Trump is not going to be allowing non-market trade agreements. And I don't want to be dictated to by the United States, but non-market, what does that mean? Is that we're talking about communist countries, we're talking about dictatorships, we're talking about countries that aren't democracies, that don't have the same rule of law that we have. And my question to you is, should we be engaging in trade with countries that don't have those same values and giving them most favored nation status? Or should we be looking at strengthening trade with democratic countries with advanced judicial systems, so we don't need to worry about Canadian investors getting ripped off, and countries that respect the same kind of rule of law that we have? Do you think that we should be facilitating and working on trade agreements with those kind of countries instead of non-market countries?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm pretty sure the honourable member was asking me that through you, Madam Speaker. So we have taken leadership on a number of trade agreements as a government. We are the only country that has trade agreements that allows us access to billions of people and markets around the world. And we are always taking into account the human rights conditions in those countries. We've always been a strong advocate for human rights around the world, and we'll always stand up for that. And we certainly are not dictated to by any other country when we're negotiating trade agreements. Canada is standing up for what's best for Canadians, for Canadian workers, Canadians' business, and we will always do what's best for our country.
Good job. Debate, resuming debate. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As always, a great pleasure to rise in this House and be speaking on behalf of the amazing constituents of Couch and Malahat Langford. And I'm pleased to be able to stand today and offer a few of my thoughts on the proceedings before us with regards to the Implementation Act of CUSMA, the Canada-US-Mexico Agreement, through Bill C-4. I want to start off by acknowledging that, our relationship with the United States, the sheer amount of trade and travel that happens between our two countries and the long shared history that we have makes it certainly the most important relationship that Canada has. And I want to also acknowledge how difficult this negotiation was for many of our hardworking trade negotiators, especially when policy from the United States seemed to be changing on the fly according to what tweets you would read from President Trump. The NDP's position has always been with regards to trade that we want to have fair trade agreements that have enforceable protections for workers, the environment, and the rights of Indigenous people and women. We feel that far too often, and there are many examples that we could be listing, that trade negotiations often seem to turn into corporate rights documents and have a lot of attention to regulatory harmonization. Now, I understand that in some cases, regulatory harmonization can be a good thing. We don't want our businesses overburdened by too much red tape, but we have to remember, Madam Speaker, often it is large multinational corporations which are seeking the free flow of goods between borders, and often those regulations are in place because they are particular and unique to the country that hosts them. So when we have regulations that are dealing with environmental protections, workers' rights, those are extremely important, and we don't want to be chasing the lowest common denominator. We don't want to simply make it easy for the free flow of goods and trade without respecting those very important things. And I understand, too, that, the renegotiation of NAFTA was sparked by the President. And again, this illustrates why it's so important for Canada to maintain relationships with the other branches of the United States government, to maintain our contacts in the United States House of Representatives, the Senate, but more importantly, the various governors and state legislatures, because the United States has a very broad power-sharing network, and it is certainly not equaled with just one person. Now, what I find interesting over the debate surrounding this agreement, because not only has this Parliament been seized with the agreement, but of course it was a big feature in the 42nd Parliament. And I can remember when the question period often was having the theme of CUSMA. And I want to acknowledge the hard work of my former colleague Tracy Ramsey, the former MP for Essex, who led the way as our international trade critic and was often probing the government's negotiating tactics and the objectives that it was trying to achieve. Now, at that time, our main argument was that we should hold off on ratifying it because it was quite clear to anyone who was a keen observer that the United States Democrats in the House of Representatives were keen on changing some aspects of the deal. Yet this Liberal government at the time during the 42nd Parliament thought that that would be a mistake. They wanted to agree to it as it was, not taking into account the fact that changes were coming. In fact, the Deputy Prime Minister, when she had her previous role as the lead minister for this file, said, and I quote, "Mr. Speaker, what the NDP needs to understand is that reopening this agreement would be like opening Pandora's box. It would be naive for the NDP to believe that Canadians would benefit from reopening this agreement," end quote. Yet, Madam Speaker, that's precisely what happened. And I don't know of any other instance where Canada had to rely on the actions of a foreign government to actually deliver a better deal. I think that's actually quite unprecedented. And if only we had had a process whereby the Parliament of Canada had a bigger role to play, because I know a lot of legislators on the opposition side of the benches were constantly referring this to the government and the fact that there were possibilities of getting a better deal. But no, the government at the time did want to proceed ahead. But thankfully, Madam Speaker, we did get a renegotiated deal. The U.S. Democrats were able to put in some important provisions, and I think when you look at the balance sheet, some improvements were definitely made. Now, I look home at my my home province of British Columbia. I make my home on Vancouver Island, and of course, the big industry that has had no mention in this agreement is our softwood lumber industry. That dispute is still ongoing with the United States, and I understand Canada has had to take its concerns up to the World Trade Organization. But it would have been nice because we have so many workers in British Columbia who are still having this cloud of uncertainty hang over their industry. And softwood lumber, the industry, we have seen many mills close over the previous decades. Many communities in British Columbia have had to transition out of a mill-based workforce into something closer to tourism or a service-based industry, but it has forever changed the face of many small towns in British Columbia. For the towns that are lucky enough to still have a thriving mill, we are still plagued with a lot of uncertainty. And I think this is certainly one part of the Canada-US relationship that has to be studied and certainly worked on. As the NDP's critic for agriculture, I would also be remiss if I didn't mention the concessions that were made in this agreement to our supply-managed dairy sector. Not only are we giving up another percentage, a few percentage points of our market, as we did under the CPTPP and CETA, but now, after we've had Liberals constantly in this House say that they are the party that defends supply management, that they're the ones that brought it in, we start to see even more cuts. And the problem is that when we're negotiating this deal and opening up parts of our market to the United States, especially in supply management, in a sense, what the government is asking our dairy farmers to do is to pay the price for another jurisdiction's overproduction problems. And I'll illustrate that, Madam Speaker, by pointing out that the state of Wisconsin itself produces more milk than the entire country of Canada combined. And because they don't have supply management, they have wild fluctuations in price. Many farmers are experiencing bankruptcy down there. There are serious concerns to mental health, and they don't have the protections there. So we are, in a sense, trying to open up our market from U.S. demands because we are trying to pay the price for their overproduction. And it goes further, Madam Speaker, because under Clause 3A3 of the agreement, we have now agreed to establish threshold limits on exports. We've put those threshold limits on things like infant formula and also on milk protein concentrates and skim milk powder. So, Madam Speaker, what it means is that Canada has agreed to absolute limits of exports in those categories. And furthermore, if we exceed those thresholds, we then have to place a punitive tariff, which will essentially price us out the market. So what I would like to know is, do we have an economic impact statement on how this is going to affect the future growth of the industry? Has the government done an analysis of how close our industry already is to those threshold limits? And furthermore, are we, in the coming into force provisions of the agreement, are we giving our producers enough time to actually compensate and deal with those changes? And Madam Speaker, I think I'll close on my speech by just recognizing that, through the debate on C4, I would really like members of this House to think about how we can have a better process in place for future trade negotiations. Now, we all know that the negotiation of international treaties, such as trade treaties, is a royal prerogative of the Crown. It is a latent power of the Crown held over from centuries ago. And it is certainly within the executive's right to negotiate deals. But the problem is when we get the final product in the House of Commons, all we're allowed to do here is vote yes or no. The deal has already been signed. Our role is limited only to implementing legislation. And yes, I know there have been consultations with many groups, but if we could find a process whereby members of Parliament actually have that opportunity to have a more fulsome discussion where we can state what our objectives are and have a more fulsome role as they do in the European Parliament, in the United States Congress, I think then we could take this opportunity to make sure that in future negotiations, perhaps with the United Kingdom, we would go in as the people's representatives with a much better idea of exactly what we're trying to achieve. So with that, Madam Speaker, I know my time is coming to a close. I thank you for this opportunity to offer my thoughts on Bill C4, and I look forward to any questions that my colleagues may have. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's actually very encouraging that the New Democratic Caucus as a whole has taken a look at what's before them in regards to the important issue of trade, in particular the $2 billion a day that goes between Canada and the United States, not to mention the importance of the trade of the continent here in North America. And the question I have to the member across the way is more so as he reflects in terms of the older agreement, the old trade agreement between Canada and the USA, and what we're talking about today, that there are, in fact, significant changes. He's made reference to some of them. I've talked a great deal about the whole issue of supply management. We hear a lot about the guarantees of aluminum of 70%. And there's things in here that are ultimately better for the environment and other social progressive measures. And I'm wondering if he could just provide his thoughts in terms of why it is important that we do recognize that everyone's going to believe that, yes, they could have a better deal, but from our perspective, this is a good deal. It is a good deal for Canadians. Why it is that he feels that it's an important agreement to pass.
The honourable member for...
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague across the way for the question. I guess I would start by saying that, yes, the choice between us, or the choice before us in this House of Commons is whether, through implementation of Bill C-4, whether we want to go back to the old NAFTA, which I don't think is a route that's possible anymore given that the United States and Mexico have ratified it, and going to something which is slightly better. But Madam Speaker, I would just refer to my colleague back to my remarks during my speech, is that, you know, the Liberals were very well prepared in the last Parliament to barge ahead with an agreement that was not quite acceptable. There were still some glaring holes. And my main point of contention, my main criticism, is that Canada had to rely on the actions of U.S. Democrats to actually get a better deal. If we had proceeded ahead with what the Liberals wanted, we would not have these improvements before us today. We had to rely on the actions of a foreign government, and that's unfortunate, and I hope the Liberals will take a lesson from this and take stock from our suggestion that there is now an opportunity for us to have a better process in place.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Peace River Westlaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his speech. One of the things he mentioned that this deal seems to be slightly better than the previous NAFTA. I'm continuing to call it the half NAFTA or HAFTA. But one of the things that we went backwards on, I think, and there's CNBC is just reporting recently that there is now a expiry clause or a sunset clause in this deal. Does the member opposite or the member to my left think that a sunset clause is a better part of HAFTA than NAFTA? Thank you.
The honourable member for Covichican, Malahat Langford.
Well, I thank my colleague for the question, and I think, you know, again, we have to realize just who we were negotiating with. The United States president was often changing his positions, and I know the Americans were driving a hard bargain. In particular, I would like to know how it is that we agreed to placing threshold limits on our dairy exports. But I think, you know, at this second reading stage of the debate, I think it's important that we send this to the International Trade Committee, where we can hear from witnesses and really start to dissect the process that got us to where we are today. You know, this could be a thing for us to worry about in 16 years' time, if I'm led to believe that that's the correct number. But that is certainly why the International Trade Committee has to do its important work. I know that even from the agricultural industry's perspective, I am having a lot of stakeholders already knocking on my door expressing an interest to give their viewpoints, because there's a wide spectrum of opinion depending on which particular industry you're a member of. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. He's got a way of drilling through to key issues, and I appreciate the way he does that very much so. I'd like to ask him, however, that I'm sure he remembers last year when we were in the House and we were talking about the trade deal, CUSMA or NAFTA 2, what you want to call it at the time. Does he remember, first of all, the President of the United States was saying, I will not sign a deal that without having a sunset clause, and he was referring to 5 years. And we did not accept that, but the Conservatives, if you remember correctly, were asking us to sign the deal at the time. The second thing that the President was saying is supply management. I won't sign a deal with supply management. It's still there now, which is important. And the third one was the dispute resolution. And it's even there now and even better. So if he wants to share how we were able to hold...
A very quick answer from the member from Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Well, Madam Speaker, I don't know if I have time to answer 3 separate questions, but what I will say is that, again, let's use this opportunity to recognize there's an opportunity here to allow Parliament to have a greater role in future negotiations, because I think if we went into these negotiations understanding exactly what our red lines are, what our objectives are, people could have more confidence in the process, and I think in the end we would have greater buy-in than having a bill presented to us with simply a yes/no answer before Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Conformément à l'article 38.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Health. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend, Health. The Honourable Member for Victoria, the Environment.
A debate. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too want to acknowledge that we are gathered today on the traditional lands of the Algonquin people. Madam Speaker, when our government was elected in the fall of 2015, the world was a different place. There was some stability, consensus surrounding multilateralism, an ideal recipe for preserving peace and for supporting free trade and prosperity for many countries and people across the planet. Now, Madam Speaker, the world has changed a great deal. And in this new context of international politics, we had to suddenly deal with the fact that we needed to go back to the bargaining table, the negotiating table, to sign one of the most significant treaties between with the country we share the continent with. We negotiated the new NAFTA agreement, and we negotiated on an equal footing with the strongest economy on the planet, our friend, but a tough negotiator nonetheless, the United States. We negotiated on an equal footing. I'd like to congratulate the Deputy Prime Minister, the lead minister, for her determination, her sang-froid when the temperature rose, her words at key times, her talent as a diplomat throughout the process. I also want to congratulate the Prime Minister, who stepped in a timely fashion with some targeted remarks to show that Canada wouldn't bow to the United States. We negotiated hard with Canadian style. We were confident, firm, and respectful. That reflected how we are and who we are. Convivial, friendly, firm in our position to defend Canadians and Canada's economic interests.
Canadians have a right to feel proud of our success in the NAFTA 2.0 negotiations. Negotiations that were crucial economically, that were intense, and that we're not always linear. I think that's obvious. Madam Speaker, in the time I have left, I would like to touch on a few key aspects of the new trade deal that I believe are important to my constituents because they have written to me on numerous occasions about these issues. First, dispute resolution. Dispute resolution is really, to my mind, why we negotiated the original free trade agreement with the United States in the first place. I don't think it was to reduce tariffs so much. There was already a free flow of goods. But we wanted to make sure, as a middle power, with huge trade with the world's largest economy, that we could have a mechanism to objectively and rationally resolve disputes when protectionist pressures might rise south of the border. So it was very important. The whole idea of the free trade agreement, as far as I'm concerned, was to have a dispute resolution mechanism so that we could be trading on a level playing field with a country that's 10 times bigger than we are. Now, we know the United States is not fond at the moment of dispute settlement. In fact, for 2 years, the Trump administration has blocked the appointment of new members to the WTO's 7-member dispute resolution panel, claiming that dispute resolution is something that compromises and undermines American sovereignty, that compromises the United States' latitude in trade. So the WTO dispute settlement mechanism is effectively paralyzed at a time when Canada was looking forward to having it deal with and resolve the softwood lumber dispute with the United States. We've heard a lot about softwood lumber in this debate. You know, we have a case in front of the WTO, but because the dispute settlement mechanism has been paralyzed, obviously we're not able to have the WTO make a decision in that case. Under NAFTA, there was similarly the potential for what is called panel blocking, where a country can block the creation of a dispute resolution panel by refusing to appoint members. That mechanism or that power existed under NAFTA for the United States, for example. Well, today we've succeeded against all odds, given the prevailing mindset in the U.S., in having dispute resolution maintained in the new trade deal. Worth noting is that the new agreement is asymmetrical. That means that there is the possibility of dispute resolution between Canada and the U.S., but not between the U.S. and Mexico. So we clearly have a privileged position in this regard. We've also achieved an end to panel blocking, which is so important in this case of dispute settlement panels. So we stood up, Madam Speaker, and we won on that point. A second issue is investor-state dispute resolution. For many years, there was concern that investor-state dispute resolution compromised Canadian economic and environmental sovereignty by subjugating our domestic policies to the economic interests of multinational corporations. NAFTA's infamous Chapter 11 has been removed from the USMCA, or CUSMA as some people call it, and investor disputes between Canada and the U.S. will no longer be subject to the investor-state dispute resolution process that existed under Chapter 11. Now, there are still obligations. I think it's important to mention that there are still obligations under the new agreement with respect to expropriation, whether direct or indirect, where charges of indirect expropriation often flow when domestic environmental laws and regulations are seen to negatively impact foreign private interests in Canada. However, to quote the Library of Parliament, Annex 14B of the USMCA indicates that such actions' adverse effect on the economic value of an investment would not be sufficient to establish that an indirect expropriation has occurred. As well, Annex 14B notes that whether any such actions constitute indirect expropriation would depend on factors that include the action's economic impact, object, context, intent, and interference with respect to distinct, reasonable investor-backed expectations that such actions would not occur. I think in many environmental cases we'd be able to argue, well, any rational investor who is well informed would understand that we would want to have policies to protect our environment in a particular area. For example, Madam Speaker, there was often speculation that Chapter 11 would make it easier, hypothetically, for foreign private interests to one day pressure Canada to export its fresh water in bulk to a thirsty southern neighbour. Namely, that in the face of domestic policies intended to block such exports, massive financial compensation might need to be paid to foreign private interests seeking to access bulk water as a tradable good. The USMCA makes that an even more remote possibility. How much time, Madam Speaker? One minute. And on the issue of dairy, Madam Speaker, I had many constituents write to me about that, and I would like to reiterate that the supply management system has been maintained. There will indeed be new higher quotas for dairy imports from the U.S., with Canadian tariffs still being applied on dairy products that exceed these new quotas, tariffs ranging from 200 to 300%. According to reports, the new quotas are expected to give American dairy farmers access to up to 3.5% of Canada's market from 1%. So we can see that the defense of the system is still very much in place. And yes, there has been a slight increase, but supply management has been maintained. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland? No.
Give you the opportunity to practice saying my riding before I got up to give my own speech, and I want to thank the member from the other side for his obviously well thought out and well researched speech. My question for the member is, over the past 5 years under this Liberal government, we've seen foreign direct investment, particularly from the United States into Canada, and acutely we're aware of this in Alberta with the loss of investment in our critical oil sands sector. Is there any connection that he sees between the loss of investor-state dispute settlement systems and the possibility that Canada's loss of foreign direct investment will continue to keep declining in future years to come? Thank you.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint Louis.
Interesting and good question from the member. No, I don't see a connection whatsoever. I was actually reading up on foreign direct investment flows into Canada, and one of the reasons, and you know, obviously the situation in Alberta with the lower oil price has had an impact on foreign direct investment into Canada, and you know, we want to make sure that the Alberta economy can rebound. There's no doubt about that, because people are suffering, obviously. But one of the two reasons given for the drop in foreign direct investment was, in fact, the slump in the oil industry, but also the fact of the trade uncertainty around the New Deal. So by coming to a New Deal, we've taken some of that uncertainty away, and according to, I think it was a Bloomberg report, foreign investment, direct investment is coming back, and what's even more hopeful about the situation is that it's not only coming back in the oil sector, it's coming back in other sectors as well.
Water with lemon, please. Questions and commentaires?
Questions and comments? The honourable member. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He boasts of... Can we please ensure that your microphone is working? The honourable member for La Prairie. I simply wanted to acknowledge and thank the member for his speech. He likes to talk about the accomplishments of his government, saying that the government has signed a good agreement with the Americans. But earlier we were saying that aluminum is being dumped into Mexico and then sold to the North American market, which will threaten Quebec's aluminum sector. Therefore, it can be said that this agreement has allowed Mexico to export dumped aluminum into Canada, which will then be used to make car parts. My question is as follows. If the member likes to say that Canada stood up to Americans, why has Canada conceded terrain to Mexico? Well, Madam Speaker, as the Minister has often said in question period, our aluminum sector is doing better, will do better, under this new agreement. Under this agreement, automobiles will have to have a certain level of steel and aluminum sourced from North America. This was not the case before. Now that amount stands at 70%. Before it was 0. This is a market improvement. You cannot forget that transportation costs are also a factor in this sector. If we produce aluminum close to markets, clearly clients would rather buy a product at a lower cost. That is a product that is closer because shipping costs will be lower. Brief question, the member for Hull Elmer. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague, who is an experienced member. I'd like to thank him for his analysis of this agreement. I have a simple question. Critics like to say that the aluminum sector was hard hit by this agreement, although we know there are anti-dumping rules and regulations in international trade rules, which Canada abides by. So can the member tell us a little more about that specific aspect of the new free trade agreement? The honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis, 5 seconds. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In fact, people talk about dumping as if it is some kind of approved practice, some kind of normal practice. However, under international trade rules, it is forbidden to dump products into foreign markets. So nothing has changed. That principle stands. So I don't think we should waste any time debating dumping.
Member for Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Excellent job, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I rise today to address the matter at hand, of course, that being the Canada-U.S.-Mexico agreement. And I hope the Speaker will indulge me for a few moments, as this is my first speech in this new Parliament, and I just wanted to thank a few people who are critical for me being here today. So first and foremost, I wouldn't be here without my wife, Rachel, and she's always been my rock. She's always supported me in all my political endeavors, so thank you, Rachel. And my family, and I will admit some of them didn't vote Conservative in this last election, but they still stood beside me and they've supported me the entire way. And particularly, I'd like to thank my mother, Rebecca, and my grandparents, Cindy Lou and Graham. I'd also like to thank my hardworking campaign team under the leadership of Cherise Giesbrecht, Imelda McLaren, Tom Cox, Barb Kostash, Jesse Ferber, Julia Roy, Luke Inberg, and Chris Alex, along with all those who poured countless hours into door knocking, constructing signs, and fundraising. And I'm also indebted to my board president, Susan Evans, and my financial agent, Dennis Francis. And I'd like to thank some others, Murray Kulak, Ben and Josh Sawatsky, Jody DeRouge, Ed Bassaraba, Tim and Julie Milligan, Fran and Andrew Wolthuis, and Marco Melissa. Without your support, I wouldn't be here today. And finally, I want to thank my constituents in Sturgeon River Parkland, who gave me a resounding 77.5% of the vote. Over 53,000 people have sent me here to Ottawa. That's 10,000 more than the previous record set in my riding. And with that strong mandate, I come to speak before this House on an issue that is of great importance to the people of my riding. And that is our relationship with our largest trading partners, the United States and Mexico. Now, Sturgeon River Parkland is comprised of the counties of Sturgeon, Parkland, and Lac St. Anne, as well as the major centers of Spruce Grove, Stony Plain, and Morinville, all of which lie to the north and west of Edmonton. And this constituency has many charming small towns like Onaway, Legal, Gibbons, Bonaccord, and Redwater. We are proud to be part of Treaty 6 territory, and we include the communities of Alexander and Enoch, which are members of the Cree Nation. Now, the people of these communities have been watching the trade negotiations with interest and great concern. There is a growing value-added plastics industry in the Alberta industrial heartland in my riding. There is a groundbreaking new oil refinery in Redwater. There are thousands of farmers across our riding who are growing potatoes, canola, lentils, as well as cattle farmers, dairy farmers and chicken farmers. We are home to Canada's top value-added pet food producers, a lumber industry which has suffered under high tariffs from the United States. And we also have the largest privately held steel fabricator in Western North America, not just Canada, North America. Now, all of these important industries provide thousands of jobs for Canadians in my riding and across Canada. But we have seen very little from this Liberal government to address their challenges. Now, I'm going to delve a little deeper into those challenges. The government is repeatedly claiming that all is well and that there's nothing to see here when we look at this trade agreement. But Canadians are watching as our trade position in this world, particularly with the United States, grows more and more precarious. Here are a few examples of the concerns of my community that I'm hoping this government will address. On January 24th, just a couple weeks ago, the United States announced further trade action against our fabricated steel industry. Now, a year ago, the Americans initiated trade action against our fabricated steel industry, and on September 4th of this last year, the Department of Commerce found that there was little to no evidence to show that our fabricated steel industry was impacting the United States industry. Despite that positive ruling, our fabricated steel industry continues to face an unrelenting attack from American competitors. And just a few short days ago, the Department of Commerce made their decision to impose a 6.7% tariff on Canadian fabricated steel imports. Now, a final appeal is yet to be heard, but I have seen little from this government to show that they are considering the challenges of our fabricated steel industry. Now, we are debating the ratification of a trade agreement, and as we speak, our competitors are attempting to kneecap our industry. Does this sound like a successful free trade agreement? Thousands of jobs across Canada are at stake. Hundreds of jobs in my riding are at risk, and yet the Liberals are doing nothing to stand up for our steel fabricators, an essential value-added industry. The government is so desperate to ram through this agreement that they are ignoring the erosion of our domestic industry, and to add insult to injury, we are further opening up the procurement market in Canada to foreign competitors in the US, the very same competitors who are seeking to put tariffs on their Canadian competitors. Now, I ask the government, how will the new trade agreement prevent the United States from discriminating against our steel industry at will? How are we going to make sure that we have a fair and level playing field for our steel fabricators, among others? Now, aside from our steel industry, we have an industry that has suffered even more severe damage over the past few years. Our softwood lumber industry remains at the mercy of our American competitors. We need certainty, rules, and a vision for a prosperous future that our hardworking men and women in the lumber industry deserve. In the United States, over 8 million homes were constructed last year, homes that needed Canadian wood products. At the same time, Canada has seen the closure of 9 mills and reduced production in dozens of others. As of October 2019, over 2 billion, that's billion with a B, board feet in production has been curtailed in Canada. Meanwhile, the price of lumber in the United States has skyrocketed by 33%. It doesn't take an economist to see that the laws of supply and demand are not being followed. The price of a product is going up significantly, but here in Canada, we're cutting production and facing mill closures. Why? It's because this Liberal government has failed to take this opportunity to act and achieve a deal for our softwood lumber producers that would ensure sustainability and prosperity for years to come. Now, ultimately, we need to delve deeper into the details of this trade agreement. The government, however, has refused to share their internal economic analysis with us. What do they have to hide? Clearly, there are areas where Canada is getting a raw deal, and this must be addressed immediately. Canadians want to see transparency and accountability from this government. What will the impact on our supply-managed agri-food sector be? How will Canada continue to diversify its trade when the United States can withhold their signature on our agreements? How can we ensure that Canadian companies and the Canadian shareholders who trust their retirement savings to these companies will be treated fairly by foreign governments? All of these are important areas where Canada has relinquished control and where we are vulnerable. Now, in the end, we need to ask ourselves, will this deal protect and grow a sustainable industrial base in Canada? The kind of base that we can depend upon to provide the middle-class jobs and prosperity that previous generations have enjoyed as their birthright. We continue to see the hollowing out of our industry to low-cost jurisdictions. We see an American tiger cutting taxes and regulations aimed at enticing Canadian job creators to America. And Canada only seems to be moving in the opposite direction. The only companies we can get to invest here are the ones that the government has to write a big taxpayer check to. Now, in conclusion, without a clear economic analysis provided by the government, one thing that I can conclude is that this trade deal does little to move our country forward, but rather maintains a status quo, and a status quo that we quickly see eroding under our very feet. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good job.
Questions and commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Okay, you know, Madam Speaker, the members, and we've had a number of Conservatives say this, they want this clear economic understanding. They want that impact study completed. And I think in part, Madam Speaker, they need to realize that this isn't just one or two people sitting in a room that sat back and came up with an agreement. This is something that's taken a couple of years to hit the point that we are at today. There have been many discussions, thousands of discussions that have taken place. There's been provinces, different stakeholders, whether it's labor, business, you name it, that have recognized that this particular agreement that we're debating today will further advance the interests of Canada well into the future. And that is something in which we need to recognize. It is not something that should be new to any caucus. Even the current caucus, the Conservative caucus, was provided the opportunity to be able to have more and more details. My question to the member is, would he not agree that this has been a discussion, a topic for discussion, for well over 2 years now?
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And if I could summarize the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary's question to me, it's just trust us. It's a great deal, but you don't have to see any of the details because we can't trust you with those details. And Madam Speaker, I don't need to be lectured by the Parliamentary Secretary because I had the honour of working for the member for Abbotsford when he served as Canada's Minister of International Trade. And under his Conservative leadership, we achieved the Canada-South Korea Free Trade Agreement and the Canada-European Trade Agreement. And those are trade agreements that we could be very proud of for our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Commentaire, questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Foothills.
For his excellent speech. And one of the things that he touched on, I just want him to elaborate a little bit, is we've just heard that the United States has signed a free trade agreement with China that will have a potentially devastating impact on Canadian agriculture, maybe as much as $40 billion in an agricultural trade between those two countries, which will certainly impact ours. The United States beat us to the punch. When we sign the new NAFTA agreement, we will not be able to enter free trade agreements with countries like China and Vietnam without having first have the approval of the United States. I don't know any other free trade agreement that Canada's ever signed that has signed off our sovereignty and trade and future deals with another country. I'd like my colleague to talk about the impact this will have on his riding.
Member for Sturgeon River Park.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for that question. And before I answer it, I just want to say my heart and the heart of all the people of Sturgeon River Parkland are with the Chinese people as they currently go through this terrible pandemic in Wuhan and across the world, Madam Speaker. So our hearts and prayers are with them. And in my riding, we're very strongly invested in beef production, canola production. We're very in the steel industry. And with the United States signing a new trade agreement with China, we are significantly disadvantaged. And Canada, we haven't seen We haven't seen the resolution of the canola crisis with China yet, and we haven't seen any forward progress on that. And unless we see that kind of forward progress, our farmers are going to continue to be disadvantaged and lose market share.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, Westcoott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He mentioned softwood lumber. It's a subject that's very close to the concerns of my riding and others in British Columbia. And I just wondered if he could expand on those comments. One of the things that I was heartened to see is that the Chapter 19 provisions of the old NAFTA are still in this new agreement so that we can go to NAFTA panels to battle these tariffs, these illegal tariffs that the United States have put on. I'm just wondering if he could expand on that and how it would play into the disputes that are now still before a couple of those panels.
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his question. He has the privilege of coming from one of the most beautiful ridings in Canada and southern BC. And the softwood lumber, I can't speak to the panels that are being disputed at this point. However, we have to look at some of the challenges that we can address in Canada to make our softwood lumber industry more competitive. And one thing that we've seen is that in the province of British Columbia, the stumpage fees are much higher than they are for the province of Alberta, for example. So we've seen a disproportionate amount of closures in British Columbia over Alberta. And so that's something that we can address as a country. However, in terms of getting market access to the United States, without that critical market access, I'm talking to American home builders, and it's raising the cost of a house by $6,000 a house. Surely we can make a strong argument for Canada wood products to be entering the United States on a fair and level playing field.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member.
I want to start by acknowledging that we are here today, as every day, in the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Nation.
Now we're debating the new NAFTA, and as the Green Party, this is an improvement. Unlike the first versions of NAFTA, they eliminated in the new NAFTA Chapter 11, which casts a shadow on our laws here in Canada in favor of large corporations in the U.S. And it also hindered our environment and our health. Also, the energy chapter will be cancelled when the new NAFTA will come into force. These are good news for us because Canada is the only country in NAFTA that has the obligation to respect export levels, knowing that this will undermine our own energy security.
That have been made are something of a surprise given the history of trade agreements. I've long been an opponent of trade agreements that put corporate profits above sustainability, above community health and prosperity and well-being. It's actually the case that this agreement, this COSMA, is the first time, certainly in recent decades, that any trade agreement represents an improvement over what had preceded it in giving us more clout in protecting the environment and reduce the corporate powers that have been expanding ever since the neoliberal era began. In fact, it was in the first NAFTA that the notion of investor-state dispute resolutions gained traction, particularly in the developed world. And my colleague, the member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith, has already spoken to this and provided some details about investor-state agreements. Permit me to just add a little bit more personal detail. Before ever being involved in politics, I was always involved in the environmental movement, whether as a lawyer or in government or with environmental groups. And as executive director of Sierra Club of Canada, we ran straight into the very first applications of Chapter 11. When NAFTA was being debated within Canada, the pernicious anti-democratic impacts of Chapter 11 were unknown. We debated many things about NAFTA in this country, but no one talked about investor state provisions. It was something of a sleeper in the first version of NAFTA. Well, we woke up to that sleeper when we finally succeeded. So I was involved in a citizens' campaign to try to get rid of a toxic gasoline additive in this country called MMT, based in manganese. I worked with neurotoxicologists from Montreal, particularly Dr. Donna Mergler from UQAM. Worked with, believe it or not, Sierra Club worked with the car manufacturers because this MMT as a gasoline additive gummed up the onboard diagnostics in the car so that they were violating, potentially violating warranties. So it was the first time you have a coalition, if you can imagine, of environmental groups and car makers and scientists all saying this toxic gasoline additive has to be removed. The Minister of Environment at the time acted. That was Sheila Copps. We managed to get rid of this toxic gasoline additive, only to have Ethel Corporation of Richmond, Virginia, bring a suit against Canada. We were shocked by this. It was the first Chapter 11 challenge. And in a secret tribunal, they made the case that this was going to cost them money. I think it's important for members of Parliament to understand how important it is that we get rid of these provisions in every other trade agreement. They need not say that the actions Canada took, taken by former Environment Minister Sheila Copps, were in any way in objection to trade. They were not hidden, veiled protectionist measures. They were what they said they were. Getting something that was bad for human health, compromised the onboard diagnostics to ensure that pollution was controlled by the engine itself. All of these things were caused by MMT. There was no doubt about that. But the government at the time, under former Prime Minister Chrétien, decided to settle with Ethel Corp, fearing the worst out of the secret tribunal. We actually had to pay, as a country, taken out of the A-based budget of Environment Canada, millions of dollars to Ethel Corporation of Richmond, Virginia. We had to repeal the law we'd passed to keep this stuff out of our environment. And, on top of everything else, we wrote a formal letter of apology that Ethel Corporation could use around the world to peddle this toxic stuff in other countries. There are many more cases like this. There's S.D. Myers of Ohio challenging a decision to stop the export of PCB-contaminated waste. Probably the worst of all of them is the most recent, is Bilcon, where they brought a U.S. corporation brought charges against Canada for the proper use of our environmental assessment law, properly applied the version that occurred before the 2012 demolition of environmental assessment in this country, which is still not repaired, and was able to claim that the environmental assessment panel had not been fair to this company, that would have absolutely threatened the survival of one of the world's most endangered whales, the right whales of Atlantic Canada. I could go on, and I need to move to other sections of this agreement, but it's very important that we understand the difference between, and I've noticed some speakers through this debate have mistaken Chapter 19, the dispute resolution portions that we are pleased to see remain, and Chapter 11, a resolution of disputes between two parties who should never have the right to challenge each other. That a private corporation that's in the United States under Chapter 11 of our current NAFTA has superior powers and rights to a Canadian domestic corporation. Now, that's still the case in the countries we deal with TPP. We put investor state in there. It's horrifically the case with the Canada-China Investment Treaty that the Harper cabinet passed in secret and never even came to this place, that still binds this country to allow state-owned enterprises of the People's Republic of China to secretly sue this government if we do anything that gets in the way of their profits. That's a legacy from the Conservatives that they don't seem to know about. We have seen such damage from investor state provisions, we need to track them down and remove them wherever they are. This version, COSMA, is a huge improvement and sets the pace for getting rid of them elsewhere. I'm also really pleased to see the end of the energy security chapter. This was really strange. Mexico had no corresponding provision in their requirements to the United States. Only Canada made a commitment that if we were to that we would not restrict exports of any of our energy exports beyond the proportion that we've been selling to the United States over a period of time. So if we were selling 60% of our natural gas to the United States, we'd have to continue to do that under the current provisions, which will be gone with CUSMA. Even if we were running out of natural gas, we'd still have to export 60% to the United States. Very strange provisions. We're glad they're gone. I want to turn to three areas that probably haven't gotten very much attention in this debate. One is the improvements in the environment chapter. And although not as strong as what was promised by the Liberals, we certainly have stronger language, and for the first time, any component of NAFTA dealing with gender rights and Indigenous issues. On the environment chapter, I'm really pleased that we withstood efforts by Donald Trump to eliminate something that many members in this place may not have known of at all, which is the North American Commission for Environmental Cooperation.
It's a commission that was regulated by 3 ministers of environment from the U.S., Canada, and Mexico, and they work together for the protection of our environment in all these countries. And there was a very interesting provision that gave every U.S., Canadian, or Mexican citizen the right to challenge a decision that could harm the environment.
Or NGO, Canada, U.S., or Mexico, can bring a complaint to the North American Commission for Environmental Cooperation to say our government is reducing environmental protections because it wants to promote trade. It's now protected and it's better funded. In the 30 seconds remaining, I want to really underscore that although it's not everything we wanted, I'm pleased that Indigenous handcrafted products can now be duty-free. I'm pleased that various Indigenous provisions of this agreement highlight the importance of Indigenous people throughout Canada, U.S., and Mexico. And finally, that there is at least some language that the goals of all of our trade agreements and multilateral cooperation have to focus on the rights of women and girls. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments?
Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Sandwich Gulf Islands for her very well-informed speech. I'm glad she mentioned the egregious case of MMT and Ethel Corporation. It's a case that shall live in infamy, I think, in our country's trade history, and I'm glad to see the Chapter 11 gone. As the NDP has been fighting those kind of provisions for years and years in all the trade agreements we've signed. I just wanted to ask the member, though, what her thoughts on this trade agreement and others and future trade agreements on the possible export of water from Canada. I think in this agreement it's only covered with a side agreement, a letter between Robert Lighthizer and the Deputy Prime Minister, but just wanted to get her thoughts on water and trade agreements that we might sign.
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague, who's such an environmental champion himself, for that question. I think we're okay. I'll give the answer this way, that the way the old NAFTA worked, I think, is continuing in the new NAFTA, which is to say that water in its natural state is not considered a good in trade, and if it's not considered a good in trade, NAFTA does not apply. We have taken a step, and we did this in the 40th Parliament, on our private members bill. We have banned in this country, we have a law on the books that says the export of water from transboundary basins is not legal. Now, there's still the threat, you could go back to that Grand Canal scheme of putting a pipe into Hudson's Bay and running it to the United States. But as long as no jurisdiction in Canada allows the export of water in its natural state, NAFTA will not apply.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for La Prairie, is that correct? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague on her speech. Quickly, we were trying to keep aluminum sector jobs, and someone asked me a question earlier about that. I'd like to thank her. I believe that what we're hearing from the government is impressive. They have a lot of spin. I feel like they didn't read the agreement when they talk like that, but I find it quite impressive. I'm impressed to see that they have an explanation that is unfounded based on what we saw in the documents that were tabled at the House. But I'd like to hear the head of the Green Party or the member
what she has to say, because we have the cleanest aluminum in the world from Quebec. We haven't heard a lot about this. They are in favor of improving the environment globally and in other countries, including Quebec, but we have to understand why. Why they didn't stress that the cleanest aluminum in the world, and soon we're going to be carbon neutral. We've announced that. And what we're doing in Quebec is exceptional. And carbon is currently has 8 times more pollution than aluminum right now. And how come we don't hear her talking about that?
For Spanish Gulf Islands. Je veux dire merci.
I'd like to thank my colleague from the bloc, and because he's right. Clearly, there's a part of this agreement that should seek to improve or underscore the fact that Quebec's aluminum is the greenest in the world. And we could look at projects such as Energy Canada, where the current government accepted and gave subsidies to support aluminum from China. And why? Because Quebec's aluminum is better for the environment and for our economy.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
For Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Étant donné que c'est la première fois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Given that this is the first time I've had an opportunity to spend more than 30 seconds with my colleagues in the House, I'd like to begin by thanking my wife, Kate, who has supported me for such a long time, since the very beginning, actually, over the course of my campaign, and my 7-month-old baby, Léo Xavier. Now, I am going to mention his name in this House, like all members have had an opportunity to do. It gives me such pleasure. And it really makes a difference when you come here to this House. You really, really feel how important it is to take care of your family at home. And I couldn't have been here also without mentioning my mother, Eve, my mother, Nicole, my brother, Mathieu, who all helped me along the way. And of course, my legislative assistants, Martin, who has now left for another future, and all the other assistants. Please thank assistants, please. I'm so thankful for your help. Now I'm here to speak to C4, the agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United Mexican States. Now, what's important is that we now have access to markets. There are many members who will rise in this House and will argue against this agreement. But what you have to remember is whether or not it's important to have access to more than 35 million people on a market or 130 million people in a market. And I think that's what's important to remember. Obviously, there are many steel producers in my riding. They represent more than 25% of the tax base in our municipality. And so if the government of Canada had not gone ahead to sign an agreement, a free trade agreement with the United States and Mexico, what would happen to that municipality if 25% of the pie disappeared from one day to the next? So I think it's very important to keep that in mind. Each and every MP in this House should keep this in mind when they're voting. Yes or no, do we want to help the steel sector in this House? Here we have the new NAFTA. Prime Minister Trudeau worked hard on it. The Deputy Prime Minister worked so hard on it, and it's so important for all Canadians throughout the country. Now, it's important also to look at the shortcomings. Now, I think it's important to point out that I represent in my riding dairy producers. Dairy producers are throughout my riding. I have poultry producers as well throughout my riding, egg producers, turkey producers, and obviously, this is an important issue. And what I can tell them is this. It's very important to have an MP in the House speaking for you, speaking for their riding. Madam Speaker, it's very easy when you're making decisions as a government to simply say to producers, whether they're turkey or poultry or egg producers, well, all will be well. We don't need to meet you. We don't need to consult with you. That's easy. However, what this government did, what Minister Bibeau did, what Prime Minister Trudeau did, what Minister Freeland did, was take the time, all of them, to meet with these producers throughout the country and to listen to their concerns. Yes, it's true. There has been some market loss. However, just like we did with CETA, and allow me just to address that for a moment. Do you know, it's not the Liberal government that said, well, we're willing to just allow breaches to open up in supply management. It's the people on the other side of the House, actually, who clearly said in 2013 that they were willing to lose 1.5% of Canada's market share. It wasn't a Liberal government that said, we're willing to lose 3.25% of a market share in the CPTPP. If the Conservative government at 11:59 on the 5th of October 2015 hadn't and done what they had done, in fact, they used a ridiculous number at the time. They didn't even consult our people. So what I'm saying is that people have to be consulted. The public has to be consulted. If you're in government, you have to consult. I did that with our producers. They were displeased with CETA. They were displeased with CPTPP. They were displeased with what was happening in negotiations, and it's important to listen to them. It's important to talk about that here in the House. That's exactly what I'm doing. Yes, we have signed agreements with Europe. We have signed agreements, Trans-Pacific agreements, and we have signed a new NAFTA with the United States and Mexico. But yes, we will continue to listen to our dairy producers, to our poultry producers, to our turkey producers. We will keep consulting and listening to our supply-managed producers. And so I just want to emphasize how important it is to listen to all those people, listen to people who represent the agricultural sector across the country. Coming back to the importance of this deal, I think it's important to maintain market stability. We have Ivaco in our riding. They're a steel producer, steel plant, and they employ 400 people who have families to support.
About the great work that the United Steelworkers are doing in representing their workers back home, but also the HoC Group and Ivaco, which are doing a fantastic job at representing our workers back home and making sure that they have a stable and long-term employment. And if there's one thing I can say about Ivaco is that, yes, they've changed leadership at some point. The unions have changed leaderships at some point, but they've always cared and they've always put their differences aside to ensure that the families back home, whether it's L'Orignal or Hawkesbury or Van Hill, that they have a steady income to keep in mind and that they have a steady income to make sure that families in the futures have a company that they can believe in. And I can rest assured that families in in the future in Ivaco, and that the union has worked hard to ensure that investment remains in Ivaco, and that it's a great deal for L'Orignal, it's a great deal for Hawkesbury, and it is a great deal for Hawkesbury or Alfred. Alors,
Madam Speaker, I see you indicating that I have less than 2 minutes to speak with you and with all my colleagues. I realize that not all may be comfortable with my remarks. I see my colleagues opposite who seem a little bewildered by what I've been saying. But I want to say that market stability is such an important point, and we have to face it. The Bloc Québécois has to hear this message. The most important economic point that I want to make is market stability. And what's the alternative if you don't guarantee market stability for our voters, for our employers, and for our families? I'd like to thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to point out that economic issues in my riding, in my province, and in Canada, I hold dear.
Comment? The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've got CNBC just published an update by Jared Kushner talking about the sunset provision of this new agreement, this new NAFTA. So he's saying that the sunset provision in NAFTA, which allows for the agreement to expire after 16 years, is important because it is imperative that the United States retain leverage in any of our trading relationships. The question is, the Liberal government wants us to rush into and approve this new NAFTA agreement, and because they say it will alleviate uncertainty in our economy. But the President's son-in-law is bragging that it will do nothing of the sort. A sunset clause was originally a non-starter for this government. Why now would they agree, which is the government, to such a clause, and what did we get in return for such a huge concession?
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Well, I would defer with my colleague, and I appreciate his questions, but I would not agree with his fact that we suddenly not agreed with the United States on the sunset clause. And I would ask him 24 years ago whether or not he agrees with the current clause of 24 years ago, and whether or not they still apply 24 years later. And that's the question that we must ask, is whether or not a free trade agreement should evolve in over X amount of years. And I think as technology finds its way, as technology evolves, I would think it's just a smart thing to say to revise agreements every X amount of years, whether it's 5 years, whether it's 10 years, or 15 or 20. It just makes sense. I mean, if my honourable member wants to get stuck in the past, we'd still be promoting horsewhip manufacturing around here.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, earlier on I was pleased to hear my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands point out that Quebec aluminum is the greenest aluminum. I'd like to know if my colleague would also acknowledge that aluminum produced in Quebec is the greenest aluminum that can be produced anywhere on the planet. Would he also not acknowledge that the aluminum being produced in China is the dirtiest aluminum that can be produced? It's produced in coal-fired plants. Last spring, Chinese aluminum imports to Mexico increased by 240%. And at the same time, strangely, sales from Mexico to the United States increased by 260%, pretty much the same. So, Madam Speaker, given the facts, would my colleague not acknowledge that this is a bad deal? Rather than prevent steel imports from Mexico, it's encouraging it. Rather not steel aluminum. So it's actually encouraging more imports of aluminum from Mexico.
Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Merci beaucoup,
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. Obviously, Canada and Quebec produce excellent aluminum throughout Canada and Quebec. I have a riding that is close to neighboring on Ontario. What I'd like to know is this. If we ban aluminum from China, is he willing to ban other products or forbid exports of products to China? That's what the Bloc Québécois forgets to point out in their patriotic speeches. If we ban certain products, whether those are imports or exports, are they willing to say to other manufacturers, well, I'm sorry, we're focusing on this sector, and you're going to pay for that? Madam Speaker, we protected 70% of aluminum production in Quebec and in Canada.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
For Caribou, Prince George.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and what an honor it is to stand in this House. I think this might be one of the first times I get a chance to actually speak at length in this House since our election. So, Madam Speaker, it's always good to stand in this House. What an honor it is. And today we're talking about the USMCA or CUSMA or...
I'd just like to remind members that someone has the floor. If conversations need to take place, I would encourage members to take those conversations outside in the hallway or the lobbies.
For Caribou, Prince George.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker. So just before we were so rudely interrupted, you know, Madam Speaker, I've never done that myself, and so that's absolutely going to ruin my video now. And I just want to thank our honourable colleagues from down the way. Thank you. Merci. Merci. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We're here to talk about USMCA or CUSMA or NAFTA or HAFTA, hashtag HAFTA, I think is some of the things that has been going around. But Madam Speaker, one of the things I want to talk about today, and as it should come as no surprise to my colleagues that are here, I'm deeply passionate about my province of British Columbia and indeed my riding at Caribou Prince George. And Madam Speaker, the issue that we have at hand that hasn't been addressed in CUSMA and it hasn't been addressed by this current government nor the previous Liberal government, which is securing a new softwood lumber agreement. Madam Speaker, over 140,000 jobs in my province, whether directly or indirectly, are forestry related. 140 communities across the province of British Columbia are forestry dependent. Now, over the course of the last year, we've had 25 mill closures. That's 10,000 jobs just over the last year due to, well, no softwood lumber agreement, the fact that accessing our fiber is getting harder and harder, coupled with a carbon tax on top of that, making things harder and harder for our forestry producers to be able to compete. Madam Speaker, more and more forestry producers are divesting themselves since this government has taken government, whether it was in the previous Parliament in their first term or this one. More and more forestry companies have divested themselves of Canadian operations and are investing south of the border. You heard that right. More Canadian companies are fleeing our market and investing themselves in U.S. markets. And why is that? Well, because it's easier to do business. It's gotten easier to do business, and they have a favorable work environment or investment environment. Madam Speaker, I want to talk a little bit more. We talk about the U.S. and Canada's familial ties, that this is our closest trading partner. And why is that important? Because I always bring it down to our families and how our trade agreements and how our policies impact the things that we do here in Ottawa or in our provincial capitals right across our country, how the policies that are developed and the agreements that are developed, how that impacts our families. You know, it's our family, my family, and so many families in our riding are tied to forestry. We're an agriculture and forestry riding. A lot of our jobs, cornerstones, those are cornerstone industries. Agriculture, forestry, oil and gas, mining. But you know, Madam Speaker, whether it was the speech from the throne in 2015 or the speech from the throne in 2019, forestry was left off the books. Not one mention. And I'll bring you back to our previous parliament, where it was early days where the Prime Minister and his Minister of International Trade said, well, they were going to get the job done. They were going to secure a new softwood lumber agreement. And it was early in 2016 when this big state dinner took place, and everybody was invited. Everybody, Madam Speaker. Even the Prime Minister's mom was invited to this state dinner down in Washington, with the exception of one person that was left behind. That was the Minister of Natural Resources. Sadly, didn't get the invite, I guess, didn't rank to be up there. You know, Madam Speaker, one of the very first statements that our Prime Minister made in 2015 on the world stage was that under his government, Canada would become known more for our resourcefulness than our natural resources. And boy, that is that's true. You know, we have taken a lot of hits with this government because they saddle up to third-party groups like Tides and WWF and Greenpeace, and they allow these groups to permeate the highest levels of office, and that indeed then permeates our policy. You know, they look down upon our forestry practices. They look down upon our natural gas or our natural resources producers, whether it's our oil and gas. I want to stand here today and I want to talk about our forests again. 62% of our province, our provincial land base, are forests. We harvest less than 1% of our forests in our province of British Columbia. For every tree that is harvested, we plant 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Yet, you know, this government continues to look down upon our forestry producers.
Done by the private sector.
Our province of British Columbia is the largest producer of softwood in our country. And our #1 trading partner is the U.S. So securing a softwood lumber agreement, you would think would be very important and top of mind. But yet, here we sit 5 years later with no softwood lumber agreement. I'll take you back to that time in early 2016 when that state dinner was taking place and the Minister of International Trade and came back and said, whoa, wow, we have a newfound friendship between the Canadian government, this Prime Minister, and President Obama. As a matter of fact, I believe they called it a bromance. They said within the next 100 days they were going to secure a solution to the softwood lumber irritant. 100 days, I believe that's what they said back in 2016. And here we sit time and time again asking the question, and they tell us, oh, you know, our hearts go out to those forestry families and those hardworking forestry families. We just asked them, very similar to what they said to the oil and gas workers in Alberta, just hang in there. Just hang in there. You know, Madam Speaker, sadly, we can't hang in there much longer. You know, time and again, these guys, this government has stood before this House and answered questions on softwood. As a matter of fact, in June of last year, in the dying days of the session, I stood up and asked about all the mill curtailments and closures and the job losses in the province of British Columbia. And the member who himself was a British Columbia MP, I don't believe he made it back into this, and maybe this is the reason why, he stood up in the House and he proudly said, job numbers are great, employment is up, we're doing great. What a tone-deaf response, because the fact of the matter is that in our province, every day you can open up a newspaper and talk about and see the job losses, the work curtailments, the mill closures. Why, just before Christmas, in 24 hours, 2,000 jobs were lost. In 24 hours. Madam Speaker, if that was an auto plant here in Ontario, or maybe a manufacturing plant in Quebec that had ties to this Prime Minister, I bet you somebody would stand up and say, enough! And I bet you they'd get some form of bailout. But because it's in British Columbia, it's a long ways away on the other side of this country, it seems that it's too far and they're forgotten time and time again. Madam Speaker, they continue to say that they stand with our forestry families. Time and again, they put their hand on their heart maybe even a little tissue and wipe a tear, and they say they stand with our forestry families. Well, Madam Speaker, are they standing with them in the unemployment lines? Are they standing with them when the bank foreclosures on their home? Or are they standing with them when they're facing bankruptcy? Because, Madam Speaker, that is the reality today. That is what we're facing, and Madam Speaker, that is shameful.
And comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I don't have as much experience as my colleague from British Columbia, but I had the privilege and the pleasure of working in federal politics, and I've worked at that level for many years. And in 2006, 2007, Canada and the U.S. were facing off each other in front of the World Trade Organization. And at the time, Canada had won decision after decision over 5 years. And when the new government, the government of Mr. Harper, came to power, that government ended that process in the interests of peace with the United States, and the Harper government signed a 10-year agreement with the U.S. And yet today we are still suffering the consequences of that agreement. So I would like to ask my honourable colleague, would it not have been better to have taken the WTO process to its logical conclusion so that we could solve this issue once and for all in softwood lumber?
Madam Speaker, our previous Conservative government put to an end the longest and most costly trade dispute between Canada and the U.S. Not only did we do that and brought some consistency and some assurances to our forestry industry, but we also negotiated a 1-year grace period and got the agreement and the discussions to a certain point in 2015 where, regardless of who became government in 2015, that they should have been able to, whichever group formed government, should have been able to push this over the goal line. But all we've seen is dither and delay, and this hasn't been a priority from day one. They've admitted it so in not as many words over the course of the last 5 years. Now all we're seeing is just more excuse, and pointing fingers, Madam Speaker. The reality is they've been in government for 5 years. 5 years, they've asked our forestry companies and our forestry families to wait and that they have their back. They don't, and we've seen that time and time again.
Questions and comments.
Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague across the way for his statement today. I'm noticing a general lack of focus on the fact that this agreement, this trade agreement, has not really done a substantial job to address issues of gender equality. And this is something that I've seen on both sides of the House today. I'm wondering what the honourable member thinks about this agreement, Kamsa's agreement's failure to address gender equality in any sort of way other than kind of superficial language used in this agreement.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, but I didn't hear the question in that. But I will echo. I think our colleague's comments. She's new to this House, but I'll echo her comments that once again we see another Liberal failure. Lots of Liberal promises, but another Liberal failure in addressing any issues that matter most. Madam Speaker, in our riding of Caribou Prince George and definitely across all of British Columbia, we were hoping for more, and sadly we've got much more of the same as what we've seen in the last 4 years, and that is too bad. Thanks.
Bref question.
Brief question.
For Foothills. Just brief question.
Colleague for his intervention. And my quick question is, I think when he talks about whether it's softwood lumber, agriculture, manufacturing, the difference between the previous Conservative government, this government, is we kept all of our stakeholders at the table throughout the negotiations. What we're hearing from stakeholders over and over again is they've been left in the dark. I wonder if you could talk about the response he's had from the forestry workers and companies in his riding, if they've been kept up to date on this issue.
Answer from the member from Caribou Prince George.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think again, I think our forestry producers have been somewhat at the table, but not at the table to the extent that they would like to be. I think again, as we've heard time and again, they like to negotiate in secret, then come out and make some grand announcement as to how it's gone. But our producers, whether they're agri-food or forestry, they would like to be more at the table and in charge, or in concert with what the trade negotiations are. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that applause from across the way. It's much appreciated. Madam Speaker, I get lots of friends across the aisle, they say. Madam Speaker, it's my first time rising in the House on debate, and certainly I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the wonderful constituents of the riding of St. John Rothsay for re-electing me, sending me back to this beautiful house and this beautiful city to represent them. Madam Speaker, it was a hard-fought campaign, and I certainly want to thank and congratulate other candidates like Rodney Weston, Armand Cormier, Ann McAllister for offering spirited debate and great dialogue throughout the campaign. So, Madam Speaker, again, it's an honor to be back here. I was looking at some records the other day, Madam Speaker, and I've been in Ottawa almost 600 nights over the last, 4.5 years. And I think, everybody recognizes the large commitment that we all make, the time that we do take away from our families. I certainly want to recognize my beautiful wife, Denise, my sons, Christian and Connor, for supporting me and putting up with me and standing with me over the last 4.5 years. Good job. I want to thank my wonderful campaign team, my co-campaign managers, Kevin Collins and Nora Robinson, and certainly, last but not least, Jeanette Arsenault, my wonderful office staff, for doing great things for the riding, representing my constituents. But, Madam Speaker, it's an honor to rise tonight to speak about Bill C-4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States, and the United Mexican States. I would like to begin, Madam Speaker, by thanking the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs for her outstanding work negotiating the new North American Free Trade Agreement, known as the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement, or CUSMA, the new NAFTA with the United States and Mexico. It is thanks to her hard work, her leadership, her vision, her perseverance, that we now have, finally, a modernized and improved free trade agreement with our North American partners. As a member of Parliament for St. John Rothsay, I represent a riding whose economy is dependent on international trade, and as a result, thousands of workers in my riding depend on their elected representatives to ensure that Canada's trading agreements protect their jobs, their rights, and their environment. This is why I'm proud to stand here today to speak in support of legislation that intended to implement the modernized NAFTA, which contains unprecedented measures, Madam Speaker, to protect the well-paying jobs of workers in my riding, whose jobs depend on trade with the United States and Mexico, ensure labor standards are upheld, and protect the environment. And Madam Speaker, let me say that before my previous life in hockey, I was involved for 15 years in international trade and international business with an aquaculture company. I traveled the world. I traveled extensively throughout the United States. And if anybody knows the value of a trade agreement, of lowering barriers, of lowering tariffs and eliminating tariffs, of creating an environment of free trade and open trade, I certainly know that. It produced thousands of jobs in my riding. It produces hundreds of thousands of jobs right across this country. St. John is a keynote in Canada's global trade network. The Port of St. John is Canada's third busiest seaport and eastern Canada's largest port by volume. It serves Canada's largest oil refinery, the Irving Oil Refinery, and handles a diverse cargo base. It handles an average of 28 million metric tons of cargo annually, including dry and liquid bulks, break bulk, and containers originating from and destined to ports all over the world. My riding is also home to a second world headquarters, HoC Aquaculture, an international aquaculture firm that employs thousands, has sales in the billions of dollars, and started by the Cook family, Glenn, Mike Cook, and their father Gifford, literally 35 minutes from my office. A success story that's an example of leadership. Our port is also in the midst, Madam Speaker, of historic expansion. It is currently undertaking a $205 million modernization of its West Side Cargo Terminal. This transformational trade infrastructure project was made possible by $68.3 million investment by our federal government. In addition, CP Rail announced in November that it will begin serving the Port of St. John, as it has purchased of close to 800 kilometers of track from St. John to deep into the state of Maine. This means that the Port of St. John will soon be connected to both of Canada's Class 1 railways. The new NAFTA, which our government is seeking to implement with this bill, will ensure that the Port of St. John is able to fully leverage its expansion and the incredible opportunity by preserving our tariff-free access to the American market and ensuring that the other North American ports it competes with comply with the same rigorous environmental standards as it does when it comes to preventing marine pollution through its enforceable environmental chapter. Thank you. New Brunswick is also on the cusp, and Madam Speaker and members of this House, I am thrilled to tell you that we are on the cusp of becoming an international leader in manufacturing and export of small modular nuclear reactors. In 2018, ARC Nuclear Canada and Moltex Energy established its offices in St. John when the provincial government announced its Nuclear Innovation Cluster funding, for which they were both chosen as participants. With this announcement, the province of New Brunswick instantly became a climate change policy leader for Canada with the development of SMRs. Since that time, ARC and Moltex have proceeded with purpose to develop their technologies with the goal of eventually establishing manufacturing export hub for their technologies in our province by leveraging the Port of St. John. Madam Speaker, SMRs can employ thousands of people across New Brunswick. The technology can be used across Canada to provide. You want to talk about reducing a carbon footprint, Madam Speaker? SMRs could be used across the country in every province. The new NAFTA will ensure that our province is able to fully leverage this incredible opportunity to grow our economy and tackle climate change by ensuring that we continue to have tariff-free access to the American and Mexican markets, as well as ensuring that our SMR technology companies do not have to compete against companies in other North American jurisdictions that do not have to comply with rigorous environmental standards for air and marine pollution through its enforceable environmental chapter. This agreement also includes an unprecedented enforcement provision when it comes to labor standards to address labor violations relative to collective bargaining and freedom of association in a timely manner. The agreement also includes innovation mechanisms for rapid response between Canada and Mexico and between the United States and Mexico. Madam Speaker, I will close with this. As I mentioned previously, I lived firsthand international trade. I was in international trade for 15 years. I know what it means to have an agreement that reduces tariffs, that reduces barriers, and promotes free trade. It's crucial to the success of business. It's crucial to the growth of business. It's crucial to the development of business. And Madam Speaker, I am proud to stand here behind this bill. I am proud to support it. And I know firsthand that Canada appreciates what we've done. I can certainly speak to the world leaders in my riding, the constituents in my riding, the unions in my riding, and the businesses of my riding who stand with me in support of this new bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. And he talked quite a bit in his speech about the Port of St. John, and he mentioned the refinery as well there, which is one of the largest refineries in North America, well, in Canada certainly. There was a tremendous lost opportunity, though, for the port of his city, and we talk about trade and exports, and I know that this member had been an advocate for the export of oil and gas products through his port. There were a tremendous number of jobs at stake with the prospect of a pipeline through his port, and I wonder if he could comment on that and the importance of being able to export Canadian energy through the Port of St. John.
Our member for St. John Rossi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my friend opposite for the question. He's obviously referring to Energy East and, the history behind Energy East. And look, I mean, I don't think it's any secret that I stood in this House, I stood in my constituency and supported Energy East. That being said, Madam Speaker, the only way that project was ever going to happen was to have consultation and buy-in across the country. Madam Speaker, I asked the Leader of the Opposition at that time, who on his own website had listening to Quebecers, and he was going to stand in support of Quebec's jurisdiction and rights, how he squared what he said there with what he said in other parts of the country. And Madam Speaker, of course I didn't get an answer. So, Madam Speaker, I fully respect the fact that our port needs to export and stand behind that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think the question that was asked by the honourable member from Calgary Rocky Ridge was germane to the discussion, because we're talking about many things within this piece of legislation, including Canada's prosperity. And Energy East would have led to Canada's prosperity. And would the honourable member across the way not admit and acknowledge that it was his government that moved the goalposts with respect to the environmental assessment process that caused Energy East to be cancelled?
Yes, it is true. Yes.
St. John Rossi.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member opposite for his question. And Madam Speaker, trust me, I lived it. And my constituents of St. John Rossi absolutely agree with what I was saying, because they sent me back here to represent them. Madam Speaker, that project was going nowhere under the government opposite or the previous government opposite. Everyone knew it. They knew it, Madam Speaker. The project was stalled. They had gutted the environmental process. There was no credibility left with anything. We tried our best to reboot. Madam Speaker, it wasn't in the cards. My riding's moved on. My riding is looking forward. Industry in my riding is looking forward, and we're ready to turn the page, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. You know, in my riding, one of the biggest challenges in this trade agreement, and actually cumulatively through the multiple trade agreements that have happened, is really impacting my dairy farmers. I have several dairy farms in my riding, and they're very concerned about when and what is the compensation is actually going to look like, and of course, most importantly, that we see a stronger protection of supply management, which really provides us with safe milk and dairy products. So I'm just wondering if the member could speak a little bit about how he sees this being lost and what that does to rural and remote communities. Thank you.
Honourable Member for St. John Rossi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. My riding of St. John Rossi is 30 minutes from the town of Sussex, which obviously has a diverse, growing, innovative, vibrant dairy industry. And Madam Speaker, that industry was consulted. That industry was in the loop. We have given great we have worked with that industry to make sure that they will be protected with any changes in the agreement, Madam Speaker. That industry is satisfied with where we're at. In fact, I'm meeting with many members from that industry this week in my office here in Ottawa, and we will continue to consult. We will continue to work with that industry and grow that vital industry to New Brunswick. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is indeed an honour for me to be taking part in my first debate here on the floor of the House of Commons. Before I proceed, I want to take a moment to thank a number of individuals, as well as my constituents, for putting their faith in me. To the good people of Fort Erie, Niagara Falls, and Niagara-on-the-Lake, thank you for the trust you have placed in me. To my loving wife, Carol, and son, Daniel, as well as my entire family, you have been my strongest supporters, and I would not be standing here at this moment without your love and support. I thank you all dearly from the bottom of my heart. My only regret are not having my dad nor my father-in-law here to see it, but I know they are watching from above with my son David, his cousin Leo, my cousins Mike and Mary, and my late aunts and uncles. They have all helped shape who I am today. To those who have volunteered their time in my nomination and during my campaign, thank you for placing in me your confidence and unwavering support. To the Honourable Rob Nicholson, my political mentor, thank you for your sound advice, guidance, and wisdom. As many members of this House will know, Rob proudly and loyally served his constituents and our country for an incredible 24 years. There is no greater reward in this profession than being able to help those who need it most. Rob, I thank you for everything you have done and will continue to do in your well-earned retirement. When I announced my intentions to run, Madam Speaker, for public office, I stated I was doing so because I believed in building a better future for our country and for those who are fortunate enough to call Niagara their home. Now that we are here in this place as elected parliamentarians, I am looking forward to working with members of all parties to advance our country's best interests. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great privilege to speak and stand here in the House today on Bill C-4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United Mexican States. It's worth noting the Conservative Party of Canada is the party of free trade. I am proud of that. And it is the party, and it is a conservative legacy. The original North American Free Trade Agreement originated from our party's hard work on free trade, on the free trade file many years ago. Canada's Conservatives support free trade with our North American trading partners. But what we do not support is rushing blindly into an agreement to implement a deal whose details, which have not yet been shared. Over a month ago, our party requested the Liberals provide us with details on economic impact studies of this signed agreement. To date, we are still waiting, and so are many of the Canadian industries that rely on this deal. It is our duty as parliamentarians to analyze all legislation that is brought before this House, including this bill. Canadians expect that their representatives in this chamber to do this, as they should, and our party is committed to conducting this due diligence on their behalf. So once again, we ask for the background documents and the economic impact studies so we can make an informed decision on this incredibly important free trade agreement. In the federal riding of Niagara Falls, my constituents want to see us work together to create more opportunities for trade, job creation, and investment. Delivering a workable free trade deal that can lead to this opportunity and provide certainty for our manufacturers in the Golden Horseshoe and beyond is my goal, and I hope the goal of all the members here. The highest valued provincial exporter to the United States is Ontario. But don't cheer too quickly, because the value of these exports in 2018 actually declined over 2017. the uncertainty caused by the renegotiation of NAFTA, and the lack of any detailed information or economic impact studies provided by this government is worrisome. According to Statistics Canada, there were fewer Ontarians employed in manufacturing in December 2019 compared with December of 2018. This despite employment growing overall in the province by 3.3%. Manufacturing had been the historical economic backbone, for my riding of Niagara Falls. However, partially because of the economic uncertainty over the past number of years, manufacturing jobs have packed up and left. We need to create certainty in our business environment, and we can do it by working together to study this trade agreement, identify its benefits and its deficiencies, and put in place plans to overcome the deficiencies that will negatively impact Canadian industries. In my riding, we have residents that work in the auto sector in nearby St. Catharines. We used to have 3 automotive manufacturing plants by General Motors, employing thousands of employees in that city. Today, only 1 engine plant remains. We don't want to see this industry get any smaller in our part of the country. These are important jobs that support hard-working families. Any negative impacts on the auto sector from this new NAFTA agreement would cause hardship for these workers, their families, and the overall local economy. Without being supplied economic impact studies, it's very difficult to know what economic impacts there could be and how these may impact our local economies and Canadian industries. Just going on what we know, the Liberals negotiated changes to the rules of origin for our auto manufacturing industry. 70% of the steel used in new vehicles must be melted and poured in North America. That is good protection for our domestic steel industry, and I don't think anyone would argue it's not a positive change. Unfortunately, the Liberals seem to really have dropped the ball during the trade negotiations by accepting concessions on aluminum production. There are no North American content rules governing the melting and pouring of aluminum used in the manufacture of autos and parts. Does that mean Chinese aluminum could be allowed to make its way into Mexican-made engines or car components, which the engine plant in St. Catharines will have to compete against?
Fortunately, the time allotted for debate at this time has expired, but the member will have 3 minutes to finish up a speech the next time that this matter is before the House and for his questions and comments.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
A pleasure to be here tonight, and I look forward to hearing the rest of the speech from the member for Niagara Falls at a later point. We're here tonight, though, talking about the very important, pressing issue of coronavirus, and in particular, how we ensure effective international coordination. Conservatives during question period have been talking about coronavirus, highlighting the need for a government response, a stronger government response, and asking important questions about how our response compares to the response of various allies. I'm following up on a particular issue which we raised a number of times last week, which was how we ensure effective international coordination. And our view on this side of the House, Madam Speaker, is that when we're responding to a global health crisis like this, we need to have all hands on deck. We need to have all countries, all peoples, all governments working together, talking together. And we have a problem in that context because Taiwan's membership in the World Health Organization is opposed by the People's Republic of China, and the desire of the mainland Chinese government to prevent the participation of Taiwan in those conversations makes international coordination very difficult. Despite tensions between government, there's a great deal of people-to-people back and forth that happens between Taiwan and the mainland, and there is a need for coordination because of that risk of transmission of this virus. in general, there's a great deal of expertise in Taiwan. There's a lot of opportunity for the international community to benefit from knowledge that's developed there and to ensure an effective coordination and cooperation. It really should be a no-brainer for Canada, a free democracy, to be speaking out and highlighting the importance of this coordination and to be siding with Taiwan in their desire to be included in these conversations. So on Monday of last week, I raised a question, and I asked the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and he did not even mention Taiwan in the response. My question asked if he would support Taiwan's participation in the World Health Organization, these conversations around these issues. No mention even of Taiwan in the response. Then the following day, on Tuesday, the Leader of the Opposition asked the Prime Minister 2 questions, specifically about whether Canada would take a strong, clear, principled position, but also a position on behalf of Canadians concerned for their own health and safety, to support the participation of Taiwan in these vital conversations, to support the membership of Taiwan in the World Health Organization. Twice the Prime Minister was asked. He did not respond to the question. He didn't mention Taiwan in the response, and he simply accused Conservatives of playing politics, when in fact we're highlighting a fundamental health and safety issue. Then finally, my friend from St. Albert, Edmonton, was able to succeed where we hadn't. He finally, on Wednesday, got an answer from the Prime Minister to a very explicit question where the Prime Minister said, yes, okay, we'll support Taiwan's participation. So we're glad that 3 days of successive questions, the first 2 days didn't get a response, but we finally were able to get the government to take this position. However, the reluctance of the government to support the participation of Taiwan does not give us a lot of confidence that they are actually raising these issues. So I want to ask the Parliamentary Secretary, has the Government of Canada, not just here in the House, but in conversations with our partners on the world stage, have they actually been raising and highlighting the importance of this coordinated response? Let's not play politics. Canadians' health and safety, the health and safety of people around the world is at stake, and Taiwan needs to be at the table in those conversations. So is Canada vocally participating and pushing for the full participation of Taiwan in those conversations? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I first would like to begin by thanking the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, and congratulating him for his elevation to the front bench. Wonderful to see you there. That position, however, may be more appropriately belonging to the member from St. Albert, Edmonton, who seemed to, as you acknowledged, was successful. I want to begin, Madam Speaker, by emphasizing that there is no reluctance on the government part whatsoever to recognize Taiwan as an important friend, an important partner, with whom we share extensive and highly complementary interests in areas ranging from science and technology to youth exchanges to public health. In accordance with Canada's One China policy, we maintain unofficial but valuable economic, cultural, and people-to-people ties with Taiwan. Our extensive ties with Taiwan have continued to flourish in recent years based on a shared commitment to the values of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. As Canada's 13th largest merchandise trading partner and our 5th largest trading partner in Asia, Taiwan plays a critical role in ICT, supply chains, and the global economy more broadly. Taiwan's expertise in the manufacturing of key technologies, such as semiconductors, for instance, serves as a direct complement to Canadian strengths in technological research and development. In 2018 alone, merchandise trade between Canada and Taiwan increased 10.2%, reached $7.9 billion. Both governments have implemented policies to diversify trade and investment to include new partners. We have real opportunities to deepen our commercial relationship. With changes to global supply chains in Asia and North America, there are plenty of opportunities to collaborate on new technologies and trends in the growing digital economy. Both opportunities and potential challenges can provide greater openings for Canada and Taiwan to work together. In 2019, we sought to further deepen our trade and investment cooperation with Taiwan by hosting the annual Canada-Taiwan Economic Consultations here in Ottawa. All of these are efforts which leverage our ongoing initiatives, such as the Canadian Technology Accelerator Program in Taipei, to help Canadian companies deepen their access to Taiwan's market, secure more partnership opportunities. On the multilateral front, Canada continues to engage Taiwan in international organizations where Taiwan is a full participant, such as in APEC and the WTO. In addition to these forums, Canada has consistently supported Taiwan's meaningful and important participation in international organizations where there's practical imperative and where Taiwan's absence would be detrimental to global interests and to Canada's interests. We have identified the World Health Assembly, which governs the WHO, as one area where global interests would be served with Taiwan's meaningful participation as a non-state observer. Well, I thank the member for raising this. I want to reassure him that there is no reluctance whatsoever to help engage with Taiwan at important multilateral opportunities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate his good wishes on my elevation, and it continues as we speak. He spoke about there being no such reluctance. I have to say the reluctance to acknowledge the important role of Taiwan and to support their participation is on the record. It's on the record in terms of the government's failure to actually answer the direct questions that were asked. So I'd like to ask him again, is he committed and is the government committed to not just speaking about these issues here in the House, but to clearly raising these on the world stage with our various counterparts? And I do want to just add in, I'm hopeful when he speaks about collaboration with Taiwan. Coming from Alberta, I see many opportunities for collaboration, in particular in the area of energy. And hopefully if we can finally get some pipelines built, we'll be able to help Taiwan address energy security challenges while helping us expand our supply. But again, the reluctance was there on Monday and Tuesday of last week. But because we have a strong, effective opposition soon to be in government, then we're actually able to make some progress here.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Again, I want to thank the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. We may accept him on this side, but it will be a tough campaign, I am sure, before that would be agreed to on our side. Again, I will repeat, Madam Speaker, there is no reluctance whatsoever. We have identified the World Health Assembly as one area where global interests, health interests, human interests would be well served by Taiwan's meaningful participation as a non-state observer. End of story. This is an important, right now we are engaging in combating a critical health situation. Diseases do not recognize borders. With this most recent outbreak, we encourage all international organizations, especially the WHO, to undertake action to ensure greater inclusion in their response to this pressing matter of global importance, and Taiwan should be part of that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise tonight. We had yet another confirmed case of the coronavirus over the weekend. This brings a total to 4 confirmed cases in Canada. While the overall risk to Canadians remains low, we are still depending on the government to assure Canadians the spread is properly contained. We received an informative update from the government this morning about their plan to evacuate Canadians from Hubei province in China. However, some details are still unclear, including how many Canadians will be evacuated and whether permanent residents traveling without children will be allowed to return to Canada. The details from this government have been slow to come and have even cast doubts on the government's planning. A representative from the government appeared on CTV Power Play on Thursday. When asked what Canadians can expect from the government, given that the news the World Health Organization had to declare a global health emergency, she responded, and I quote, "They don't know yet," and I quote, "We're working on it." Canadians are looking to them for answers. While we appreciate the updates from government officials, there are still many questions. Last week, we reconvened the Health Committee meeting early to get answers directly from the appropriate officials. We will continue those meetings this week as we continue to seek answers on this virus. At home, many Canadians are wondering how to protect themselves and others. My constituency office has received many calls from people wondering what they should be doing and ensure they don't become sick with the coronavirus. What is a plan knowing that more cases are likely to be confirmed, and how can Canadians be assured that the spread is being properly contained? It's largely what they're asking. And we just found out today from the Health Committee meeting that we had earlier in the evening that they still yet do not even know where the plane from the first case is right now, Madam Speaker. And those things are concerning to not only myself, but to many Canadians, wondering how this government is handling this situation. Who are they talking to? What is their plan going forward? The quarantine plan was, it took about 3 weeks to get that out of them. So I simply ask the member on the other side, how can he please assure Canadians what their plan is?
Here, here.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question.
For the opportunity to speak about the Government of Canada's plan to respond to the novel coronavirus in Canada. As you know, there have been numerous confirmed cases in China, and travel-related cases have been reported in other jurisdictions, including in Canada, as was said by my friend. Last week, the Director General of the World Health Organization declared the outbreak of the novel coronavirus to be a public health emergency of international concern. Canada is actively monitoring the outbreak and has implemented public health measures very much in line with the World Health Organization's guidance and advice. There are currently 4 confirmed cases in Canada, which are linked to travel in Wuhan, China, and none of the individuals remain in hospital. Despite these confirmed cases, the risk to Canadians remains low. Protecting the health and safety of Canadians is our top priority. We will continue to provide Canadians with regular updates. Canada's response to the outbreak to date has been a whole-of-government approach, including working very closely with provincial and territorial jurisdictions. Our health system has been mobilized to support a response to the cases of illness in Canada, and national guidance has been shared. There has been tremendous progress over the past 16 years to strengthen Canada's public health system and how we prepare for infectious disease outbreaks. We have learned not only from SARS but also from the H1N1 pandemic and more recently the Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and we will learn as well from this outbreak, Madam Speaker. Since SARS, we have created the Public Health Agency of Canada to provide clear federal leadership during a response such as this. We've established the position of Chief Public Health Officer as an authoritative voice to all Canadians during public health events. We've enhanced federal, provincial, territorial collaboration through a formal network of public health experts, the Public Health Network Council. And Madam Speaker, we've strengthened coordination within the federal government, including through the creation of the Government Operations Centre. Significant effort has been expended in the past decade to refine planning and establish clear protocols and processes, and our preparedness has enabled us to respond quickly and efficiently. Our health system is working exactly as it should. We have been able to detect cases in Canada, treat them appropriately, and quickly share information across jurisdictions to limit the spread of this virus. Some of the key measures Canada has implemented include enhanced screening at 10 airports that accept international flights. This is our first line of defense. As individuals return to Canada from China, information on screens are telling individuals to self-identify to a border services agent if they are experiencing the novel coronavirus symptoms. In addition, a health screening question has been added to the electronic kiosks at these airports, asking travelers if they have been to the Hubei province. Travelers are also provided information about what they should do if they subsequently experience any symptoms with procedures established to refer travelers to local public health as required. We have also updated our travel health notice to level 3 to avoid all non-essential travel to China, and we have implemented a risk communication approach. Our Chief Public Health Officer is providing exceptional leadership and has been holding regular media availability and taking interviews to counter misinformation and discrimination. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Madam Speaker, it took them till this past Saturday to include more than 3 airports as part of this travel advisory. Airports in Calgary, airports in Edmonton, Billy Bishop Airport. Why did it take so long for them to include those airports? And more specifically, when can we expect the plane to land in China?
The Honourable Member for Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I stated at the outset, the health and safety of all Canadians, both those in Canada and those that we are bringing home, are our top priority. We are taking action to return Canadians home from Hubei Province, China, while ensuring that appropriate measures are in place to prevent and limit the spread of the novel coronavirus. Canadians can be confident that their government, working hand in hand with our international and domestic partners and stakeholders, is monitoring this public health event both globally and here at home. And we stand ready to respond efficiently and effectively to any change in the situation in order to protect the health and well-being of all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Victoria. Just 1 second, the mic is not on yet, so the Honourable Member for Victoria, thank you.
Madam Speaker, Volkswagen was caught lying about illegal levels of emissions. Volkswagen Canada has finally formally pled guilty to 60 offences under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act and was ordered to pay a fine that's $70 million short of the maximum that could have been sought. This government keeps bragging that it's the largest fine ever awarded. Well, if letting big polluters off the hook for $70 million is the best ever, we have a bigger problem. Last week, I asked the Prime Minister to explain why it took years to charge Volkswagen for illegally cheating emissions testing, especially when the U.S. quickly charged VW and made the company pay $20 billion. Let's look at the facts. The company has admitted to using so-called defeat devices that allowed them to pass emissions tests while actually emitting far more nitrogen oxide than legally permissible, putting the health of Canadians and the planet at risk. Their cheating was initially discovered by U.S. scientists, and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency issued a notice of violation in 2015. Volkswagen attempted to cover up the scandal, but eventually caved under legal pressure in the U.S. and pled guilty just over a year later to 3 criminal felonies and agreed to pay $20 billion. They also entered an agreed statement of facts about those felonies that would have been admissible in Canadian court. According to internal documents, Environment Canada worked closely with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency during their respective investigations, which began in Canada in September 2015, but charges weren't filed until December 2019, 4 years later, despite the legally admissible statement of fact existing from the U.S. for the last 3 of those years. There has been no public accounting for the length of the investigation. Environment and Climate Change Canada's investigators are not independent law enforcement officers. They are designated by and responsible to the minister. The charges appear to have been laid only after a plea agreement was reached. And the Canadian charges don't go as far as the U.S. charges, despite the fact that we have the same emissions laws. Volkswagen has not been charged under the criminal code, and there's no evidence that investigators referred the matter to the RCMP, even though VW admitted to criminal wrongdoing in the U.S. I'll repeat, Canadian emissions laws are the same as those in the U.S. So why did it take years to charge Volkswagen in Canada while the U.S. quickly charged VW? Why did Canada wait so long? And why did VW get a fine that is well below the maximum? We don't know. What we do know is that ministers' offices and officials from the PMO, including Mathieu Bouchard, who some may remember from his involvement in the SNC scandal, started meeting with Volkswagen lobbyists during this time. And it looks a lot like a corporation that was found guilty of committing what amounts to environmental fraud got a backroom deal. We are facing a climate crisis. So why do the Liberals keep letting big polluters off the hook? And why do they keep putting corporate profits ahead of Canadians and the planet?
To the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to say thank you to my honourable colleague from Victoria and congratulate her again on having won her election. Madam Speaker, let me start by stating that our government takes the health and the safety of Canadians and our environment incredibly seriously. We're committed to clean transportation and to working to make sure Canadians have clean air and healthier communities. We're also committed to enforcing the laws that protect Canada's environment and the health of Canadians. On January 22, 2020, Volkswagen AG, a German-based car manufacturer, was ordered to pay an unprecedented $196.5 million fine after pleading guilty to 60 charges for offenses under federal environmental regulations. This fine is the largest penalty ever levied in Canada against a company for environmental violation. And in fact, it is 20 times higher than the next largest fine, which reflects the gravity of the offense. The charges relate to unlawfully importing nearly 128,000 vehicles that used defeat devices. The defeat device, as mentioned by my honourable colleague, consists of software that reduces the effectiveness of the emission control system during normal vehicle operations and use. Volkswagen AG was also charged with providing misleading information to Environment and Climate Change Canada. The $196.5 million fine is on top of the class action settlement by VW AG that compensated and provided benefits and buyback options to Canadian consumers of the non-compliant vehicles, up to a maximum of nearly $2.7 billion, Madam Speaker. As well, VW AG paid a civil administrative penalty of $17.5 million under the Competition Act for misleading advertising related to the sale of those vehicles, Madam Speaker. It's important to note that the penalties are based on precedents. This result has raised the bar on environmental fines in Canada. Now, it's difficult to compare the situation in the U.S. with that in Canada. They're different jurisdictions with different legislative and legal processes. Environment and Climate Change Canada's investigation was thorough, it was comprehensive, and methodical. This was a complex case involving a number of domestic and foreign organizations and a number of potential offenses under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. Investigators needed to take the necessary time to gather sufficient evidence, both domestically and internationally, and time was needed to analyze the massive amount of information and to gather relevant evidence, Madam Speaker. The $196.5 million unprecedented fine will go to the Environmental Damages Fund. It will be used to pay for projects that focus on improving Canada's environment across the country. The Environmental Damages Fund was created in 1995 to create a mechanism for directing funds received as a result of fines, court orders, and voluntary payments to priority projects that will benefit our natural environment, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Madam Speaker, we still don't have an answer to why Environment Canada investigators who were responsible to the minister took so long in their investigation, and why the matter was not referred to the RCMP to pursue criminal charges, despite legally admissible statements of fact and admission of criminal wrongdoing in the U.S. While Volkswagen was found criminally responsible in the U.S., here in Canada they were ordered to pay $196 million, which is $70 million less than the maximum fine. $70 million off. That sounds like a pretty sweet deal to me for a foreign company that was found guilty of committing what amounts to environmental fraud. A company that purposefully put the health of Canadians and the planet at risk. This government claims to be serious about climate change. So when will they stop making backroom deals with corporate lobbyists, and when will they start standing up for Canadians and the planet?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much once again, Madam Speaker. Just to reiterate, in September of 2015, Environment and Climate Change Canada launched an investigation regarding the importation into Canada of certain vehicle models that were allegedly equipped with a prohibited defeat device. And to answer my honourable colleague's question, investigators needed to take the necessary time to gather sufficient evidence, Madam Speaker. And because of the international elements to this investigation, time was needed to analyze a massive amount of information, which in some cases required international information sharing agreements. The investigation revealed that between January of 2008 and December of 2015, the company imported into Canada nearly 128,000 2- and 3-liter diesel engines and Audi vehicles equipped with defeat devices. So, Madam Speaker, we put in place the largest fine in Canadian history. We are proud of those results, Madam Speaker. It shows that in Canada, if you don't follow the rules, you will face stiff penalties and consequences. Thank you very much.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.